Here we go. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a sunny, if slightly chilly Prescott. Particularly welcome if you're here in person for the first time, maybe having watched last year's live streams has encouraged you to come. Well, thanks for coming. And we've got a terrific crowd today, as we did yesterday. But for people watching online around the world, good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, whatever is appropriate. If you're in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, grüß Gott, guten Tag. If you're in France, bonjour. If you're in Italy, buongiorno. If you're in Australia, you should be in bed, but good day, mate. And we've got a terrific day's hill climbing in front of us. You can catch up with us with our top cars, our quickest racing cars, completing their third practice runs. These are people entered for the British Hill Climb Championship who have campaigned for a long time to have a third practice run on the morning of the Hill Climb Championship day, just so that they're tuned into today's conditions, and that's exactly what's happening on the hill at the moment. Then when these guys have finished having their third practice run, we start the program and run right through, and we'll have two runoffs today, one just before lunch and one just will be the climax of the meeting at the end of the afternoon this afternoon. I'm sure the great majority of people know how the British Hill Climb Championship works. This is rounds 1 and 2 of 30 rounds this year. And the way it works is that we have our class runs right through the program, and people who are entered for the British Hill Climb Championship, if they're in the top 12 class run times, they qualify for the runoff. And 12 cars qualify for the runoff, the top 10 of whom get points. Starting, of course, winner gets 10, down to 1 for 10th place. There is an extra point if you break the record, like Wallace Mingus did in September last year. He broke the record with a fantastic run, leaving the record at 34.65, which was a terrific, that was almost a half-second improvement on the previous record, which was unheard of. And in these cold conditions today, I'm not sure that we'll get near record-breaking time, but we'll see. The track is is rubbering up a bit. It was very green yesterday. I, was still suffering from 6 months layoff, or however months it is since the last meeting here, and so the hill was, the grip was, I won't say non-existent, but it was very much diminished from how it should be, and we had a long day of lots of people finding they were slithering off, luckily with maybe a little bit of car damage, but nobody suffering any personal injury, which was good. For those of you who are watching online, maybe for the first time, you might like to know where Prescott is in the UK. We're sort of to the left of the middle, near the town of Cheltenham and the city of Gloucester. Richard has kindly put a map up so you can see exactly where we are. In a fold in the Cotswold Hills, which is a beautiful range of hills in this part of the UK, and we close in on the map of the hill, starting bottom right at the start, then under the bridge. We got a speed trap just after the bridge, and into sweeping left-hand Orchard Corner, which Stirling Moss used to say was one of his favourite corners in the whole world, and nowadays sweep up to Ettores, named after the famous Ettore Bugatti, a sharp right-hand hairpin, and then there's a little downhill blast along the so-called straight, and then uphill again into Pardon left-hand hairpin. Then along the top, past another timing point at midway, and then you dive into the S's, a left, a right, a left, where a lot of incidents happen. It's quite a challenging element of the hill. The final right left-hander is called Rolt Corner, in honour of a great author and engineer, Tom Rolt, who was very instrumental in rescuing the canal system in the 40s after all the damage it had sustained during World War II. And so canals provide a great holiday opportunity for people, and lots of people with lovely narrowboats on the canals. We also have a steam railway going past. If you hear a steam engine whistle, don't think you're dreaming. We do have a steam railway that runs from Cheltenham Racecourse back to Broadway and goes very close to Prescott on its way past. So after the S's, there's a straight ahead blast for 200 or 300 yards, 300 meters or so, into semicircle, which is a sweeping, I won't say hairpin, but a 180-degree right-hander with quite a drop-off on the outside, which is a bit daunting if you're driving. You think, oh crikey, I'm going to fall off the cliff, but actually it's quite a gentle slope, and lots of people do go off there, usually without any harm. Then a 100-yard dash to the finish, and then there's a return road back down to the paddock. So unlike other hill climbs, we don't have cars coming back down the hill after their runs. It is the most beautiful part of the country, with lovely countryside, and Prescott is really, it's like a garden party in an apple orchard with a bit of motor racing just to annoy you in the background. We've got a terrific crowd here, overflow parking in the field opposite, which I haven't seen at the April meeting for, well, forever really. So you're joining us on a great day. Looks like we've got one or two more cars still to climb the hill. I was slightly concerned to see the GR59 Gould, which has always up to now been driven by Sean Gould, and indeed he broke the record here a couple of years ago, but he damaged his shoulder down in Portugal at the end of last season, and he's generously lent the car to Will Hall and Matthew Ryder to share the car this year, and that's going to be a really interesting combination. Will is a highly experienced hill climber, and he's built his own, well, the car that he's hill climbed for the last few years has been a very complex machine, and so it's good for him to jump into the GR59 with its 4-litre Judd engine in the back, and it'll be an interesting combo between Will and all his experience and young Matthew Ryder, who's very quick indeed, but on a steep learning curve. On the line is David Uren in the Gould GR55. This was the car which held the record at Chelsea Walsh for many years in the hands of Martin Groves, and indeed holds the ladies' record there in the hands of Nicola Mingus, wife of our champion Wallace, who you'll see on the hill during the day. Nicola is not driving this car this weekend. She's at home in Scotland minding the kids. So David, if you're watching the screen somewhere, we have a timing beam at 64 feet, which equates to 1 force of gravity in 2 seconds. So 2 seconds is really the target time for the first 64 feet, and some of these top cars do beat it. We have a speed trap just after the bridge, and you can see that David went through that at 103. That's 0 to 103 in whatever it is, 300 yards or so. So these are very quick cars. This is Trevor Willis, 3 times hill climb champion in this car, which he's had for many years. Doesn't have the power of the latest big cars, but it does have Trevor's skill at the wheel. And you can see a good start of 2.2 and then 101 under the bridge. Top hill climb cars are as quick as a Formula One car, up to about 100 miles an hour, because they're lighter, they have more traction, they have more downforce. And this car that you see on the screen, Sean took to an airfield and got up to 185 miles an hour in about 7 or 8 seconds. They are immensely quick. This one has got a 4-litre Judd engine, the sort of engine that Judd built for cars to race at Le Mans. So if it's designed to cope with 24 hours flat-out racing at Le Mans, it can easily cope with the season's hill climbing. This is Will Hall at the wheel, and he's really enjoying finding this car not very easy, but unexpectedly easy to get on with. And he records a 37.34. I would expect in the runoff we'll probably be in the 35s today. It's not a very grippy day. Off the line, Scott Moran, 6 times British Hill Climb champion, 2.24, and then 106 under bridge and into Torres, taking the perfect line with a late apex at Torres, squirts it downhill towards Pardon, heavy braking for Pardon, and then hugging the inside of the track and a right, left, right, and into the notorious S's. That Omco barrier does get kissed and hugged a few times during this season. 37.25 for Scotty. Here's Alex Summers in the amazing DJ Firestorm, with which Alex achieved 2nd place in last year's hill climb. That's why he's carrying car number 2 on his car. DJ Del Quigley's team have produced this amazing car with its Cosworth XD engine, 2.65 litres, IndyCar engine virtually, but not on methanol and not turbocharged. So unlike qualification for Indianapolis, where these engines would be producing about 1,000 horsepower, Alex's is only producing 700, 750, which with a car that only weighs 400 odd kilos is an amazing power to weight ratio, as you can imagine. That's why they're so quick. And on the line is our champion, Wallace Mingus, whose last run in the September meeting was sensational. Alex had broken the record earlier in the meeting, then Wallace comes along, demolishes it with a time of 34.65. I would expect Wallace to be today, remember this is only practice, no point in bending the car in practice, I'd expect him to be in the 36s or maybe the low 37s. We'll see. Richard, I've got a bit of interference on screen. I'm not sure what it is. Talking to Rich Danby, who's the genius behind live streaming, which has been a sensation of hill climbing for the last year or so. And we've had some brilliant live streams from Prescott, Chelsea, Lowton Park. On the hill is Richard George in this delicious Chevron B19, which for a long time competed in Switzerland with the Eggenberger team, but Richard's had it, I would say, for a good 20 years or so, and has always shared it with his daughter Amanda, so it's a family battle. But delightful family, and the car is always beautifully presented. And Richard taking it fairly gently, just getting the feel of how much grip there is on the Prescott Hill today. Welcome if you're just joining us online. Just reiterating that various cars that are entered for the British Hill Climb Championship are having their 3rd practice run. They had 2 yesterday, 1 today, and then they will have their class runs later in the morning. And the 12 quickest cars in the class runs compete in the runoff for the championship just before lunch. And then the same again this afternoon, class run, and then the climax of the meeting is the runoff towards the end of the day. Chris Bentley Jones in this sweet little Brabham BT35 there. Brabham had the genius of making all his little racing cars so pretty, so had such nice lines. We click to Rupert Marks in the amazing Can-Am McLaren with its 5.7 litre Chevy engine in the back. This car competed in Can-Am in the 60s, sponsored by the city of Edmonton in Canada. So the car was called Spirit of Edmonton, and Rupert, who lives the other side of London in Essex or Suffolk, somewhere that way, is hoping to persuade his local council to fund his hill climbing. I think the words fat chance probably are appropriate. Spirit of Braintree or Colchester would be good, wouldn't it? On the screen now, Andy Tippett in the unique Brabham BT30X, which Jack Brabham designed for Formula One in an era, do you remember that very short era when Grand Prix cars were running very high wings on the ends of flimsy sticks, and they kept braking and they kept crashing, and eventually, pretty quickly, they got banned. But this car was built for that series, so if you look closely at it, look at the inboard uprights, you'll see the holes in the top of the uprights, which were designed for the wing sticks to be pushed in, but it never raced in F1. It was found in the back of the Brabham factory by a guy looking for a car to race and to hill climb, and it had a 2.5 litre Climax engine in it, which was expensive to maintain and to buy. So instead he put an Oldsmobile V8, the precursor to the famous Rover V8, which has powered all sorts of Range Rovers, Land Rovers, TVRs for 20 years or so. And Andy Tippett's had it for a number of years, really enjoys competing in the classic racing car class. But on the screen we've got Richard Brown, ex-record holder at Shelsley Walsh, in his Mallock Mark 17 Clubman's car with a pushrod Ford engine. His son Tom has newly acquired from France the sister car to this, but unfortunately it sprang an oil leak yesterday from the back of the crank. So today Tom and Richard are sharing the red car. That's a shame. But I've just spoken to Richard. He expects, there's a £5 bet on each run. He expects to go home £10 poorer because he thinks Tom might beat him. I'm not sure that he will. Richard, an extremely skillful driver, has competed in hill climbing, well, it must be 40 years or so. And he broke the record in a pill beam, and his record stood for I think 8 years or so before Martin Groves finally beat him. Now this is Adam Greenen sharing with his brother Andrew the brand new Evo 3 Empire Evo 3. This is the first Evo 3. Not sure how many Empire are going to be building, but it's very typical of the current state of the art in hill climbing, particularly for the smaller engine classes. This has got a 1600cc unblown Hayabusa engine producing roughly 250-300 horsepower, but these cars are so light, power to weight ratio is just incredible. And you'll see a bit later on in the meeting some with 1300 supercharged, either turbocharged or supercharged 1300cc Hayabusas in the back. Now they're producing 450-500 horsepower in a car that weighs, I don't know, 380 kilos or so. So you can imagine the power to weight ratio there. Here's Amanda, daughter of Richard George, back in the B19. It's got a unique engine. It's a Cosworth FVD, which is a slightly enlarged version of the FVC, 4-valve FV, predecessor to the BDG, the famous belt drive BDA and BDG Cosworth engine. As I said earlier, used to belong to the Eggenberger racing team in Switzerland. Joe Siffert used to drive it. There was no circuit racing in Switzerland after the tragic accident at Le Mans in 1955, but it's a great place for hill climbing, as you can imagine. Rushing up the Alps, their hill climbs are much longer than ours. Some of them 10 kilometers long, as opposed to our 1 kilometer. So for drivers it's great. You have a good long run up the mountain. Spectators not so great. You just see a car whizzing past where you're standing and then disappearing. Whereas here at Prescott, you see virtually the whole of the hill. Isla, hello from Scotland, watching my dad. Who's your dad? Let's have a guess. He's a racing driver. Tom Riedinger. Bonjour, Tom. Hello from Beer-Ons-Tom, Münster, France. Now, we all know there's a Münster in Germany. Not many of us knew there was a Münster in France. I hope you voted today, Tom. And I hope you voted for the right person. Morning, great footage this year. Hope everyone has a safe and fast day on the hill, don't we all? Zetec Inside Motorsport. Zetec, great engines. Bom dia, Chris. Bom dia, Eric Humphreys. Are you in Portugal? I guess you are. The Firestorm has the best sound, if not the best body. Are you talking about Alex or talking about the car? That's influential Gurning. Good name. Firestorm, certainly, the XD engine has an incredible engine note. A sort of, we don't know, it almost sounds supercharged, but when it comes up the hill, watch out and listen out for the noise of the Firestorm. Adrian Passman, good morning from Jersey. Thank you for a good day's racing yesterday. Looking forward to today's racing and great commentary. Thanks, Adrian. I will accept compliments. If it's brickbats, I don't take any notice. Tom Brown. Is that Tom? No, it's not. It's nor is it a Malik. It's the Tigger. It's the Tigger with its Peugeot engine. So I think the screen will show a different car. Unless Thomas cashed a drive, no, it won't be, because this car already has 2 drivers. We can't be right all the time. 99.5%. This is an interesting car. It's a little Tigger Formula Super Ford, which permitted slick tires and wings, and wasn't as popular as basic Formula Ford, but provided a lead-in for race drivers to experience driving on slick tires and downforce, and I think was superseded by Formula Vauxhall. Yeah, it's Robin Johnson in the Tigger company, started and run by Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley. So people like to say Tiger, but actually it really is Tigger, because Tim and Howden ran the company and produced lots of racing cars. Particularly, they produced a number of World Endurance cars, which was successful in long-distance racing. Robin Johnson and Joe McCrell enjoying having a sort of retirement hobby in this little Tigger. Here is Tom sharing Dad's Malik Mark 17, his own having to be withdrawn due to an oil leak. I said to his father, Richard, well, why don't you put a cork in it? He said, no, you can't. It's from the back of the crankshaft. His car is he's just bought it from France. And it doesn't have a standard pushrod engine, it's got fuel injection, so he's having to put it back onto carburetors. But Tom, I didn't see what Richard's time was. Yes, I did. It is 45.86. What's Tom done? He's done a 44.47, so at the moment he's holding the £5 note. Now we are into our competition runs, the first class runs for today, and kicked off by David Garnett in the Renault Clio, appropriately in the French Racing Blue, but without the white stripes down it. And these, I say this every time, just switch off if you heard it 300 times, but it's a great way of starting hill climbing in a hot hatch, and the Renault Clio is one of the most popular. Although we've now got a number of people competing in the new Toyota Yaris GB, including one of them which has got the modifications for circuit racing, and that's a very rapid little car, and everybody, all the journalists who road tested it, absolutely fall in love with it. So David Garnett rounds semicircle and finishes his climb in 53.91. He's followed by David Wilson in this very rapid 1.9 litre Peugeot 205, which was the king of hot hatches for a long time, available in 1600 and 1900cc engine, and a bit of a reputation for disappearing backwards through the hedge if you overcooked it, but that was all part of the fun. So David Wilson heads for semicircle, such pretty countryside, and Simon Curtin has taken off in his Lotus Exige. I think Simon is a golf professional, ex-British golf champion, and finds hill climbing and golf similar in the sort of mental concentration you need for each sport. The Exige, as I'm sure you know, is the fixed head and much higher performance version of the Lotus Elise. This one with the 1800cc engine, which probably means it's the Rover K series engine. Lotus Elise and Exige stopped production the end of last year, and the new range from Lotus, which is gradually being announced, is sensational. Much more upmarket and much more expensive than Colin Chapman's basic little sports cars, the Allan, for example, the Europa and the Elise. But the one that's now beginning to be produced, the Emira, is a beautiful car fitted either with I think a 2-litre Toyota 4-cylinder or a 3.5-litre Toyota V6 in the back. But let's hope we get one or two of those competing in hill climbs soon. Time for the Mazda Roadster, which we just missed, 52.87. That was Robin Holden. This is Robert Marwood in another Renault Clio. It's a 172, which I think it was the first of the Clio hot hatches to be numbered. We had 172, 182, 192, and 197 David Warner Scott, and we'll see that in a second or two. Interesting, different lines through the S's. Some people try and straighten it up as much as possible. Some of them take a sweeping late entry into the last left-hander, as Sir Robert Marwood did, but he's done a very quick time. 48.96 is excellent in today's conditions. Here's Dave Warner with a bit more power in the 197. He was pretty much of the straight it up, take it straight through as much as you can. Let's see what it does for his time. Not really comparable, 51.86. So that 48.96 of Robert Marwood is the first run in this class in the 40s today. Now we've got an early-ish golf, a Mark II Golf GTI in the hands of James Hudson. he's a member of the sweep it late into Tom Roke corner, rather than straightening the S-bends up as much as possible. Now Isabella Lawrence, in a fairly early, well, 2003 Renault Clio, so that's probably a 172 or 182. Time coming up for the Golf in the hands of James Hudson. The clock's still running, and that probably means we might get a red flag, because James Hudson should have finished by now, and yet the clock is still running. So if he's finished, yeah, something happened at semicircle, but he's finished. I think it's a clock problem, because Isabella, let's see if the clock stops for her, which it doesn't yet. So I think we've got a timing gear problem, which means the meeting will have to stop for a second or two while that gets fixed. Meantime, we're enjoying seeing the Lotus Elise of Jonathan Langmead with the hardtop up and a 50.37. So it looks as if the timing gear has recovered, but it means that Isabella and James are going to get a rerun. They'll come straight down the return road into the paddock and be ushered up to the start line as quickly as possible. First of our Mini Cooper S's of the BMW era in the hands of John Armory. He's sharing this car. He's not in the programme, so he must be a late entry, number 38 at 738, but we'll catch up with who he's sharing with in a while. Mini Cooper S with a 1600 engine. Am I right in thinking it's a fairly early one? Which will have, if it is, it's got the supercharged little 1600 engine that I think the engine was built in Mexico in the early minis. It's a 2005, so it is a fairly early Mini. But the little Mini Cooper S is a fun little hot hatch to chuck around the lovely English lanes, annoying everybody. But slightly more upmarket is the Cayman, particularly the GT4, with its 3.8 litre mid-engine, flat six engine of course, but ahead of the rear axle, unlike the 911, which has its flat six engine way out of the back. But handles well nevertheless. But the Cayman, A, is pretty, and B, has, in most people's opinion, better handling than the 911. And here's a rare car, although we've got two of them, I think, competing here today. Certainly this one is Rodney Isles. Now, Rodney was a great motor racing sprint champion, i.e. like hill climbs, but on a flat track, or often sprints were one lap of a racing circuit. And this is the Alfa 4C, very pretty Alfa Romeo with a all aluminium 2 litre engine, mid-engine, handicapped from a sales point of view by road tests describing its handling as rather wayward. It wanted to dodge down the camber, and the silly thing was that was very easily fixed by suspension experts in this country, and they got it right, and it was a very cheap fix, but Alfa Romeo never did. You wonder sometimes, as a long-time Alfa Romeo owner, I wonder, they tend to launch a car and then never really develop it and develop the bugs out of it. Rodney did a 48.07 in the Alfa. Simon Tarling is just finishing with a 51.37, and we focus on Tony Adams in another Cayman, but a much more standard Cayman with the 3.4 litre engine. I've just had the music of a flat 6 911, Peter Herbert off the line. We'll see him in a second or two, but in the meantime we're focusing on Tony Adams in the Cayman. Here's Peter in his I won't say early 911, but fairly venerable, but very quick 911. Tony's time 50.31. This guy's, as you can see on the screen, 3.6 litre flat six engine, not turbocharged or supercharged as far as I know. But Peter has competed in this car for many, many years and doesn't get slower. Let's see what his time is. 51.23. 51.23. So at the moment, the 48.07 of Rodney Isles in the Alpha seems to be leading the class. Where are we now? We're into MX5 country. We've got lots of MX5s competing in hill climbs. The world's best-selling sports car ever, and deservedly so. The MX5 is a delightful car to drive. The early ones, people say the early ones are the nicest to drive, but they gradually got more sophisticated, a bit quicker. And the latest one, which I think was launched about 3 years ago, people say that, funnily enough, it's in two versions, 1600cc and 2 litres. Lots of people say the 1600 is nicer to drive because it's a lighter engine. I don't have any personal experience. David Meek in the very rare Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. General Motors' attempt to have a more sporty image to compete with the Lotus Elise, but the funny thing was that the VX220 was built by Lotus in Hethel in Norfolk along, I think it was, don't know if it was on the same production line as the Elise, but shared the Elise's bonded aluminium chassis tub, but of course with the Vauxhall, a GM engine shoved in the back. Here's a rare car, the Xenos E10S of Christopher McDaid. Xenos aimed for very lightweight and a good power to weight ratio, so it's a nimble little car, but I have to confess I don't know a great deal about Xenos as a company, but I do like the look of this little E10S. Christopher McDaid gets in the 40s, he'll be pleased. 49.75, that's a good run. Now we've got Ian Richards. He's sharing the Clio, which we saw earlier in the hands of David Garnett. And I haven't got David's time on the screen at the moment, but it's a good battle between David Garnett and Ian Richards in this nice little Clio. Yeah, nicely using every bit of the road at Tom Road Corner, safely into semicircle, round the outside of semicircle, which is unusual, but it's a way of doing it, and it's a 53.29. Again, the same Cooper S that we saw earlier, this time in the hands of Christopher Morgan. And again, not named in the program, yes, but I've got the running order, and it's shown in the hands of John Armory. Drove it first, and now it's in the hands of Chris Morgan. And here is the Peugeot 205 again, shared car. Robert Wilson sharing with David Wilson. I should do. I'm not sure if they're brothers or father and son. I must find out the relationship. But it's a family battle anyway. Robert again using every inch of the tarmac available, the X into the S's, and records a good time under 50 seconds, 49.63. Here's one of the new Toyota GR Yaris cars, such a sensational little car, in the hands of ex-hill climb champion Roger Moran. And Roger gave up championship hill climbing some time ago. His son Scott, of course, is 6 times champion. He took up classic rallying, enjoyed that in the winter time, but it's now back on the hills in this rinky-dink little Toyota GR Yaris. And Roger is always quick and smooth, 51.43. Now Subaru Impreza in the hands of James Dockery, showing the advantage of flat 4 turbocharged with lots of power, but also four-wheel drive. So often Subaru Impreza drivers pray for a wet hill climb, and they shoot off the start with a minimum of wheel spin. Here's Ian Fido, another experienced long-time hill climber, again in a Toyota Yaris. The Subaru in James Dockery's hands is finished with a 49.91. Again, under the 50-second mark is pretty good. Let's see how Ian Fido can compare his time with the 51.43 of Roger Moran. No, Roger's quicker. 53.31 for Ian Fido. 26 is the Volkswagen Golf in the hands of James Hudson. Yeah, did he? Was he one of the victims of the timing gear problem? I think he was. So this is his first run, setting a time. Same happened to Isabella, didn't it? I haven't seen her having her second go at a timed run. 50.4 for James. He might be a bit miffed to be 4/10 over the 50-second mark. Here is Isabella, I think. No, it's not. It's Phil Fisher in a Subaru Impreza WRX. That's the World Rally WRX version of the Impreza. Fairly early Impreza from 2004, but these WRXs, their value is shooting up all the time because not many left in excellent condition like this one is. Phil finishes with a 57.02. You don't have to have your GR Yaris in white. Here's the red one in the hands of Allan Mansfield. I think there's a 2-year waiting list for this car nowadays, and if you're lucky enough to have one, a friend of mine has got one. He's been offered far more than the brand new price for his car because lots of people would like to get their hands on one without waiting a couple of years. First of our Caterhams is Ray Law in the well-known Super Sprint that he's sharing with Joy Hoyle, with its just over 2-litre Vauxhall engine. Ray is a lecturer at Oxford University and a long-time hill climber, always in Caterhams. Immaculate line, not using all the road out of Tom Rote for Ray. And can he get it under 50 seconds? Not quite, 50.6. Here's an interesting car. This is the AMS Motaya kit car. You buy the kit and it's got Subaru Impreza mechanicals, engine, gearbox, suspension, transmission, so four-wheel drive, but of course a much lighter car than the standard steel-bodied Impreza with its fiberglass body. And we've seen John Pick in this car for a number of years and always admired it. His place is taken by Jonathan Flesher, but John did a 51.3 in the AMS. Here's Jonathan Flesher in the 1-litre Caterham 7. That means probably it's got a 1-litre Honda Blackbird engine. Very interesting. Lots of people competing in hill climbs with Caterhams and Westfields. Chuck away the road car engine and pop in a motorcycle engine, but not chain drive, of course. 4.5 with a drive shaft taken from the motorbike engine gearbox back to a Quaife or so differential at the back. But still, of course, with the motorcycle 4.5 gear change. And Jonathan Flesher made a very quick time, leading the class, I think, with a 47.43. We're watching Peter Lethbridge. No, he's finished in 51.39. We're watching Anthony Shearman in a very rapid Caterham, the 310R, with its 1600cc engine. It was always a very quick version of the Caterham. You could have, well, you still can have versions of the Caterham from basic, even with a 3-cylinder engine, right up to Caterhams that are immensely fast. 51.34 for Tony Shearman. And we're watching Jerry Neary. Like Ray Lord, Jerry has competed in this Westfield for a long time and very successfully. Look at that roll cage, that'll keep you safe. And into and out of semicircle. But here's an interesting car. This is the Lotus Exige, but with the V6 Toyota engine in the hands of Robbie Birrell. So it's the Lotus Exige V6 Cup. Just about the most powerful version of cars with the Elise riveted and glued tub, which was just a revolutionary way of producing chassis for sports cars developed by Lotus. Everyone thought, people were suspicious that it would come unglued, but it never did. He's finished with a 48.41, that's a good time. He's followed by Steve Garner in, I think, a Vauxhall-powered Westfield. The exhaust comes out of the left-hand side, it's probably Vauxhall. Steve Garner, lots of experience in this car. And guess what? We've got another, well, it's the same. It's the one that Roger Moran drove just now. This is Samantha Lester in the GR Yaris. Time for Steve Garner, 48.17 on the line. The most outrageous Hillman imp you'll ever see. Watch and listen to this amazing, I don't know how much is original imp, but traction control off the line. It's Eric Murray in the 1 litre imp, so it's still got the 1 litre Coventry Climax based engine that the imp always had, but very different. Lightweight body, suspension tied down very tight. It's immensely quick. I would be surprised if this is not in the 40s, well into the 40s. Got so much power, it smoked up one of the rear tyres out of Pardon. Same again. Wow, out of Tom Roke corner. Yeah, 48.16. It's really quick. Granny in her Hillman imp on the way to Tesco wouldn't recognise it. But this is another quick car. This is the Vauxhall Nova of Phil Tucker. We don't have many Vauxhall Novas. We have a few on the hills. This one very much modified, very quick. I don't think it's road registered, but I could be wrong. And here's a car we might have seen before, because Andrew Russell has been competing in this Ginetta, I would say, for at least 20 years, maybe more. And it's always immaculate and immaculately driven. It too has the Hillman imp engine sticking out the back, a nice light engine, bored out to 1120cc. And this was from the days when Ginetta were run and owned by the Walclett brothers, but now they've moved on to much bigger things, including running lots of race series, including Ginetta Junior for 14-year-olds. 50.81 for Andrew. I mentioned Joy Hoyle, who's sharing the Caterham with Raymond Law. Here she is, and Joy has been competing in Caterhams for many years. People will remember her bright pink one, which she shared with embarrassed male co-drivers who wore sunglasses, I think, when they drove in. But she's very quick and always an extremely neat driver. I don't think she'll be under the 50 mark. Here's the Mortaya again, this time in the hands of Mark Lawrence. 51.6 for Joy. On the line is Dylan Flesher, off the line. 2.57 for the first 64 feet. Mark Lawrence has nearly finished his climb. He's out of the S's and up to semicircle. But we've got a very interesting car coming up after the Dylan Flesher in the Caterham. This is the one with the 1 litre bike engine. Off the line, Andy Fraser in the amazing Aston Martin Vantage, which he and his co-driver have developed. They had an earlier one, which had a slightly bigger engine, I think, but was ex-GT4 racing. This one built specifically for hill climbing, using a body shell that they got from ProDrive, and it's much lighter than their previous car. I think this one emerged 2 years ago, and it initially wasn't quicker than their previous Aston Martin, but gradually they're developing this car and getting quicker and quicker. We've got a time for Dylan Flesher in the Honda-powered Caterham, the 47.71. Now watch this. This is Damien Bradley. This Subaru Legacy has an engine producing north of 800 horsepower. It's immensely quick. It got second place in last year's Brighton Speed Trials. It has massive power, and Damien, as well as being an extremely skillful engineer, is an extremely skillful driver. He competed in this car at the Masters Championship meeting down in Portugal at the end of last year, and really impressed the European entrants there. 44.5. That's immensely quick for Damien. Richard Jones's 911 is an L reg. That's, what is that? That's about 93, I think. So with its little whale tail at the back, rather like the original Carrera RS. But this is a nice early 911, and it's quick. He'll be, I think, well under the 50-second mark, Richard. 48.66, good run. Back to Cayman. This is Duncan Andrews. Now his is a 3.9 engine. It's producing massive power, well over, I think, 500 horsepower. Much modified. I don't think it's road registered, so all sorts of modifications. Doesn't have to be noise limited, but a quick run of 47.09. Peter Turnbull's got a 997 Cup, predecessor to the GT3 911, but with a 3.6 litre unblown flat six engine in the back. This has always been another very rapid version of the 911. Peter giving the barriers, treating the barriers at the S's with a great deal of respect, despite which he'll be well under the 50-second mark. Indeed, a good run, 47.15. Paul Howells, this is the RSR, this is the early version of what became the GT3 with its flared wheel arches, huge amount of power from the RSR 3.8 litre engine. This was really the top of the Porsche range in its day, which in its day was way back in the late 70s, I think. So my money is on Paul being maybe under 45 seconds in this Porsche. Round semicircle and 42, 43. Yeah, 44.83. What a good run. Great. Quickest, not quite matching Damien Bradley's time in the Legacy. That was a 44.50, but for an elderly Porsche, pretty good. Talk about elderly and modified. This is the E-Type. This is car number 75, not in the program, but it's the much modified E-Type Jaguar. Got a slight problem with the driver's helmet. It's mandatory in many of these cars to have a neck brace, but I don't think in sports cars you do. This is Hayden Spedding. 4.2 litre E-Type, much modified, making all the right straight six E-Type noises. Good start for an E-Type, 2.44 off the line, 60 miles an hour around bridge. This puts into perspective the 110 or so miles an hour that the top class racing cars achieve at the bridge speed trap. Another powerful car leaves the line. You'll have heard it. Is Steve Moore's Mitsubishi Evo 6, turbocharged 2.3 litres, massive power, 700-ish horsepower. But we'll just watch Hayden Spedding, 51.29. That's a quick run for an E-Type, even though it's modified. Now let's watch the Evo 6. Huge battles in the rally scene between the Mitsubishi Evos and the Subaru Imprezas. All with four-wheel drive, of course, and it's a time of 44.69 for Stephen Moore. Again, doesn't quite match the Legacy, but pretty good. Richard Price's Caterham, car number 80, leads off Class D, modified specialist production cars. Which I think means why the reason they're in Class D is they're not road going, they're not road registered, so permit much more modification. Richard Price, very good time, 43.07. Phil Goff in a Caterham with a Hayabusa 1300 engine. Not sure, I don't think it's supercharged or turbocharged. How many gears in the gearbox? 6 or 7, I guess. Richard Price 43.07, we saw that. Phil Goff heading for the finish, be a 48-ish, I should think. 47.61. Now Ben Fisher, I think it's a Vauxhall engine and it's not happy. I think it left the line on 3 of its 4 cylinders. Have a listen if you're here and see if you share my view, but it's not quick and it's not happy. That's bad luck. Bit of paddock fettling needed before the second runs. Timothy Higgins on his way in another Vauxhall powered Westfield. Rather like starting with a hot hatch, starting with a Caterham or a Westfield is what lots of future champions have done. And then maybe into a single-seater with a 1600 engine, and then gradually graduate up to the unlimited racing car class. from which our champions pretty much almost always come. So Tim Higgins, should be under 50 seconds. It is 48.7, good time. Phil Cook, long-time hill climber, great engineer in the Superlight with a 1585 bike engine, Hayabusa, I'm pretty sure. And Phil is always quick, very light car, taking as much weight out of it as possible. But then, of course, running the big steel roll cage. Nevertheless, it's a rapid time. I think that's the quickest competition time we've had today, 42.8 for Phil Cook. Simon Jenks in a similar car, but I'm not sure if it's bike engined. He's run happily round Ed Torres. Andrew Griffiths stalls his Hayabusa on the line, but his rear axle didn't cross the line, so he can be wheeled back to have another go. Meanwhile, we're focusing on Simon Jenks, which I think is going to be a quick round, 40 seconds round, semicircle. Yeah, 43.61. That's a really good run in Class D. What can Andrew Griffiths do? Another one with a Hayabusa engine. He calls himself Andrew John Griffiths with the John in brackets. I don't know if that means he prefers to be called John. Anyway, he's going fine in the Hayabusa powered Caterham. Pure racing version. Wow, almost overcooked it in the S's, gathered it all together. Similarly, on the way out of the S's, suffering a degree of oversteer, which didn't manifest itself at semicircle, so he achieved a 41.96. By some margin, the quickest so far in Class D. Where's Ash Mason? Ash is always very quick, ex-Bentley engineer. Developed this car himself over a number of years, gets quicker and quicker. Ash is an excellent driver, always looked after Bentley's classic racing cars, and it's a 41.41. So at the moment, Phil Cook is quickest with a 42.8, but it's a very close run class. Here's the Aston Martin, this time in the hands of Tim Painter, and it's going very slowly now. Why? I hope it isn't suffering a malady of some sort, but I suspect it is. So Tim might crawl up to the top of the hill, or he might... No, he's not going to turn around and go back down to the paddock. But on the line is the Legacy again, this time in the hands of Steve Darley, and he's being held on the line while the Aston crawls its way up to the top. So a bit more paddock fettling. Hopefully the Aston will come out in full song this afternoon. Now let's watch this incredible Legacy with which was a very quick climb. So Steve Darley in the Legacy. Did a 43.88. That's quick. Tom Price, again Hayabusa powered Caterham, sharing with Richard Price. Oh, a spin. Did he manage to keep it out of the Armco? It's a red flag now. I think he clouted the barrier. We might get a replay. We tend not to replay until we're sure that the driver is okay. Mike West in the Fisher Fury, red flagged, and he will probably coast back to the paddock and get a rerun when the course is clear. Clerks of the course hasten up to the scene of the accident in their road car. Usually the ambulance gets summoned to join up. It's not ominous. It's part of the routine that if a car goes off and collides with something, as a matter of precaution, we get the ambulance up there as quickly as possible. Are you at Prescott? We are. Tag us in your... Oh, are you? This isn't... this is an incoming. This is an outgoing. Tag us in your tweets using hashtag hillclimb, and we will read some of them out. Yes, do. The more the merrier. Thanks, Richard. Good post. While it's quiet, we are celebrating here at Prescott this weekend the life and the achievements of a very courageous woman, Joy Rainey, who was a long-time competitor and didn't allow her very small stature to stop her doing anything. Her father was a great engineer, and Joy would turn her hand just about to anything, and I competed against her in the 2-litre racing car class. She had a much modified pill beam. She was only about 3 foot tall, and so the pedals were very near her. She and her father came over to this country from Australia, and Murray Rainey, her dad, competed in a lovely Alfa Romeo 8C that he'd built up himself, and a 6C as well. He had a Cooper, which Joy subsequently hill climbed as well. But her greatest claim to fame was that she drove a 1904 Oldsmobile coast to coast in the United States, started in, I think, in Los Angeles, didn't go across to New York. They went down to Florida to recognize where Mr. Olds, who started the Oldsmobile company, started his business. But with her, she was accompanied by Mark Riley, and at lunchtime we might well play an interview with Mark about Joy, but she was a great character, undaunted in everything she did, and she drove the Oldsmobile, 1904 Oldsmobile, all the way across the States. I think it took them 20 days or so, and of course they pre-booked all their motels. Looks as if Tom Price is okay, so the ambulance will retreat back into the slot halfway around the S's. Let's hope I'm right. See what happened. Oh wow, yeah, charged into the S's and clouted the Armco with the rear of the car. So we'll just make sure that that Tom is okay. Mike West, did we see what he did? He probably drove slowly up to the top of the hill and then down the return road to the paddock. So he gets another run, of course. Healy, 106. Good morning from Market Bosworth. Prescott and competition looking fabulous. You should be here, Mr. Healy. Nice picture of your 106. But Market Bosworth is a very nice town. Benjamin, good evening from Melbourne, Australia. Lovely city of Melbourne. What a fantastic way to finish off the weekend, watching some fantastic coverage from Prescott. Well, we've got another 7 hours to go, Benjamin, so you might well have a sleepless night, but you can sleep at your desk tomorrow when you're at work. Holistic Zen, hello from Scotland, watching and cheering on Stuart Sugden. First time racing here, yeah, and doing fine. I think Javier, good morning from Spain. Buenos dias. It's nice to watch these beautiful cars. Thanks for the good YouTube coverage. Yeah, it's been the sensation of last season and this season. Well, actually, we started live streaming during the lockdown in 2020, but it's given lots of people a good idea of what hill climbing is all about. Previously, if I told someone that my hobby was hill climbing, oh, that's good. Tom's can wheel the Caterham back down. People, I said, my hobby is hill climbing. They had pictures of me slogging up hills in muddy boots, or indeed bouncing up and down on a special car to try and get to the top of a muddy hill. Well, that's known as sporting trials, and that's a winter sport. No, speed hill climbing is all about speed, from start to finish as quick as you possibly can. It's a very pure form of motorsport. It's a very early form of motorsport. And there are no excuses. If you can't blame other drivers for getting in your way. And the great thing is you're, in many ways, you're competing against yourself, trying to improve the car, trying to improve upon your former personal best. And it's a very interesting relationship with the other people in your class. It's a very friendly sport, hill climbing. I did a bit of circuit racing and was astonished how aggressively people were competing, and they would do what they could to do down their fellow class members. I'm sure that's not true of all circuit racing, but certainly it tends to apply if a championship is involved. In hill climbing, if your car is in trouble, your competitors in your class will gather around and do what they can to help you, or even if it's a terminal, to lend you, a co-drive in their car. Paul Lejean, good morning. Bonjour from sunny Guernsey. I can't tell you how great to see a live stream. Brilliant coverage, great informative commentary. Thanks for that. We can't wait to host British Hill Climb Championship on our island on the 16th of July. Yeah, every year the competitors in the Hill Climb Championship take the ferry over to Jersey and Guernsey, the Channel Islands, Bouilly Bay and Les Val de Terre, two great venues on the public roads for hill climbs. And if you're holidaying in either of the Channel Islands, Guernsey or Jersey, make sure you're there the weekend of the 16th of July and share your holiday with some great hill climbing. Doug G. Hi all, MAC member, looks great at Prescott. Nice camera coverage and commentary. See you all at Shelsley in 2 weeks. Good, we will, Doug. Shelsley is not being live streamed this year, so you have to come in person. Good picture, Andy. You've got your makeup on again. I can no longer travel to spectate, so coverage like this is awesome. Thank you all so much. Thanks for that, Andy. I'm sure that's not you in the picture. So Mike West brings the Fisher Fury back to the paddock, and he'll be invited up to the start line as soon as possible. Do please keep your messages coming, particularly if you're long distance away. We've had, the first time we live streamed, we had a nice comment from a guy on an oil tanker off the coast of Fremantle in Australia. We hoped that he wasn't responsible for steering the tanker. I don't think he was. Guten Morgen. Good morning from Germany. Tom Rentom. Wie geht's dir? Good day from Sydney, Australia. Allan, hi. Thank you to all for the fantastic coverage. Don't stay up all night, Allan. Well, set the recorder going and you can watch it tomorrow. Ramsey Racing Morning, all from sunny Scotland. Great footage as always. Thanks for that. It is Rich Danby, Eleanor and Steve on the camera have developed the live stream enormously with wonderful pictures, many more cameras on the hill. When we first started live streaming from Prescott, we could only have cameras as far as the entry to the S's, so we missed out on the S's on semicircle and finish, but 3 or 4 more cameras in fixed positions, and Steve is manning the camera at Ettores. So the next picture you'll see is from Steve at Ettores, and the car is a very interesting RCM Suzuki. I think it's a unique car with a Suzuki 1300 engine behind Mark Puddle. I don't think he built it. He, as far as I can remember, he bought it from the builder. He was going well, might well be under the 50-second mark. Interesting car follows. Grant Sinclair in the Space Frame Imp, which actually is a Space Frame racing car with a lightweight fiberglass Imp body plonked on top of it. We've got a time for Mark Puddle of 46.15, well under the 50-second mark. But meanwhile, we're focusing on this Maguire Space Frame Imp. Not much original Imp, not even the windscreen, I don't think. But there was a racing class, wasn't there, for silhouette cars. Lots of old Formula 5000s had Skoda bodies grafted onto them. Most of them have been returned to original single-seater form. Here's Mike West having his rerun in the Fisher Fury, and Grant Sinclair, his time was 51.86 in the so-called Imp. Keep an eye on Fisher Fury. Another interesting rear-engine car on the start line. We'll see in a second or two. I think here it is. It's Martin Watts in the Silver Riot. Silver make a big wide range of kit cars. This is, I think, their only rear-engine version. This is the Silver Riot with its 1-litre bike engine behind Martin. I think it's a Honda Blackbird engine, probably. It had a slight overcook at Ettores, but no drama. Just cost him maybe half a second or so. And heads for the finish. 46.47. Now look at this on the line. This is the most amazing pill beam. It's a one-off pill beam. Mike Pilbeam, after building lots of hill climb cars, also built some Le Mans cars, but they had a space frame chassis. This one was commissioned from Mike Pilbeam to have a carbon fiber tub. Mike Sidgwick, I think, was the original owner, now in the hands of Bob and Robert Penrose, father and son, not with a 4-litre Judd in the back, but with 7.5 litres of racing Chevy V8, producing well over 700 horsepower, so much power that it's dropped a bit of its bodywork in the way into Ettores. This is their first outing with this car, so they're getting used to having plenty of muscle under their right foot. Handles nicely, they say, not scary to drive, but I'm not sure they've used full throttle yet, and we'll find out what fell off. I don't think it was anything vital, and Bob takes it over the line with a 50.19, progressively getting quicker. And on the line, Mike Luck in his Chimera, much modified for circuit racing. He's had lots of success on the circuits with this car, and this is his first hill climb ever, as far as I know, but a much modified 5-litre V8 rover-powered Chimera. And Mike is progressively getting quicker, sorting out his gears into Ettores. There's a driving school 6 times of the year here at Prescott. If you want to fettle your skills or learn the skills of hill climbing, the Prescott Driving School is a great way to do it. All your runs are recorded, got extremely experienced and skillful tutors to give you some feedback, and everybody who does it says what an enjoyable day it is. And dates for the driving school are in your program if you're here with the program. Mike Luck 50.66. And here's another pretend mini. It's the Mini Evo, which actually is a hill climb Evo with a 2.5 litre engine with a sort of mini body glued onto it, but not sure which part of it is mini. Maybe one of the door hinges. But it's a fun hill climber car. 46.1 for Allan McDonald. Now here's a nice car. This is the Lola T492, which was built for Sports 2000, but for a number of years in the hands of Graham Lokes, it's sporting a 3.2 litre flat 6 Porsche engine, making all the right noises and giving Graham enough power to concentrate the mind, and always drives it neatly and quickly. He'll be in the mid-40s, I think. Indeed, 46.59. Now Richard Weaver, who lots of people will know from Shelsley, from the rescue truck at Shelsley, decided to sell the truck, and he and his son Tom started hill climbing last year, or maybe just in 2020 in a Formula Ford, but for this year they are sharing, new to them, an OMS Hornet in the 1 litre class, 1100 class, with its 1 litre bike engine, probably Honda Blackbird. And Tom competed in the Formula Ford at the Masters Championship meeting down in Portugal in the autumn, and was sensational and got a special prize, well deserved. So we'll keep an eye on Richard's time. Well, he's finished with a 45.77. Now here's Rob Clarke with the early Empire Evo 00, but again with the 1 litre engine. And that means that we're now in Class I, racing cars from 600cc up to 1100. And the Empire Evo in the hands of Rob Clarke sets the time with a 41.73. On the line is Gavin McLaren. Getting a racing car off the line is not easy. It's trickier than you imagine. They don't have flywheels, and if you use too many revs, you sit there with lots of wheel spin. So getting the revs right, as Gavin did at his second attempt, and produced a 64 foot time of 2.42, which is fine. Speed under the bridge 66. Time for Rob Clarke 41.73. We saw that earlier. I don't think Gavin is going to match that, but it's a very competitive class. We've got Mark Schlanker in the Force HC, David Tatham in his OMS Hornet. Had a bit of trouble yesterday, but let's hope it's all fixed for today. I have a feeling that Gavin is new to this OMS, and so finding the way up Prescott to record a 48.87. Richard Walker is quick in his OMS, built up in Yorkshire by Steve Owen and his gang, who have produced a large number of hill climb cars, both with space frames and carbon fibre tubs. This, I think I'm right in saying, Richard's car is one of the first carbon fibre OMSs. 46.04. Currently, Rob Clarke's 41.73 leads the way in this class. This will be a quick run, though. This is Martin Turner in the Evo 2. This will be in the low 40s, I think. Indeed, 41.84, just a tenth or so behind Rob Clarke, but a good run by Martin Turner. Now here's Richard Matossion, who's taken on the GWR Raptor, which was a sensation in the hands of Rob Kenrick, who put the wind up the big class very often in this 1 litre BMW powered Raptor built up in Scotland by Graham White Jr. Richard is having his, I think, only his first or second meeting, and so getting used to the we've missed it. So Richard, I think, must have finished. He has with a good time, 41.51. That's very good. That's taken the lead in this class, and we focused on James Moore spinning his Empire 00. That, I think, is the Raptor, or is it? No, I think it's James. No harm done, car okay, driver okay, but taking a slow run up the hill to clear the track as quickly as he possibly can. Good lad. As Gilles Villeneuve used to say, if you ain't spinning, you ain't trying. Tom Renton again from Germany. For your information, Prescott Speed Hill Climb is available for sim racing game Assetto Corsa. Yeah, thanks for that. So you can try and beat the times from your idol. Danke, Tom. Das ist wahr. You could go online and pick up Prescott. It's newly been developed. It's still being developed, but it's amazingly accurate, both from the scenery point of view and the hill. So if you want to try a sim hill climb, thanks for Tom for letting us know. Same applies at Shelsley. So James Moore has completed his run, and hope he has more luck this afternoon in his second run. He is followed by Nigel Pitt, shoestring racing. Well, we all did that. In a carbon fibre tubbed OMS 3000, but again with a 1 litre engine behind the driver. Chain drive, of course. A number of the bike engine cars in the 1600 class are shaft drive to a differential at the back, and I asked one of the drivers why, because surely the chain and solid rear axle is or even with a differential, is a lighter solution. He said yes, but a shaft drive and a differential gives more flexibility, so a bit more reliability. 42.78 for Nigel Pitt. Clive Austin in the rebuilt or engine rebuilt engine Empire Wraith. The end of the 2020 season, Clive had the engine go off song, very much off song, and so last year was a rebuild year of refettle and rebuild of the engine. Nice to see the car back out again. Clive once allowed me to drive his McLaren up Prescott, which was a real treat. McLaren road car, of course, rather than a Can-Am car. So Clive is getting back into the swing of Empire Wraith driving with a 41.04, takes the lead in this class. We hand over to Pete Tathan. Pete had a tragic event yesterday. His own car caught fire in the paddock, and it was very dramatic and very unfortunate. And so he's sharing this OMS Hornet with his brother. Let's hope Pete's own car is repairable without excessive difficulty and cost, but it didn't look good at all. So Pete has finished with a 43.96. Mark Schlanker is usually pretty quick in his Force HC. Force Moore's Company now in the hands of Ian Dayson. And later on you'll see in the 1600 class particularly a number of horse cars going really quickly. 44.33 for Mark Schlanker. Richard Summers is sharing with his son Felix, not in the DJ Firehawk. The DJ flew through a wobbly when they tried to start it, and it wouldn't, so they've dragged out the little Formula Ford car, and they're having fun sharing the Ford car, but they won't be fighting for the lead in this class. So time for Richard for the 878 Big Hill Climb family. Lindsay, Richard's wife and mum of Alex Summers, 2 brothers, all hill climbing. John McQuillan must be sharing the Fisher Fury. So we are back to a car that isn't in the programme. This is car number 90, the Fisher Fury, which we've seen quite a lot of because his co-driver had to have a rerun. Do you remember, was red flagged. On the line again, Robert Penrose, son of Bob, in this incredible MP92 Pilbeam. I don't think Mike Pilbeam is building cars anymore. I think Mike is well into his 80s, so can be excused for not wanting to spend his life building racing cars. Remember, this is the 7.3 litre Chevy engine in the back of the carbon fibre version of Pilbeam's Le Mans car, producing some 750 horsepower, but massive torque low down, as you can imagine. This is a genuine racing Chevy engine directly from the States that I suppose you would see in NASCAR truck racing in the States and hill climbing, Pikes Peak maybe. But Bob and Robert are, I think this is their first outing in this amazing car, and so it's going to take a bit of getting used to handling 750 odd horsepower. Safely up with a 49.17, so into the 40s for the Penrose family. Great. There's a car on the pre-start line. I think it's a Force, and they're having difficulty starting it. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. 2.51 off the start. Here we are back on line with Formula Fords with the characteristic very narrow body and chassis and very wide track. Formula Ford was a sensation. It has tended to lose a bit of its importance, but it was a great nursery ground for Grand Prix drivers. Johnny Herbert, I think, won the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Championship and led him into Formula 3000 and eventually into F1. This is Steve Morgan finishing with the 48.84. Good to get a Formula Ford under the 50-second mark. Looks as if Clive Austin is leading the up to 1600 racing car class I. Let's focus on the Formula Fords. Caroline Ryder with the slightly earlier Van Diemen from 1986, similar style to the previous car. And this was the car that was being fettled before, had to be pushed back from the pre-start line, is Tom Weaver, son, of course, of Richard Weaver, and Tom and Richard with the car new to them. It's the 1 litre OMS Hornet. So it's a father-son battle. I think Tom tends to be a bit quicker than Richard, 44.18. I don't have on my screen the time that Richard Weaver did. Tom is followed by Sarah Bosworth. Took a very late understeery entry into Ettores, but it worked. She got round. I had a horrible feeling that she might go straight on into the gravel, but no, Sarah knew what she was doing. And could well be under the 50-second mark. She is indeed with a 49.15. Good. We're watching Les Buck with the very rare Priget Mistral, made by Mr. Pringle and his partner. I think they made 14 of these cars for Formula Ford. And as far as I know, Les is the only one currently active in this country. But he's campaigned this car for a long, long time, and he is heading for the finish. We're watching Chris Warden in the Swift, 49.9 for Les. Chris Warden in the Swift. Formula Ford was the breeding ground for a number of little manufacturers who built cars. Some of them went on to bigger and better things, Reynard, particularly Van Diemen, but lots of them came and then fell by the wayside. Swift built lots of cars for for Formula Ford, Formula 3. I don't think they ever progressed beyond Formula 3 as far as I know, but Chris records a 51.85. Here's David Finley in an early Reynard. Adrian Reynard was a great racing car designer, is a great racing car designer. And certainly 1986 was the heyday, I think, of Formula Ford. They had to run a standard Ford Cortina, Ford Escort engine. They had to run on road tyres. They weren't allowed slicks or wings, but it was a great proving ground and great racing. So you learnt all the tricks of racing in a gaggle of cars and how to work your way past them. Lots of people can drive a circuit quickly. The real art is the art of overtaking. We're watching Carole Nicholls in the Nike, and it's called a Nike because her dad Ken built it and built lots of racing car frames. He was a brilliant producer of space frames. He was actually building a space frame on the day he fell off the twig and died, which is, I'm sure, is exactly what he would have wanted to do. And Carole has had this car for 6 or 7 years as a tribute to her dad, and good to see her. Here's Felix Summers. We saw Richard in this Formula Ford Van Diemen just now. So this is another family, well, there are two family battles because Lindsay and Alex are sharing the Firestorm. I don't think even Lindsay would. She's very quick and she's a great driver, but I don't think she would claim to be a challenge to Alex on time. 51.92 for Felix. Here's David Tatham in his own OMS Hornet, sharing today with his brother. Bit of oversteering out of Tom Roke corner, but here's the brand new Evo Empire 3. This is the first of the Empire 3s in the hands of the Greenen brothers, Andrew and Adam. They were feeling their way yesterday, having to get used to the car. They had a bit of trouble this morning, and so Adam and Andrew were busy fixing it, so I didn't interfere with them, but they are enjoying this. It's a big advance aerodynamically on the Evo 2, so this is the latest version of the Empire. Olivia Cooper was a star of the Masters meeting done in Portugal. She was the quickest lady driver in this Force TA, and I think all the British competitors who went down to Portugal for this meeting back in October last year all raved over it. They said it was such fun and they were treated so well by the hosts down in Braga in Portugal. And Olivia came back with a nice big medal. She records a 40.46. GW Raptor again, built up in Scotland by Graham Wright Jr., ex-hill climb champion, and his very small team, but produces incredibly strong lightweight cars to be powered by bike engines. But this one has got a 1600cc Hayabusa, presumably in the back of Steve Marr's version, and a good time of 40.09. We're heading towards times in the 30s. Can Les Much in his early Raptor, this is the first Raptor as far as I know, with a Hayabusa engine, and Les has got lots of experience. Could well be in the 30s. No, I think it'll be in the low 40s. Yeah, just 40.02. He'll be cross. He would love to have been in the 30s. Allan Warburton, sharing with son David in the Gould GR59 they've had for 3 years or so, has a really interesting transmission because the engine behind the driver, Hayabusa engine, is angled across the chassis a bit and down a bit, so the geometry of getting the differential, the shaft into the differential, is very complex, and it's really a work of art. But Allan, yeah, 39.71, first of our runs in the 30s, to be followed by Robert Kappa. I'm not sure if this is a new Empire Wraith, with its amazing aerodynamics developed by Willem Towett. Massive downforce from about 40 miles an hour, as you can imagine, with those huge wings fore and aft. Carbon fibre tub, of course. What can Robert do? He's looking for to beat Allan's 39.71. Doesn't do 41.8. Jason Tunnicliffe in the Evo, Empire Evo. I think the Evo 2 has a space frame rather than a carbon fibre tub, but I'm probably get shouted at by the Empire people. Slides it round semicircle, beautiful oversteery slide, and a 39.26 takes the lead in the class. What can John Stockley do? Force SF, which again I think stands for space frame. So in the recent years we've got lots of little manufacturers producing beautiful hill climb cars, very lightweight. Empire, Force, OMS of course. But John Stockley takes third place at the moment in the class with a 40.5, led by Jason Tunnicliffe, a good climb at 39.26. We're watching we're watching Gary Hill in his OMS achieve a 41.59 in the OMS. Now here's Rob Hanscom with, new to him, the Empire Evo, Rob's former car is still for sale, so if you want to get into a very competitive hill climb car, talk nicely to Rob. He's still getting the hang of Evo driving. But he's a experienced driver, uses every inch of the road at Tom Rope Corner, around the outside of semicircle to record a 42.96. Darren Gumley is always quick as well in the Little Force TA. On Wilson. So Darren chucks the car through the S's with abandon and with speed as well. We switch to Zach Zammit, who lives in Malta, flies over to drive his Empire Wraith in hill climbs as often as he can, was very much hindered by COVID and Malta was locked up, so we didn't see Zach for a while. The car was driven by other people. Has he lost his timing strut off the front? The flags are out. I have a feeling that that's why, but Zach is always quick. 37.71 hops into the lead of this class. I don't know if there will be a penalty if he's lost his timing strut. We shall know, but the red flags are out, presumably for that to be collected and returned to Zach in the paddock. So on the line, we've got Tom Morgan's Formula Ford, which he's sharing with Steve Morgan, brothers or father-son. Whatever fell off Zach's car has been recovered, so Tom starts the Formula Ford engine. Nice easy car to run, self-starter of course. It's a road engine, road tires. Off we go in his 1989 Van Diemen. I think that's the youngest Van Diemen we've got here at this meeting. So Tom rounding at Torres, heading for semicircle and for the S's. I have a feeling he's fairly new to this car, might well be wrong, but he heads safely up to semicircle and would love to be under 50 seconds, which he might be. Let's keep an eye on the clock. Yeah, 49.9, fine. Alex Coles with a Van Diemen from 3 years older. Classic Formula Ford. And the last of our Formula Ford runners will bring us to the 2-litre racing car class. We've had the 1600s, although we've still got one or two of the double drives to be completed. We're watching Alex Coles finishing with the Formula Ford, 48.35, good time for that. And we focus on Trisha Davis. Trisha sharing with husband Terry, who builds these delicious V8 motorbike engines. Well, V8 engines based on two motorcycle blocks and heads, and they're beautifully engineered. Of course, Terry has to produce a new bottom end and crankshaft for them, but he sells a few each year. And Trish is the works driver. She's got one in the back of this Reynard, reminding us of when Formula 3 wasn't a Dallara monopoly. You had Walsh, Reynard, all sorts of people. So Trisha's time 44.61. She'll be quite happy with that. Andrew Colbourne in a Van Diemen's. And it's not a Formula Ford, it's a Van Diemen, I think, Super Ford. So it's got slicks and wings, and it's got a 2-litre engine. And Andrew threads it neatly through S's and into semicircle. Fine, 43.85. Tim Davis, who used to share this pill beam, MP88, with Billy Morris for many years. Billy finally had to give up hill climbing at the age of, I think, 86 a couple of years ago, and he's not very well. And I spoke to Tim yesterday. He was hoping that Bill would be able to come and watch what's going on today, get driven here. So Billy, if you are here, greetings, and I hope you're enjoying your day. Tim, 41.67, good run. Now Jonathan Varley's Predator, this is an exquisite bit of engineering. It's got one of Terry Davis's 2-litre V8s in the back, but have a look if you can in the paddock at this car. It's a incredible effort of squeezing the engine and transmission into the back of this tiny car. When Jonathan first had it, he had the BDG in the back out of his former March car, but now it's got the full house V8 and records a 38.77. That's a good time for Jonathan. He would love to qualify for the championship runs just before lunch, but we're focusing now on Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28 fiberglass carbon fiber tub with the OMS 28 with the 1660 engine. If it was 1585, I would tell you it was a Hayabusa. Being 1660, it may well be, but we don't know. And have we got time for Lee? We have 32. What? No, that can't be right. It says 32.73 would have broken the record. No, it's been corrected. It was something's gone wrong with poor Lee Griffiths. Clock is still running. What's happened? I think he hasn't. It may be a timekeeping problem again, because Einon Price has finished his run but not given a time. I think we've got a glitch. Maybe a pigeon went and sat in front of the timing beam or something. We haven't got a red flag, but we have got we've got a car on the start line, but trying to start the engine. It's Richard Spedding in his Raptor with its blown Hayabusa engine, which produces getting on for 500 horsepower. And Richard, this is an immensely quick car and driver combination, but at the moment the engine doesn't want to play. No time recorded either for Lee Griffiths or Einon Price. So as soon as the timing gear is fixed again, they'll come back to the paddock. They finished okay, so no drama there, and we'll rejoin to have another go. Now, why won't Richard Spedding's car start? I'm afraid they're going to have to push it away and do some serious fettlage, so that'll go on the grass on the side of the track, or maybe we'll be wheeled back past the following car all the way to the back. I'm joined with a very distinguished gentleman in the commentary box, Nick Upton, chairman of Bugatti Owners Club. Excuse me while I stand up and curtsy. Richard, Tim, Nick, I hope you're well.
I'm indeed. I'm looking after the residents for lunch, so delighted to have everybody here today, a sunny day. And of course you've got Christopher in charge of the whole caboodle.
Who doesn't get a posh lunch with the VIPs.
Of course you can come and join me. I'm delighted. You're good company.
Nick, as well as doing a fantastic job as chairman of the club, is also a very amusing commentator, particularly at the vintage VSCC meetings. Now this isn't Richard Spedding online. They're still struggling to get Richard's car started. It's Stuart Sugden in a GWR Raptor. I think, oh, he spun it. That's a shame. No harm done at all. Keep it out of the gravel, Stuart. And he should stop until the marshals instruct him what to do, and I guess he's going to do the right thing, which is to cruise up the hill. He won't, I mean, the time will be recorded, but he won't take any notice of that. It'll be in the 90-second markets, but it's a harmless spin, and he's following the Gilles Villeneuve philosophy: if you ain't spinning, you ain't trying. But what caught a lot of people out yesterday was that the hill was still pretty green and pretty slippery, and a lot of our bikers fell off, fortunately without harm. A number of our cars went off, and so it was a very, very long day. I think we finished at 6:30. Let's hope things run more smoothly today. On the line, Liam Cooper. We saw Olivia in this car a few minutes ago. So Liam safely off the line with a 2.18, which is an excellent first 64 feet, and quick under the bridge. 93 for 1600 is going some. This is a Force TA that Liam and Olivia have competed in for a number of years in its pretty duck egg green. Clock is running, I'm pleased to say, and so is Liam. Fairly middle of the road through S's, treating the barriers with great respect. And it's a 41.02 for Liam. Now David Warburton, proudly sporting number 9, which meant he came 9th in the Hill Climb Championship last year, sharing, of course, with his dad Allan. And David really enjoying and chucking this GR59 with its such high tech, the one-piece tub from front to back. The only hole in the tub is to let the driver in. Engine and other components go in from underneath, and that gives the tub great strength. 37.62. David is quickest of all so far. Now what can Adam Greenen do? Well, this Empire 3 is new to them. It's their first outing in it. Might have done Logan Park a couple of weeks ago, I'm not sure. I don't think so. And it's always a great battle between Adam and his brother Andrew. Let's see what Adam can do. Slides it out of Tom Rote. Absolutely on rails, or if you like, well, wide rails. And it's a 38.76, that's great. Good run by Adam Greenen. On the line, Terry Davis. We saw Tricia in this car with the TKD engine built by Terry himself in the back of the Reynard Formula 3 car from 1991, from the great days when Formula 3 was a multi-make championship rather than a Dallara monopoly. I don't think there's any reason not to enter a different car, but of course everyone's given up making Formula 3 cars because Dallara are so experienced and so cost effective. Tricia, I think, was in the 43s, 44s. Terry is in the 41.96. Richard Alexander has got a 1300 engine in the Force, unblown. Guest Suzuki. Should be around the mid-40s, I think, for Richard. I might be maligning him, we'll see. He's followed by Ian Tucker in another OMS 28. OMS built, I'm not sure how many 28s they built, but in overall hill climb cars, they built well over 100. What time did Terry Davis do? 21.96. Ian Tucker on his way. Ian finishes in a 44.58, mid-40s. Now Kevin Broad is quick. This force was new to him, I think, year before last. Really loving it. Was a great competitor in Lotus. Kelvin had a single-seater Lotus in the Paul Matty class. Lots of pops and bangs from Ben Stephenson in the Empire Evo. Here he comes. Avoids spinning it at Ettores. Sparks. He's got the suspension tied down really tight. Kelvin 39.74. He'll be reasonably happy with that to be in the 30s. But Ben Stephenson, I think, will be even quicker in his Evo 2. He's using every bit of the road, hugging the inside fairly tight at semicircle. 38.15. I think quickest so far is David Warburton's 37.62. Simon Moyes is also, like David, in a Gould GR59 with a 1300 engine, but I imagine it's either turbocharged or supercharged. Simon and his dad been hill climbing for a long time. I think Simon's dad actually has retired from the sport, but they used to share and were always competitive. Simon would love to be in the low 30s, but I think it'll be 39.49. That's okay. Now Paul Hames is very quick in this turbocharged 1300 GR59. He was 7th in the Hill Climb Championship last year. Would love to climb up the ladder this year, and he's an extremely quick driver. The car is really the state of the art in hill climb cars, weighing about 400 kilos. And Paul told me he hasn't done anything to the car, no technical modifications to it over the winter. So I said, well, clearly you've got to lose a bit of weight. He said, well, that's the difficult thing. 37.17 pops Paul into the lead of the 1600 class. I beg his pardon, the 2 litre. No, I do mean 600, class J. I beg his pardon, class K. Cars up to 2 litres with forced induction. Here's Lynn Owen sharing with husband Steve. We've got a time for Paul Hayes. 37.17 takes the lead in his class. He was the last runner in class K2, Paul was, so he's leading that class in the first runs. Lynn Owen has finished with a 43.69. This is Bernard Kevill enjoying the OMS 28 with its 2.8 litre TKD engine. The first, actually, I believe the first engine that Terry Davis built. Good. Richard Spedding's Raptor. It has come to life, and he's very quick indeed. Would love to have a number in the first up to 10, i.e. to get in the top 10 of the British Hill Climb Championship. He's got about 500 horsepower under his right foot in this Raptor, and it's a 37.23, slightly behind Paul Hames, but he's in a different class, of course. We're in the, he's in the previous class, 142, in other words, racer cars up to 1600 cc. Sharing the car with Steve Marr. Now what have we got on the line? We've got Matthew Ryder in Sean Gould's GR59. with which Sean held the record here for a while. This year, Matthew and Will Hall are sharing this car, and it's going to be very interesting. Will, older and more experienced, Matthew young and extremely quick and highly skillful driver, but he's promoted himself up to 4-litre power rather than, I think he was in a 1600 car last season. So this is a car that can climb Chelsea in the low 35s, and Matthew, great first climb in 36.5, which on the hill as the surface, the condition it's in, is a great run. I'm expecting run-off times in the 35s, but in the meantime we've got Graham Wynne with another GR59 similar to the previous car, both sharing the 4-litre Judd engine, and Graham is sharing this car this year and last year with Scott Moran, who's won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. I keep saying that, but you can't repeat it often enough. He's so good in the GR61, which is now in honourable retirement, and he and Graham are still working, fettling the suspension of this car to get the handling right. So at the moment, I don't think it's matching times that Scotty put up in the GR61. But Graham really enjoying the partnership with Scott, 38.73. He'll be happy with that. Mrs. Summers, Lindsay. This is her car, and she shares it with son Alex, with which he achieved 2nd place in the Hill Climb Championship last year, and has held the record briefly here at both Prescott and Chelsea Walsh. I think one of our American viewers described Lindsay's performance at Chelsea last year as awesome, and it was awesome. She doesn't match Alex's time, but she's quick and safe, and records a 43.58. Here's an interesting car. This is Paul Crute. It's an OMS28, but with a 3-litre V6 Jaguar engine, modified, of course, to produce more power. Sort of 3-litre V6 that you would find in an X-type or an S-type Jaguar. And it's a heavy engine and not producing huge amounts of power, but it does produce a lovely noise and gives Paul a great deal of reliable enjoyment in this car. Records a 42.6, followed by Jack Cottrell in the DJ Cosworth with the 2650 IndyCar Cosworth XD engine. The front of the tub is based on a Dallara tub, but the majority of the car is DJ, and they've spent a lot of time developing this car, Dale Quigley and his team. And Jack initially shared it with his dad, but last year has been driving it solo and is really getting the hang of it. 38.88, respectable time from Jack Cottrell. He's followed by a car from the previous class. This is Paul Alexander in the Force PC with its 1300cc engine, which he's sharing with, I think, brother Richard. Very good start, 2.1. Just about 2G of acceleration, 1G of acceleration off the line, like jumping out of a skyscraper window, which you don't want to do very often. Better to do it in a hill climb car. Under the bridge at 83, Paul rounding Ettores safely. Dust threw up a little bit of dust, may have been a little bit wide on the first swerve out of Ettores. No harm done. Don't think it needs sweeping. And it'll be in the low 40s for Paul Alexander with a 42.19. brings us to Steve Owen. Ryoko is near the finish in a white hoodie. We'll look out for you. Yes, is that you on the screen at the moment? Wave if it's you. In a white hoodie, I think that's Ryoko. Thank you for your message anyway. Here's Steve Owen, builder of the OMS cars. Very successful business. This one with a new engine, I think new engine this year, RPE 2.7 litre V8. I think they had it last year, this engine in this car. And Steve and Lynn are getting used to much more power than they previously had. Steve slides it out of the S's, catches it neatly, middle of the road round semicircle, and records, he'll be pleased, he's in the 30s for the 39.88. Here's Simon Andrews, and he is sharing with Bernard Kevill this OMS 28 with the TKD 2.8 litre V8 Terry Davis engine. They have a lot of fun. They're not expecting to qualify for the runoff. They're both retired gentlemen, really enjoying a retirement hobby, and Simon records a 40.74. Up to the line comes Will Hall. We just saw this car in the hands of Matthew Ryder, who recorded a 36.5. It's a friendly rivalry. How long it'll stay friendly, I don't know. We always say Formula One team members start as great friends. It doesn't last very long because they're both very competitive, and you don't want to come second in your partnership. But anyway, Will, 104 under the bridge. Will, I remember, did 113 under the bridge on one occasion in his own car, but that produced massive amounts of power in a very different way from the 4 litre Judd, which has lots of grunt low down. Will's 4-cylinder engine had lots of power, but you had to rev it like hell to get the power out of it. Now then, Will, 37.1, so half a second behind Matthews, 36.5. Here's Dave Urin in the GR55, a car that held the record for a long, long time at Chelsea Walsh, in the hands of Martin Groves, now being shared by David and Nicola Mingus, who isn't with us today. But David, 6th in last year's Hill Climb Championship. That was good in a car that must be 15 years old or so. Powered by 3.5 litre, I think Cosworth V8 in the back. To record a 37.66. Here's Trevor Willis, 3 times champion in this car. I've got a public service announcement that I must read out as soon as Trevor has finished. Well, I'll start reading it now. There's a dog left in the car. It's a silver grey Ferrari LF63 FSD in the overflow car park. It's heating up. Please seize the dog. Often if a dog is suffering in the car, we have to break windows to get it out, and we wouldn't want to do that to a Ferrari. Trevor has climbed the hill in 36.85, which pops him, I think, into the lead so far in the top class. But what can Scott Moran do? Sharing, of course, with Graham Gwynn, 4th in the championship last year. Determined to climb onto the podium this year, but it takes time to sort out the handling when it's a new car, but it's a 36.49. Now then, what can Alex do in the amazing DJ Firestorm, which up to now has been, I think, in bare carbon fibre, but now nicely painted white with a blue stripe. Not sure it makes it go any faster. Might even slow it down, whatever the weight of the paint was. But Alex driving characteristically, neatly and tidily and quickly. 35.96. Nice to have a car in the 35s. But I would imagine that Wallace Mingus is on the line now. Car sporting number 1. Well deserved. This car holds the record here in 34.65. But I would be very surprised if Wallace could get down to that so early in the season. But don't bet against him. 2.03 for the first 64 feet. I think the record-breaking run, it was in the 1.9s. So there's not as much grip as there can be on the surface here at Prescott in April. Car is looked after down in Southampton by Tom New, beautifully prepared. Wallace flies down. 37.15. Wallace taking it fairly easily. He knows he's going to qualify in the top 12. No point in going crazy. And very often, these guys, when it comes to the runoff, they slap their best tyres onto the car. Sometimes even a new set of tyres. But a change of scene, we're onto the classics in the elegant form of Richard George's car, the lovely B19 Chevron. With its Cosworth FPD engine, almost 2 litres. Car's had some winter work and going fine, and it's the usual battle between Richard and his daughter Amanda. He's followed by Chris Bentley Jones in the BT35 Brabham. We'll see in a second, but in the meantime, Richard under the 50 mark in the 49.01. Here's Chris, this exquisite little ex-Formula 2 Brabham BT35. 1600, I think. Is it a BDA or is it a twin cam in the back? I'm not sure. I must ask Chris at lunchtime what engine it's got. But a slight contrast behind him, he records a 45.51, is Rupert Marx's Can-Am McLaren Chevrolet with a 5.7 litre engine, which raced in Can-Am in America, sponsored by the city of Edmonton, Canada. They called it Spirit of Edmonton. Pretty strong spirit as well. And Rupert also has a lovely Bugatti Type 59, which he brings here as well. 46.62 for the McLaren. Andy Tippett in this really interesting Brabham BT30X. .5 litre Buick Oblique Oldsmobile engine in the back. Interesting story how that Rover discovered that engine, which I'll tell when we've got a moment or two. But Andy finishes with a 45.75. Here's Joe McCrell. We've talked about this Tigger, shared by Joe with his partner. It's a SF83, which is a super Ford, i.e. a Formula Ford with slicks and wings. And this one is powered by a 1600cc Peugeot engine, which takes Joe to the finish in 46.48. Now, this is Richard Brown. I think this is Dad. Yes, it is, in the family Mallock. Sad that Tom's new Mallock, which was here yesterday, is here today but not running. It's got an oil leak from the back of the crankshaft, so it's a family battle sharing the red car. The other one is blue, and Richard said all we need is a white one to make the full flag. but Richard has driven all sorts of exotic cars in hill climbs. 45.4.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
Bit of quiet while the screen shows the advertisement for Footman James Insurance, great insurers of interesting cars. Brings us to a new sponsor, Fassi. And Fassi have missed a trick by, I don't think they've got an advertisement in the programme, but Fassi have got a banner just after the start, and you can see that they are suppliers, whether they rent or sell, of cranes of all sizes, particularly the sort of crane that you get on the back of a truck. And it's great that they are sponsoring the class this year for classic cars in various subclasses within the Fassi Championship. But in the meantime, we've got Amanda George in the B19 Chevron. We saw Richard in this car just now. And they're very closely matched in time. Sometimes Richard takes the honour, sometimes Amanda. And Amanda's mum, Susie, her job is to sit in the car, warm up the engine, check everything's all right, pretend that she's driving it. It's a lovely family. Amanda, can't tell you what time Richard did. I think a 40. I think he was a bit quicker this time. Amanda's 47.18. So we're next into the Classic Bugatti Owners Club Classic Championship, sponsored by Fassi, crane makers or crane suppliers. And the championship is divided between various classes. Racing cars up to 1971. I think of any capacities, yes. And racing cars up to 1985, example being the Tigger on the line. Then racing cars up to 1971 again, but I'm going to have to study the details while Robin Johnson completes his run in the Tigger. Yeah, it's racing cars up to 1971, then classic saloons, pre-1977, classic sports cars pre-77. So racing cars, saloon cars, classic sports cars are the three classes within the FASI BOC Classic Championship. In the meantime, Tom Brown on the line. Just saw Dad Richard in this car. Richard's time was a 45.4. So to claim the fiver, Tom is going to have to beat that, which he might well do. He's going well. There used to be lots of Mallochs on the hills. Clubman's Racing produced masses of Mallochs and still does. Clubman's Racing is still going strong. All of them powered by the 1700cc pushrod Ford engine. So Tom, can he beat 45.4? Yes, he can. Richard claimed the fiver yesterday, so he's got to give some of it back. Now we're into the classic racing cars, sponsored by FASI. Helen Allan sharing the Triumph Special with Peter Rivers Fletcher, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Jeremy, with Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, I beg his pardon. This is Helen Allan in the Triumph Special built by Jeremy. A mixture of TR4, TR5, I think a TR4 chassis, TR5 engine. Body for all the world like a 1950s Formula 2 car. And I have a feeling this is Helen's first go in this car, and records a 67.35, followed by, that doesn't look like an Elva Mark 7 to me. I think it's Peter Thurston. Oh, Martin Jones we've missed. He did a, no, he's nearly finishing. There it is, Elva Mark 7, nice car, twin cam engine, 50.83, and followed closely by Peter Thurston in the Malloch Mark IV, very early Clubman's cars built by Arthur Malloch, the first of 3 generations of Mallochs, and then Chris Wigdor. 210, Chris got all sorts of cars, Jaguar, big Jaguars, he hill climbs, but now he's got this Malloch U2. So you could race your Malloch with mudguards and headlights in sports cars, but then you chuck those to one side and raced your U2 in Formula 3. And when Malloch first appeared in Formula 3 with the U2, all the people with their rear-engined, sophisticated race cars took one look at this funny front engine with its solid rear axles and said we'll be lapping that soon, but they weren't. It was very, very quick. Lee Carter with the rare Fiat 695 SS. Carlo Abarth was a great tuner of Fiat engines, and a lot of the little Fiat 500, 600, 850, here's one, were fitted with Abarth engines and became an Abarth, and characterized by having the engine cover open, either for engine cooling or aerodynamics. Lee Carter in the little one, 66.19. We're watching Peter Hall in the 850 Abarth. And the Abarth is followed by the Mark 1, very nice Mark 1 Escort, flared wheel arches like the Escort RS and the Mexico. This one with a 2-litre engine in the hands of Martin Saunders. Time for Peter Hall. Clock still running. now? Does that... Oh, 68.66 for Peter in the Fiat Abarth. Martin Saunders will be quite a lot quicker, I think. Mid to early 50s in the Escort, 54.85. Followed by Ian Stringer, who used to share with me in a Formula 2 March, 7.82, but now with a lovely Alpha Julia Sprint. He's back into hill climbing after an absence of many years, because I think we stopped, well, I stopped hill climbing in 2000. Gosh, 22 years ago. It's crazy, isn't it? But Ian was a great partner to share the car. Sensible and safe, looked after the car nicely. Did he have a slight lock-up of a rear wheel into the S's? No harm done. Such a pretty car, the little Julia Sprint. And if you get the GTA version, of which very few remain, worth a lot of money. Ian finishes with a 57.46. His place taken by Mark Maynard in a modified but fairly standard looking Hillman Imp. Great story, the Hillman Imp story is interesting, rather sad one, because politics got in the way. And they were part built in Scotland and parts endlessly having to go by train from Coventry up to Scotland. Mark in the M52.16, that's quick. We're now another Fiat Abarth 850 Nürburgring. It's based on the Fiat, I think the Fiat 500 or 600, 500 I think. Difficult to tell, maybe Fiat 600, but again with the boot lid open. I say boot lid, I mean engine cover. Must have raced at the Nürburgring at some stage. 65.93. Chasing him, and as far as the S's so far is Andy Clarke in a Mini with the A-Series engine bored out pretty much as you can before the daylight floods in. 1430 is a big A-Series engine, records a 56.05. Another Escort, this time it is an RS 1600, rare one. I think I'm right in saying that these had the twin cam engine, and then the RS I think in the end had the BDA and sometimes the BDG, but some Braithwaite under the 50-second mark at 49.81. Andrew Cairney in a very pretty Hillman Imp. Swing axle front suspension to make sure it didn't oversteer, with the result that unmodified Imps used to understeer like crazy. The trick was to put a bag of cement in the front boot to tie down the suspension a bit. Is it my imagination? No, he's going okay. Austin A35s suddenly have become expensive and fashionable. But it's lovely to see them back both on the circuits and the hills. Goodwood, of course, at the members' meeting a few years ago, had a race exclusively for A30s and A35s. Andrew Cairney in the M67.64, and so all of a sudden, derelict, well not derelict, but abandoned A30s and A35 were dragged out of barns, rebuilt, and you went racing in them. And when you look at an A30, A35, they look so narrow. Reminds us how much smaller people were in the early 50s than they are now. Now we saw Ian Stringer in his Alfa Romeo GT. Here's Terry Clifford, ex-single-seater, ex-sports racer. Terry for some years has campaigned this GT Junior Alfa Romeo. Quickest in this subdivision is Simon Braithwaite with a 49.81, and Jeremy slides the Triumph Special nicely rounded. Terry finishes in the Alpha with a 55.73. Watch this lurid rally style way of getting round Torres, which probably gets a few milliseconds off the time. But Jeremy has competed in this car for a long time, so he knows all its quirks. So he's the last runner in the racing car section of the FASI Championship. David Fripp, but yet another Formula Fiat 500 based Abarth 695. So someone's been scurrying around Italy, scooping up any that they can find, because it's such fun hill climbing these cars in the FASI Championship. My recommendation to FASI, if they're here, is to make sure you have an advertisement in the program, because it took me a bit of time to find out exactly what the company does, but now I know it's cranes. David Fripp, 64.27, a lovely little MG midget with a hard top in the hands of Ben Cross. MG midget was a slightly posher version of the Mark II Sprite, mechanically exactly the same, but had a few extras that the Sprite didn't have. And the famous MGB GT eventually acquired the 3.5 litre Rover engine. Ben Cross in the midget, 60.6, and BMC in their wisdom only supplied the Rover engine in the GT, so the soft top one never got the Rover engine, although a number of people have put the V8 in. Here's a car we're very familiar with and always admire. Charles Boulton has finished in the V8 GT for 58.95. This is Ted Elwes with the 2 litre MGA. That's an MGB engine in the MGA, always immaculate, and such a pretty shape, the MGA. It was the last MG sports car midget with a separate chassis. Had beautiful handling, body inspired by the Mille Fraser Nash, but then came the MGB, which sold in much greater numbers. Ted heading for the finish. He's followed by Stephen Akers in a Lotus Elan. Lotus Elan with much modified suspension and a roll cage inside. Ted Elwes, 57.94. Here's Douglas Chipperfield's midget, and Stephen Akers in the Elan, 56.08, which Terry Clifford at the moment leads the way with a 55.73. What can David Chipperfield do to secure the lead in the sports car section of the FASI BOC Classic Championship? We'll watch, but you've got a treat on the line, both if you're within sight of the line here and if you're online. It is Colin Bullock's lovely road equipped Bugatti Type 51, the twin cam version of the Type 35B. Ettore Bugatti saw his great friend Mr. Miller from the States develop for the Miller twin cam engine and said, hey, that'll be very effective on top of the straight 8 Bugatti Type 35. Same chassis body, but 2 fuel fillers behind the driver indicates a Type 35. Slightly lower blowhole for the supercharger. I'm just giving you ANORAC information. if anyone asks you what the difference is between a Type 35 and a Type 51, and the Type 51 had maybe 30 more horsepower than the Type 35B, but Colin's demonstrating that if you were a Bugatti racer, you could race them in both sports car races with lights and mudguards. Take those off, you had a Grand Prix car, of which here is one in the hands of Ed Burgess. He's campaigned this Type 51 for a number of years. It's had a complete winter rebuild. It was beginning to get tired, particularly in the transmission department last year, and Edmund had to grit his teeth and make sure that everything was put right. Colin Bullock has finished. I haven't got a time for him. What's happened there? Ed Burgess usually, because it's a flat-out racing car, is quicker than Colin. He records a 53.6. Bugatti record here is held by a Type 35 and has been for many years, and it's a Bugatti tradition that Bugattis hill climbing at Prescott do usually the last run before lunch and the first run after lunch, but of course this is a hill climb championship meeting, so we are heading for our runoff, and I can give you the running order in the runoff. So you need to turn to a page. I'm struggling to turn over pages towards the back of the program, in which you can note the runners in the round one of the British Hill Climb Championship. Am I right? I'm still struggling to find the right page. It may be that we haven't got the appropriate page in. Anyway, so this is the running order in the round one of the British Hill Climb Championship. And of course, it's fastest of the 12 last. So in 12th place, but leading off, is Will Hall, sharing the GR59 with Matthew Ryder. Then comes number 167, Ben Stephenson, with a time of 38.15. In third runner will be Zach Zammit in the orange car. Zach all the way over from Malta. Fourth runner, fourth up the hill, will be David Uren in the GR55 Gould. Qualified with a 37.66. He's followed fifth up by David Warburton in the GR59 with a 1600 engine, 37.62. Then Richard Spedding with a little 1300 engine in his Raptor, 37.23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth runner. Seventh runner, appropriately, number 7, Paul Hames in the turbocharged GR59. Then number 1, Wallace Ming is our record holder here. I said he took it fairly gently in the class runs. He qualified with a 37.15. His focus is on the Hill Climb Championship. Then comes Trevor Willis in the OMS 28, 36.85 was his qualifying time. He runs 9th. Trevor Willis, who'll be the 9th runner. But then comes Matthew Ryder, sharing of course with Will Hall in the GR59, the dark red one belonging to Sean Gould. And Matthew qualified with a 36.5, just pipped by Scott Moran, sharing the GR59 Judd-powered car with Graham Wynne, 36.49, a hundredth quicker than Matthew. And then quickest qualifier, number 2, Alex Summers, with the only run in the 35s with a 35.96. So we've got Tim Cross has finished in the midget with a 59.74. Colin Bullock, we have got the time for Colin Bullock in the Bugatti Type 51. It was a 59.81. So our first top 12 runner has emerged from the paddock. It's Will Hall, and in case you've only just arrived or only just switched on, this year Will Hall and Matthew Ryder sharing Sean Gould's GR59, which held the record for nearly a year here at Prescott, because Sean damaged his shoulder in Portugal in the autumn and it hasn't mended, so very generously he has offered the car to Will. So he's temporarily anyway retired his amazing Force with its 4-cylinder APR engine, which has always been very difficult car to run, and I think Will is really enjoying sharing the GR59. Unique thing about this car is that the carbon fiber tub is one piece from front to back. The only access on top of the tub is for the driver, and interestingly it consists of 3 different strands of carbon fiber according to the job they have to do. So the front up to the front axle, the pointed bit at the front, is designed for frontal impact. The center bit, which is around the driver, is for driver protection, and then the third bit at the back over the engine is heat resistant. But it looks the joins, you can't see the joins, it looks just immaculate. I've got someone who wants to talk to me. It's about the dog left in the car. So the dog in the Ferrari, thank you, that's been released, but we've got 2 dogs left in the car. It's a Jaguar, it's MF13LNZ. Please see to the dogs, it's getting sunny, it's getting warm. We're very conscious about dogs. You're not allowed to bring a dog into the course, of course. So dogs have to stay in the car, but they need to make sure the window's open, they don't overheat. This is MF13LNZ, MF13LNZ Jaguar. Please take the dogs home, or at least open a couple of windows so that they don't overheat. In the past, we have had to resort to breaking a car window when a dog clearly is suffering in a very hot car. It's not fair. So please sort your dogs. Okay, Clarke of the course inspects the track just before the runoff. He's back in by the start line. Will Hall fires up the GR59 Gould. Probably got newer tyres on, and certainly gives them a few spins up to the start line to get the rear tyres clean and as hot as possible. Remember, in hill climbing we don't use tyre warmers. They were allowed for a year or 2, but then clearly it was unfair if people couldn't afford a fairly expensive bit of tyre warming kit, so they got banned. Now, remember, this is a car that Will is sharing with Matthew Ryder, who will be driving it later on. Well-controlled start by Will. I can't give you speeds and times at the moment on the screen. Yes, I can. 2.06 off the start and 105 at Bridge. Into Ed Torres. And at Pardon, he's quick, 16.56 seconds. Through the S's nicely, no dramas. Not even using all the road. And Will kicks off with a 36.83, so he'll be pleased to be in the 36s, having qualified with a 37.1. So that is target time. Up comes the Empire Evo of Ben Stephenson. Quick car and driver combination that we haven't seen very often. Ben qualified with a 38.15, but I think the engine got unhappy after the line, so his first 64 feet were a tenth of a second slower than Will's. The engine's going now, but I think he lost a lot of time between, he's lost 4 or 5 seconds, hesitant engine between the start line and the bridge. So he'll be cross with the car, and maybe cross with himself, slides it out of Tom Rote, obviously trying to go as quick as possible, get some experience on the hill, but it's a 43.32. We won't mention that. Pity. He's got another run-off. Well, hopefully if he qualifies, he's got another run-off, but maybe doesn't score points in the first round. Now then, Zach Zammit stalls it on the way up to the start. And the engine doesn't particularly want to run. It's the Empire Wraith, of course, with a Hayabusa in the back. And as I keep saying, Zach comes over from Malta, flies in. Oh, that's a shame. The engine has decided to stop 20 yards past the line, and because the rear axle has crossed the line, unfortunately, that is Zach's run. What a shame. The way it was failing on the way up to the line seemed to indicate a mechanical problem or an electrical problem of some sort, but Zach will be extremely sad. I don't think, unless the rules allow him to, but I don't think he can have another run in this round of the championship. No, he's got to retreat right back to the paddock. That's a pity. It's a pity for him, it's a pity for us, because Zach is always very exciting to watch in his McLaren coloured Empire Wraith. So next up will be David Uren in the GR55 Gould. With its 3.5 litre V8 engine and new paintwork for this year, black with red stripes. It says in David's hands it's always been bright red. Looks sinister in black with red piping. David qualified with a 37.66. Was 6th in the championship last year. Would love to get on the podium this year. Is pretty much certain to get a point, get points, because neither Ben Stephenson nor Zach Zammit will be scoring points. Off the line, 2.19 for the start. Richard, I don't know if you can get times on the screen, but he's into it, Torres, happily. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's a different screen for the championship runs, isn't it? So he's a little bit behind at Pardon. He's facing Will Hall's 36.83, but now he's popped ahead by 11 hundredths and finishes with a 36.69. Pops him into top spot at the moment. 36.69 as against Will Hall's 36.83. Here's David Warburton on the 1600 GR59. .19. Good start by David. He's a 10th up at the start. But a little bit behind at Parden and a bit more behind, 3/4 of a second off the pace of Will Hall. David Uren's quickest, of course. Records a 37.42. 37.42. Just a fraction quicker than his qualifying time. Up to the start line comes Richard Spedding in this amazing Raptor with its 1300cc blown engine producing 450, 500 horsepower in a car that weighs, 400 kilos max. Good start, quickest so far for Richard. Amazing that this little 1300cc car can mix it with the big 4 litres. Richard's an amazing driver. Look at the speed with which he goes around Parden, although he's dropped a little bit behind David Uren at the moment. Yeah, he's half a second off the leading pace. But he can still, of course, he will score points. 37.1 for Richard, that's quicker than in qualifying. He qualified with 37.23. Brings us to Paul Hames in GR59 again, this time with a turbocharged 1300 Hayabusa and very sophisticated electronics to cope with the turbo lag or to minimize the turbo lag. Qualified with a 37.17. Off the line really well, 2.17 and 107 miles an hour through the bridge speed trap. Okay, round at Torres, couple of gear changes up to Parden, 1/4 second down at the moment. .26 at the S's, it'll be in the 36s, I think. It's a 36.76 for Paul, 36.76, but it puts him in second place. Now then, what can Wallace do? Probably slapped on his best set of Pirelli tyres. Qualified with a 37.15. We saw that Will was taking it pretty gently. All he had to do was qualify. He's not desperate about the class win. As usual, immaculate start, exactly 2 seconds. Therefore exactly 1G and 107 miles an hour through the trap, chucks it into the perfect line at Torres, the late apex. It's 2/3 of the way round the bend, hugs the inside at Parden, and he's up by some margin, 3/10 or so up at the moment. Dropped it down a little bit at the S's, only 2/10 now. Got it back again at the semicircle, and it's a 36.09. 36.09 is top spot at the moment, but remember Alex Summers qualified with a 35.96. On the line, Trevor Willis qualified with a 36.85. What can Trevor do? He hasn't got as much power as the 4-litre Judd, but nevertheless 1.95 is brilliant off the line, particularly on a day like today, which is not very warm, not huge amounts of grip. But Trevor, not for nothing did he win the Hill Climb Championship 3 times. He's got enormous skill, but just a little bit, a 10th behind, and only a 900th behind at midway. He's ahead at the S's, he's ahead at semi, and is he ahead at the finish with a 36.05? He is, brilliant, 400ths quicker than Wallace Ming is, so well done Trevor, 36.05. Now what can Matthew Ryder do? Engine has decided to stop, but up comes a battery. Amazing how much power these little batteries have nowadays. Plugs it in the back. Engine restarts. Remember, it's a 4-litre V8 Judd engine designed for long distance racing at the likes of Le Mans. Gets lined up on the start. Somebody at one meeting said, what's the guy doing with the mirror looking underneath the car? Well, it isn't a mirror. We can see from here that it's the chock to stop the car running backwards. Now then, Matthew, what can you do? That's okay. It's stalled, but racing cars are not easy to get off the line. You need to get the revs absolutely right. Fortunately, it didn't. It's still behind the start line, so he gets another go. Inches it up to the start line. So Matthew, get the revs right this time. It's a big engine, but it doesn't have a flywheel, so very easy to stall it. Yes, got the revs exactly right. Minimum of wheel spin, 2.03, first 64 feet, 103 through the trap, and heavy braking for Ettores run. Fairly wide at Ettores, but no problem at all. Into Pardon comes Matthew. He's 800ths down at the moment on Trevor. Now he's up at midway. Down again, it's really close stuff. Up at semi by 200ths. Now power will count. 36.05. Shares 36.05 with Trevor. Not often we get a tie for the win. But remember, we've got Scott Moran, he's on the start line, and Alex Summers still to come. And now Scott qualified with 36.49 and Alex with 35.96. So they could pop into first place. Brilliant start by Scotty, 1.99 and 114, that's the quickest I've ever seen at the Bridge Speed Trap. Brilliant. And of course he's still accelerating after the trap, so might well be in sort of 117, 118. 17 tenths ahead now. What about midway? Dropped a little bit. Slides it into the S's, lifts the wheel halfway through the S's. Can he get it back? Yes, he can. 300s in semicircle. Now then, 35.99 for Scotty, well done. Now that sets quite a challenge for Alex, who brings the newly painted Firestorm up to the line. Cosworth XD engine, only 2,650 as opposed to the 4 litres of the Judd, but it's an IndyCar engine rather than a Le Mans engine. .209 off the line, that's a tenth or so behind Scotty, but Alex could catch it up. Massive acceleration between Ettores and Pardon, whips it round Ettores. He's still 3/10 off the lead. Can he get it back? It's coming back absolutely all square at the S's. Remember, he qualified with 35.96. Oh, 36.01. Wow. 200s behind Scott Moran's 35.99. Wow. What a runoff. So there we are on the screen. Led 35.99, Scott Moran. Second, Alex Summers, 36.01. Tied for third place, Trevor Willis and Matthew Ryder, 36.05. Fifth, at the moment, Wallace Mingies, 36.09. Sixth, David Ured, 36.69. Seventh, Paul Hames, 36.76. Eighth, Will Hall, 36.83. Ninth, Richard Spedding, 37.1. Final point scorer David Warburton with the 37.42 in 10th. Then not troubling the points scorer Ben Stephenson, who had a hesitant engine between the start and the bridge, and Zach, whose engine gave up the ghost 20 yards off the start. That's the end of our morning runs. What's the time? 25 to 2. I will tell you as soon as I can what time we are restarting. What a first runoff for the championship. And another one this afternoon. Hold on to your hats. Talk to you later. Mark, we're here at Prescott celebrating the life of Joy Rainey, who was such a character. And the word that comes to mind when I think of Joy is courage, because she wasn't going to let her small stature really stop her doing anything.
That small stature didn't come into that.
No.
She was a very competitive lady.
Yes.
And that was the main thing, is to win.
Yeah. And I first met her when we were competing together in the 2-litre hill climb class. She in her Pilbeam, me in my March, and she was difficult to beat.
Yes, she was. The engineering side behind it as well. Her father was a great support to her.
He was a great engineer, wasn't he? With had that lovely Alpha 8C.
Yes, the 8C and the 6C that he built for Joy, which is now in America.
Yes.
But, that would have been lovely to see that here today.
Joy, she was competitive. She was nothing would stop her. She was a good writer too. She wrote had an article in the Sunday Telegraph for a number of years.
Yeah, she did write under I can't remember the name, but it wasn't under Joy Rainey. And the books that she wrote were it's good reading.
Yeah.
And The Fastest Lady, and obviously the one across America.
Yes. Talking of which, we're here standing in front of the Oldsmobile. Here it is in the tent behind us, and you accompanied Joy from Los Angeles right across?
Yes, straight, just right across. It was about 2,900 miles-ish, but don't quote me on that.
But you didn't go right across. You went down to, was it down to Florida, to where
Down to New Orleans.
New Orleans,
Yeah,
Mr. Oh, you were looking for Mr. Olds.
We were going down to Olds, but the time wouldn't allow it. So we spent an extra day or two in New Orleans, which was both our loves, is the music. Yeah.
And then did you take it up to New York, or did you stop at New Orleans?
No, we went from New Orleans to Daytona,
Right.
and then on the beach. And then we just had a little quiet moment at the beach.
And that was it. And that was back in 2014, was it?
It was 2014. Very good memory. Yeah.
Did she drive all the way?
Yes. Yeah, that was definite. In America, she wanted to do it in memory of Trevor, her husband, because they wanted to do the trip together. But alas, that didn't happen.
No, poor Trevor, he missed out.
He did, but it was completed, and she was. It was a great satisfaction.
Did she have to drive the Oldsmobile over the Rockies? You go up quite high.
Joey drove the whole lot. Going up and down the ravine. So I mean, it was in first gear. It was 9 miles an hour, and we did that. I can't remember. I think it was about 9 miles as well in first gear.
Going down?
Down and up, yes. And the down was a bit concerning, but I was there anyway as backup brake.
Yes.
I don't know what I was going to do, but I just said,
jump out and hold it.
I said, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll be fine. Yeah.
And how did the Oldsmobile perform? 1903? Curved dash Oldsmobile.
Yeah, it was 1904, but it did extremely well. We spent an hour and a half every night, nut and bolt check, front to back.
Right.
And obviously doing the valves, just checking everything out, plug checks, and just keep it running.
And did it give up at any stage?
No.
Well, that's a tribute to your engineering, isn't it?
Trevor's engineering.
And Trevor's, of course, yes.
Yeah.
And how did the Americans react when they overtook you?
They just wondered which show we were going to in the next town, possibly.
Yeah.
It was we had lots of comments like that saying we just came from the west, and they thought west of Texas. No, we're going right across hill country.
Amazing.
So I think that was the nice thing, pulling into quiet towns and just the locals. It was good.
And you've brought the little Cooper here, Cooper 500. Which did Joy race that before she had the Pilbeam?
No, it was after. It was when her father wanted to have her come back with the 500s in '85, I think it was. And Joy drove it here and at Cheltenham and at Gerstenen. So, and that's how I met Joy. It came up for sale, and that's how the relationship started.
Brilliant. Well, she was a wonderful woman, and we're celebrating her life. I think at lunchtime we're going to walk up and look at the eucalyptus that's been planted at Prescott in her honour. Thanks, Mark, very much indeed.
Thank you.
We'll remember her with great fondness.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Where do you reckon you go in the afternoon? You go in here? Quick answer. How do you find this morning?
Prescott is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club, so I've grabbed a Bugatti owner, Ed Burgess, and we've got 3 Type 51 Bugattis competing, one of which you're driving.
Indeed. In fact, we're down to 2, sadly, for tomorrow. Tim Dutton has cancelled, pulled out. So we've got Colin and myself in 2 Type 51s. It'll be quite exciting. It's the first event of the season for me and for Colin. And I've had virtually a complete winter rebuild of my car from front to back. I've had wear and tear over the last 8 years of racing and competing. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I hope it's slightly warmer than it is today, and track temperatures are better. But it's the first event of the season, so I'm not going to be... I'll be taking it easy, put it that way.
And some people watching this will see the Bugattis going up and say that's a Type 35. Well, it sort of is, but isn't. The Type 51 was the development of the 35. How did it differ?
Well, indeed, and in fact my car, the frame of my car it was originally a 35C, as we've now discovered. So you got the twin cam arrangement that was introduced in 1930, well, late 30, competing from 31 onwards. So you've got the twin cam, you've got the twin fillers on the back, purely a functional arrangement for one tank still. but broadly they're identical. And there is another car, sister car to mine, which is a 35B, a very late one, owned by a well-known lady racer, and her car does have the twin fillers, so you wouldn't actually know any different, other than the fact that the blower hole is higher up on a Type 51.
How much more power did the twin cam give than over the 35B?
I got that wrong. The blower hole is lower on the 51, I'm sorry. It's not very much. I mean, I think it's a bit more reliable. Combustion shape is better. So I think reliably it might be 10 or 15 horsepower more. I mean, to be honest with you, I think 35Bs today are virtually every bit as quick, and they're very slightly lighter as well.
Yes.
So I wouldn't say there's much in it. I know they've always said it's being between 20 or 30 horsepower more, but certainly on the road it's easier to run with that kind of hemispherical head.
Right.
I run on petrol quite happily, whereas I think 35s have slightly more difficulty in that kind of setting.
And if people are listening to this in the States, we must thank Mr. Miller for the twin cam head.
Indeed, and I have to be honest, I don't think Ettore Bugatti ever got the performance that the Miller people managed to produce. With 1500cc producing, I think, well over 200 horsepower, we're about there now, but bigger engine and a bit more development.
Yeah. Well, Ed, we look forward to seeing it tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll have great newly rebuilt runs.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Here's a family of hill climbers. This is Bob and Robert Penrose, and Bob, I thought we'd have a look at this car because it's really so interesting. We knew that Pilbeam made lots of hill climb cars. We knew that they built sports cars for Le Mans and other long distance races, but this one's different, isn't it?
Yes, it's different in as much that they built a model called the MP84 for Le Mans, and that was a space frame car. But a very good friend of mine wanted one built, but he wanted a carbon fibre safety tub.
Yes.
And so it was a one-off that was made with a carbon fibre tub.
Right.
And it was due to go into production, but it didn't take off. So it's just the one-off car. When it was new, it had a Cosworth 4-litre DFL engine.
Too much noise. What?
A Cosworth DFL, which
the
is a
DFL 4-litre
Le Mans engine.
Yeah. Okay.
But they became so valuable that Mike took that out and sold, and this is a Steve Smith Racing of Indianapolis, based on the Chevrolet small block V8, but it's 7.3 litres, it's 763 horsepower.
Say that again.
763 horsepower, and it weighs 763 pounds, so it's quite nice.
So Robert, can you handle the power?
Just about. That was the first proper run we've had in the car, so it was a little bit exciting up there, but plenty to get used to and work around there.
Did you have to change the suspension and transmission a lot?
No, it was built for hill climbing.
Right.
It's just we had it set up with Tom New of new techniques.
Yeah.
And fair dues, it was very good. I thought it might understeer a lot on Ettore's, but it didn't. It sat in very well. So now we've got to find out, how much we can lean on it, and then press the load pedal a bit more on the straight bits. But it's going to be certainly fun. But part of the reason we had it is because it was an interesting car. It's got an interesting history, and already the spectators love it. And it's not all about winning. It's about taking part and pleasing the crowd as well.
Having fun, yeah.
Definitely.
What about the transmission? Is this paddle shift or four on the floor?
Sequential shift, but on a hand change on the right-hand side. So.
And a clutch pedal?
Yes.
Off the line, but do you need to dip the clutch when you change gear?
I don't believe you need to with the gearbox, but we do just for...
Coming down the bar?
Yeah, just for a bit of fair play on the transmission there, really, so I think so.
So engine probably designed for 500-mile races, need a rebuild every 12 years or something?
I would think so. Yes, that's right. And it's the same as we shouldn't have much wear on third, fourth, fifth gears and sixth gear, because it's all two-gear stuff here, because we've got virtually 100-mile-an-hour second gear in there and 65-mile-an-hour first gear. So Chelsea wash, maybe we can pick the frocks up a bit more and give it a bit more welly. But
try and match 150 miles an hour over the finishing line.
Yes, I'm not sure my body wants to go that speed, but I'll give it a whirl anyway.
And new rear tyres every meeting?
Well, yes, and double driving. It's sort of, it is a bit heavier, but hopefully it won't be too bad.
But you're about the same size, so you fit in it all right.
Yes, it's a competition to see who can get the lightest at the moment. You know. I think I'm losing, but
At least heavy.
So Richard and Tom Brown have got a fiver on each run because they're driving separate cars.
All right,
You ought to do something similar.
it works out like that. I think it'll be who pays for dinner at the Shutters tonight. I mean,
Well, then you have to pay for the tyres.
yeah.
That's a deal. That's
Well, we share everything, the mishaps and the success, so split it down the middle, but it's interesting, it's good fun, you know.
Well, it's a lovely car, and I bet it makes all the right noises.
It does. Unfortunately, on noise test, he thought it made too loud a noise, but when we scrutinized it properly, it was all right.
Lovely to see it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Tim, you're championship coordinator for the British Hill Climb Championship, which is a hell of a responsibility, but we're celebrating the 75th year of the championship, started in 47.
Yeah, that's right. We've been running the championship now for BARC for about 10 years, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, and it's good to see it going from strength to strength. We've 126 competitors registered this year, which is the best we've ever had, and that's encouraging, and it's good to see that right through the class structure. So we've a lot of new people joining in the BHC Cup, which is what used to be the leaders.
Yes.
So a lot of strength right through the range of classes, really.
I think a lot of people watching this online won't really know what the British Hill Climb Championship is all about. 30 rounds this year. What does a round consist of?
A round consists at every event. Take this weekend, we're practicing today. Tomorrow, every competitor will have a chance of a timed run, and the fastest 12 at the end of that time run will go for a run-off. And the championship points are based on that. So the winner of that first championship round tomorrow will get maximum points.
And maximum is 10, so 2 of them walk away without points.
That's right, and we have 2 run-offs at each event.
Yes. So, in a way, before lunch, run-off is the first climax of the day, and then the final event of the weekend is the second round.
That's right. I mean, historically, the championship runoffs used to both be at the end of the day, but now we have it. We have 2 runoffs, and they've got to be fought for individually. And I think that adds a bit more drama. It spreads the drama throughout the day. There are 2 point scoring opportunities at every event. In addition to that, a couple of events last year we trialled doing a double header, and that worked really well. So we actually have competition and the championship run-offs on Saturday, and then we do it all again on Sunday. So the pressure on competitors there is quite intense.
Yeah. And last year it was a closely fought thing. Some terrific meetings. I remember at Chelsea we had 3 records broken in 3 minutes.
That's right. The strength of competition at the top of the championship is very good. I mean, there are 6, 7 or 8 people who could win a round. And serious championship contenders. There were 3 who stood out really, with Wallace Menzies, Alex Summers and Sean Gould.
Yes.
And I mean, you've got to be scoring in the top 3 at every meeting to win a championship, and that is how it's been historically. So somebody like Wallace, who started the year off with a well-prepared car and started scoring from the first round, he was always going to be a favourite. But say under a lot of pressure from Alex Summers, from Sean Gould, and a number of others who could win, people like Trevor Willis, Will Hall, etc., throughout the class.
And Wallace, of course, a great run. His final run here at Prescott to beat the record by nearly half a second was incredible.
It was, because a lot of these records have stood for some time, and they're usually, if they are broken, they're broken by a few hundredths or a few tenths. But to break it by such a margin was quite dramatic, really.
And sadly, Sean Gould hurt his shoulder, had a nasty accident in the Masters out in Portugal. But what it means is that 2 drivers new to the car are sharing it this year. Young Matthew Ryder, who looks about 15, but I think he's slightly more than that, and Will Hall, it's going to be a battle royal between those two in Sean's car.
It is. It's a shame that Sean couldn't be here, but as you say, it's great to see Matthew here, who's in his 20s, I'm going to show you, and has driven really well. And I think it'd be great to see him in a top flight single seater. Will has a lot of experience of driving big cars, and I think the two of them really will work together. I'm sure we'll be seeing some championship wins going to that car.
I think so. So Tim, it's going to be a fantastic season, and I know it's very hard work for you, so many thanks for all what you do.
You're very, very welcome. We enjoy doing it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Will Hall, a big change for you this year, sharing Sean Gould with Matthew Ryder. Is it a big learning experience, or is it much easier to manage than the previous car?
Yes, very different all round. The engine's totally different from a 4-cylinder turbo to now a Judd V8. The way the horsepower comes in as well is very different. And of course, I've never really driven a 4 single-seater in all my racing time. So of course, total different setup, total different car, so a lot to learn.
Is the handling more predictable?
Very good on the brakes and initial turning, where my car was very slightly loose on the back end. But we had it like that to make the turbo work, to spin the turbo up. So very different in driving styles, yes.
So much more grunt lower down, not so many gear changes?
Yes, a lot less gear changes. Horsepower, I think our old car had a bit more go in it, personally.
Oh, really?
Only 1%, but just slightly, yes. And I think we had a bit more mechanical grip, where this car's running more aero grip and so on, so yes.
And an engine designed for 24 hours of Le Mans just means a rebuild every 5 years?
Yeah. Not like the turbo engine, which was constantly apart, really, so yes.
And you've got a very young co-driver in Matthew, but he's a quick lad.
Very quick, a lot of experience. He's done a mixture of different cars and he's jumped into it, no problem at all.
So are you training him or is he training you?
He's training me, so yeah. I need to get rid of my bad habits. So yeah.
Well, all the best. I think you'll enjoy the season.
Yes, sir, all been well, so thank you. Thank you very much, thank you.
So Paul, this is really an example of the state of the art in hill climbing, isn't it? The Gould GR59, many of them with little engines, and yours is a little one.
It is, yeah, 1300 Suzuki engine. And it's a very unique chassis, the 59, in that the carbon goes all the way to the back.
Yeah.
So it's a one giant piece of carbon, which makes it very stiff, very rigid, and you've also got to you need to get the suspension working well, because I think it's perhaps a little bit stiffer than traditional sort of ways where you've got the engine bolted to the back of the tub.
But 1300cc producing 450 or so horsepower means it's blown.
It is, yeah. It's turbocharged on methanol, and with all of the special bits that you need to take a regular bike engine and then get it to cope with 450 plus horsepower. So.
Turbocharged, but with electronics, I mean, you're not suffering turbo lag.
No. So the electronics look after the anti-lag system, so that keeps sort of pressure in the plenum. So the car is virtually detectionless in terms of any lag at all. It just pulls like a regular engine, but then you get all the benefits of the turbocharger after that.
Now, normally the Hayabusa is sideways across the frame of a bike.
Yeah.
In the GR59, it's 4.5, isn't it?
It is.
So the transmission needs to be strengthened, and then it's a shaft back to a diff.
That's right. Yeah. So the clutch is uprated, so there's a lock-up clutch that copes with the extra power and stops it slipping. Then you've got a bespoke set of gears in there, which are a little bit stronger than the standard Suzuki ones, and then a shaft that goes from the gearbox all the way to the diff, and then it is a regular Hewland diff in a carbon casing that then takes the power to the wheels.
Now, a lot of the little cars have the Hayabusa sideways.
Yeah.
You've got it 4.5, and then they're running a chain to a solid back axle, which must be a lighter setup.
Yeah.
What's the advantage of having the shaft?
I think with the shaft, you've got a little bit of more compliance in the drivetrain, which actually is a little bit kinder on the engines and a little bit kinder on the transmissions, because there's whip in that shaft. That means that everything sort of loads up a little bit more progressively. So it's less sort of violent on the gearbox in many ways.
So first championship outing this season. Any changes over the winter?
No, not too much. The car was really good last year. So engine and turbocharger all rebuilt. A few geometry changes on the front suspension. A couple of it's tidied up, and that's it. We'll have another go.
And the driver lost weight?
No, not so easy. Not so easy. Not so easy.
That's the hard bit.
That is the hard bit. Yeah, much rather spend money here.
Paul, have a great weekend.
Thanks very much. Cheers. All right.
Okay, Rich, I'm ready to go. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed your lunch. If you're in the States, I hope you've enjoyed your breakfast. If you're in Australia, you shouldn't be eating at this time of night. We're about to start our afternoon runs, and which will represent the second round of the British Hill Climb Championship at this lovely Prescott Hill. If you've just joined us online, welcome. We had a great morning's hill climbing and an extremely exciting first round of the championship, won by Scott Moran with a storming 35.99 seconds up the hill. We had a tie for third place, and it was all extremely close. Couple of cars had mechanical problems or electrical problems. Ben Stephenson, his car failed, was stuttering between the start and the bridge, and so he did a time he won't want to know about. And Zach Zammit, sadly, his engine switched off about 20 yards after the start, so he didn't score. But as you can see on the screen, there's our results of round one. Scott Moran closely followed 200ths behind by Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm, and Trevor Willis and Matthew Ryder tying for third place. Wallace Minges, unusually, down in fifth, having qualified in a fairly leisurely, for him, 37.15. So it could be that Wallace didn't have the latest set of tyres, but we'll see what happens in the second round, round two, which will be the climax of our meeting this afternoon. Clarke of the course going up the hill, just checking everything's okay. Scheduled, as you can see on the screen, to start at 2:15. If you're here in person, welcome. We've got a record crowd, I'm pleased to say. We've broken all our records for attendance, and I believe the live stream has had an important role to play in introducing people to what hill climbing is all about. And lots of people, I guess, will have watched on the screen and said, hey, next year we need to go to see that in real life, and thank you for coming. It's great to see so many people enjoying a nice sunny but breezy day here at Prescott. If you're new to us online, just quickly explain where Prescott is in the UK. If you look at a map, it's sort of Midland, slightly to the left. It's magic, isn't it? Suddenly a map appears. It's just amazing. The miracle of live streaming. Thanks, Richard. So, a lovely range of hills here called the Cotswolds. And there is Prescott, and you can see the shape of the hill climb. Starts bottom right. Cars come out of the paddock and shoot under the bridge. You can just see the bridge. We've got a speed trap there. As we can see on the screen, the record stands at 34.65. It's a very high-speed sport. People don't know what hill climbing is about. They don't realize that top hill climb cars are faster than a Formula One car, up to at least 100 miles an hour. Sean Gould took his GR59 to an airfield one time, went on the runway, got the car up to 185 miles an hour, which was on the rev limiter in top, so it would have gone even faster, but I think 0 to 185 in something like 7 or 8 seconds. They are immensely quick because they're much smaller, lighter than F1 cars. They have more downforce because downforce is pretty much unlimited, and hence their initial acceleration is immensely quick. We've got a speed trap where the sign on the screen says bridge. In other words, just after the bridge, we've got a speed trap. We saw a speed of, I think, 114 there this morning, and look, that's only 300 yards or so from the start. And indeed, cars are still accelerating after the end of the speed trap. So if you go through the trap at a recorded 114, probably you're ultimate speed. Round Orchard Corner was something like 116, 117. That's really quick. Then the cars rush round Orchard, left-hand sweeper, up to Ettores, heavy braking for Ettores, and sharp right-hand hairpin there, a little downhill squirt, and then uphill again to Pardon, left-hand hairpin, along the top, which is sweeping left to sweeping right, and then heavy braking into the S's, which is a series of left, right, left, exiting at the end, the final bend of the S's, which is called Tom Rote Corner. Tom Rote was a great author, great engineer, very much responsible for the re-establishment of the canal system in this country, which had suffered a lot of damage and neglect in the 30s and 40s, and is a great asset to the country now in terms of tourism and holiday making. Lots of narrow boats enjoy their holidays on the canals. Then from the S's, cars rush 100 yards or so straight and into the right-hand sweeper of the semicircle, which has a drop-off outside, fairly steepish, grass bank, and I well know that as a driver you think, crikey, we're going to fall off a cliff here, but actually, if you go off at semicircle, usually it's a fairly gentle stop and not much damage is done, if any, but then the cars have to be recovered to return down the return road. After semicircle, 100 yards or so again, up to the finish, and we got a return road. So unlike Shelsley or Loughton Park, the other hill climbs in the Midlands, we don't see a batch of cars coming back down the hill. They go down the return road and straight into the paddock, which means we have a pretty much a continuous supply of cars ready to come up the hill. We're restarting, and I think the order is the same as this morning. We kick off with Class 1. We kick off with two Bugattis, I'm pretty sure. One of the traditions of Prescott, which is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club. I'm wrong anyway. It normally is that just before lunch and just after lunch, the Bugattis that have entered have their first and second runs, but that's not going to happen. We're actually starting with cars in the Classic Championship, sponsored by Fassi, provider of cranes. Both cranes are self-mounted or mounted on the backs of trucks. So if you're looking for a crane, Fassi are the guys to talk to. And we're actually kicking off with number 905, which is Helen Allan, in the Triumph Special, constructed by Jeremy Rivers Fletcher many years ago. Combination of Triumph TR parts, TR4, TR5 I think, and maybe even a TR6 engine, 6-cylinder straight 6 engine, 2.5 litres. I think this is the first time Helen has driven this car, so all credit to her for jumping into a really interesting car. Looks like a 1950s Formula 2 car, but actually I think it's 20 years old or so. No, must be a bit more than 20, 30 years old possibly. But Jeremy has raced and hill climbed this car for a long time. And Helen is quickly getting the hang of it. She'll be up the hill in around a minute or so. Record, as I said, 34.65. Set at a fantastic championship meeting in September last year. Here's Martin Jones in the Mark 7 Elva. Very popular car. A lot of them went to the States. Car that competed with the Lotus, particularly the Lotus 23. A lot of them had the Lotus twin cam engine in the back. A lot of those that went to the States had BMW 2-litre engines. This one, in the hands of Martin, has a Lotus twin cam engine. We've got a time coming up for Helen Allan. It's a 67.74. Fine. She got to the top safely. Martin Jones has finished with a 49.93. We're watching Peter Thurston in the Mallock Mark IV, early Mallock Clubman's car, also called the U2, and raced successfully in Formula 3 as well as in clubman's racing. It was sensational when Arthur Mallock turned up in a little U2 like this one on the screen, Chris Wigdor's car, and people driving rear-engine sophisticated Formula 3 cars rather sneered at this dumpy little car. They didn't sneer anymore once it overtook them. Time for Peter Thurston in the first of the U2s, 46.97. Chris Wigdor has hill climbed a lot in Jaguar. He had a nice replica C-type Jaguar. He's still got it. I don't think he competes in it anymore. He's got a Mark I Jaguar Saloon. And he records a time of, hasn't come up yet, but will do very shortly. We're watching the Fiat Abarth, 52.82 for Chris Wigdor. Now Lee Carter in the Fiat 500, modified by Carlo Abarth or Abarth Company, and a lot of the little Fiats that raced in saloon car racing, competing with the Minis and the Escorts, were these little Abarths, characterized by the engine cover open at the back. Not sure what the advantage was. I don't think aerodynamically it would make much difference. Maybe it helped keep the engine cool. So Lee Carter heading for the finish, to be followed by another Fiat Abarth, this one based on the 850, so a slightly bigger car. Lee Carter did a 64.76. Let's see what Peter Hall can do in this slightly bigger car. It'll be heavier than the little 500 or 695, whatever it was. And he's followed by the Mark I Ford Escort, much modified, of Martin Saunders, beautifully presented in silver with blue piping. Looks for all the world like an RS, but I don't think it is an RS. More like a Escort Mexico, celebrating the fact that Escorts won the classic London to Mexico rally. Here's a pretty car. This is Ian Stringer in his relatively newly acquired Giulia Sprint GT, which I think Ian brought up for the first time last year. Such a pretty car, and in period the GTA version of this used to race against the Lotus Cortinas. Great battle in European Saloon Car Championship, or Touring Car Championship they called it. This is a championship run by the Bugatti Owners Club for classic cars, racing cars up to 1971, saloon cars pre-77, and then classic sports cars again pre-77, and sponsored, as I said earlier, by Fassi Cranes. On the screen is the little Hillman Imp of Mark Maynard. Imp was an interesting car, technically rear-engined, Coventry Climax-based all-aluminium engine, rear engine, and unfortunately the government at the time got involved and insisted that the car be built in Scotland. So they built a factory up in Scotland, but it meant endless exchange of parts on trains coming up and down between Coventry, where Hillman were based, and the factory in Scotland. So the poor old Roots Group lost a lot of money, and the Imp unfortunately got an early reputation for unreliability, which was justified. It had all sorts of funny things designed into it which weren't properly tested, and against the Mini it was, from a market point of view, a failure. We just missed John Barber in another Fiat Abarth 850. He's heading for the finish, and we're watching Andy Clarke with a big engined early Mini, Isagonis Mini, engine A-series BMC engine, bored out to 1430. I've never seen one bigger than 1380 before, so maybe Andy has increased the stroke as well as the bore, but it's a nice big engine. We've got a time for John Barber in the Fiat of 63.69. We're looking at another Escort, this one a genuine Ford Escort RS 1600. And Andy Clarke in the Mini has recorded a 57.09. Wow, it's all action, isn't it? I shall draw breath and then talk again. Watching the escort going through the S's, leaving the S's by Tom Rote corner and hustling close to the inside of the turn at semicircle, and records a good time of 49.98. Anything under 50 in a classic saloon car is good going. Here's another imp. It's Andrew Cairney's modified imp. Had deliberately designing the rear-engined imp, they were terrified that it would oversteer like crazy, so they deliberately designed fairly inefficient front suspension, swing axle front suspension, to make it understeer, which it did, but put a bag of cement in the front bonnet, under the bonnet at the front, and that tended to help the road holding, but it, of course, with extra weight, didn't do much for the straight line performance. Austin A35, weren't they fun? They were so narrow, you can't believe how small they were. But of course, we forget how much smaller people were in the early 50s when the A30 first appeared. But it sold like in hot cakes. It was then developed with a more powerful engine to make the A35. And the easy way of telling the difference is the size of the rear window. And so Ben Ashley has finished in the A35 with 56.59. Now MG Midget, a slightly posher version of the Mark II Austin Healey Sprite. I don't know if it had wind-up windows, whereas the Sprite had sliding windows, not sure. But they sold in huge numbers, although many of us look with more affection on the original Sprite, the Frog Eye, which was such a dinky little car. The great advantage of the Sprite was when you were doing 65 miles an hour, and it felt as if you were doing 135. My brother had one as his first company car. He worked for a newspaper down in Dorset. This is Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, builder and owner of the Triumph Special, which we saw earlier in the hands of Helen Allan. And Jeremy certainly knows his way around this car. Has enjoyed hill climbing, I should think, for 30 years or so. Records a 53.51. We've got yet another Fiat Abarth. Seems to me that people have been scouring Italy. They were very rare. I think there was just one on the hills. We've now got 3 or 4, so someone's been out to Italy looking for Abarths to buy. And here's one in the hands of David Fripp. Charles Boulton has always hill climbed MGBs, but I think this is a relatively new to him, the GT with its 3.5 litre Rover V8 engine based on the Oldsmobile Buick little aluminium V8 that was found by Rover sort of sitting on the floor of I think the Buick boat powering the boats, and they said, what's that engine? They said, oh, it's a little V8, it's too small for us, we're not producing it anymore. And I think it was Spen King said, well, can we have the rights to build it in the UK? They said, of course you can. And so Rover got all the tooling, and the end result was the V8 that has powered all sorts of TVRs, Morgans, Range Rovers, Land Rovers. Wonderful engine. Only went out of production, I think, 2 years ago. Talking MGs, here is one, the MGA of Ted Elwes. We've just missed him on the screen, but he does a 57.71. Stephen Akers has got a Lotus Elan, and he's done the usual trick of fixing the headlights. The standard Elan had pop-up headlights which tended not to pop, or only one of them would come up. I think they were vacuum powered off the inlet manifold, and they didn't. So Ted Elwes 57.71, Steve Akers in the Allan 55.43. What are we looking at? We're looking at the MG Midget of Douglas Chipperfield, I think more modified than the previous midget, the white one that we saw just now, but there's a treat for vintage enthusiasts. Off the line comes Colin Bullock in his glorious straight 8 roller bearing Bugatti Type 51, the twin cam version of the famous Bugatti Type 35. This one road equipped, so Colin can and does drive this one on the road, and in period people would race them in this form in sports car races and then take off the headlights and the mudguards and enter it as a Grand Prix car. And the Type 35, Type 51 Bugattis won lots of Grand Prix. In fact, the first Grand Prix at Monaco was won by Grover Williams in a Type 35 painted British racing green in his honour. But lovely to have 2 Type 51s. We were going to have 3. Tim Dutton was going to come in his red and black one, but sadly he hasn't been able to make it. Here's Ed Burgess in his Type 51, which has been rebuilt over the winter. The transmission was getting a bit tired. Now it's in fine fettle, as is its driver. Ed drives this one on the road, and occasionally he can drive it on the road without lights or mudguards, and the police stop him and say, "Oi, sir, why haven't you got lights?" He said, "Because this car was built in 1931 before you needed lights. They weren't obligatory," and so reluctantly the police said, "On your way, sir, thank you." And he records a 53.59 as against Colin Bullock's 59.72.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
If you're here and you're wondering why there was silence on the commentary, we've got a contract with Footman James to play a recorded advertisement for Footman James Insurance, which we're happy to do, and that goes out on screen. But while it's being played, I tend to not talk over it for the PA. But we're back in action now with 925, the midget again. This is Tim Cross sharing the white midget with Ben. So Tim and Ben sharing this car. Ben recorded a 57.42 in this car. What can Tim do? And it brings us to Class 1, the start of the entries after the Fassi sponsored Classic Championship, and it's kicked off by David Garnett in his Clio. In the meantime, 58.81 for Tim isn't quite as quick as Ben. So David Garnett, first of a number of Clio Sports, 172, 182, 192, 197. The numbers kept coming, but I don't think they're numbering their sports Clios anymore. David Garnett, 52.81. David Wilson sharing this Peugeot 205 with the 1.9 version of the engine. They came in 1.6, 1.9. somehow the 1.9s are much more valuable, and it's a struggle to find a good a Peugeot 205. Lots of them ended up backwards through the hedge and into the ditch, but this one's in fine fettle and very quick. Time for David Garnett in the Clio 52.81, which is a good time, but David Wilson is even quicker, 51.14. Now Simon Curtin in his Lotus Exige, which is his regular shopping car. He's a golf professional and a former golf champion in this country. But the Exige, of course, is the fixed roof version of the Elise with more power, but this one still with the much modified Rover K-Series engine, which could be developed to about 230 or so horsepower, maybe even more, but then it needed a rebuild after every meeting. But it was a good engine, initially designed for the Metro, but technically a very interesting engine. First of our Mazdas, Robin Holden in an early one, pretty much modified, holding the road nicely. We've got a time for the Exige of 49.28. We are in Class A1, which is for road-going touring cars, saloon cars, series production cars up to 2 litres. So Clios, 205s, got a Suzuki Swift Sport. Great way of starting hill climbing in a hot hatch, and then if you enjoy it and you get good at it, progress maybe into the single-seaters and then up to the top class. Lots of our hill climb champions have either started in a Lotus or a Caterham or a Westfield and have progressed up through the racing classes to the big, quick, big racing cars. Time for Robert Marwood is a class record of 48.52. That's in the Clio 172. That's great. 48.52, a new record. First of our new records this year. Now, what can James Hudson do in the Mark II Golf GTI? Even these are becoming collectible. The few that have survived, because the early Golfs were fairly subject to rusting, particularly the Mark I, but the ones that have survived are getting, people buy them because Dad had one 30 or so years ago, or they've always admired them, and the survivors are now worth considerably more money than they were 5 years ago. Here's Isabella Lawrence in another Clio, 2-litre engine, and Isabella has progressively got quicker and quicker. I think yesterday was her first appearance at Prescott. I could be maligning her, but I believe so, and she's got progressively quicker. She's followed by the Lotus Elise of Jonathan Langmead. This is the 135R version of the Elise, i.e. the 1.8-litre Rover engine tuned to produce 135 horsepower rather than about 105 of the standard Elise. But even with its unmodified engine, the Elise was a quick little car, 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds or so, not hanging about. Here's Ian Richards in a 182 version. Now he's sharing with David Garnett, who kicked off this class. And Jonathan Langmead has recorded a good time of 49.44. But I repeat again, Robert Marwood, number 24, has secured a new class record for this class in 48.52. On the line is Robert Wilson in the 205 Peugeot. Can he threaten the 48.52 of Robert Marwood? Ian Richards has completed his run in 52.82. Off goes Robert Wilson. 2.72 for the first 64 feet. Reminder of anybody watching for the first time, 2 seconds to 64 feet is exactly 1 G of acceleration, like jumping off the diving board. And in the runoff we had, I think, 64 feet of 1.9 seconds, which is immensely quick. I think a dragster can probably do it in about a second, but that's a different kettle of fish altogether. 205 GTI Peugeots again are getting very valuable, the few that have survived. It was a bit notorious in period for going backwards through the hedge when its driver got a bit over enthusiastic. First of our minis is John Armory in this 1600 Mini Cooper S from the early 20s. I think it's a 2005 car. So it had the 1600 supercharged engine, little Rotax supercharger. It wasn't Rotax, it'll come back to me. But a great fun car. Time for Robert Wilson, 49.43, I think we gave you that. John Armory going well, and he's followed by the first of 4, I think, Porsche Caymans. This is the GT4 version, which has the engine increased size from 3.4 to 3.8. The GT4 version of the Cayman were introduced pretty recently. We'll pick up its time in a second, but in the meantime we're focusing on this glorious Alfa Romeo 4C of Rodney Isles. Sadly it's out of production now, so it'll be a rare classic pretty soon, and Rodney was a champion at sprint motor racing, i.e. pretty much a hill climb on the flat, often using 1 lap of a race circuit or even 2 laps of a race circuit. And Rodney, I think, drove a fearsome, maybe a Pilbeam to win the championship. He's recorded a 48.7. Remember, we are now in Class A2, road cars over 2 meters, so that's why we've got Porsche 996, the GT3, the Caymans, and a time for Rodney Isles. We've got 48.7. Time for Philip James, number 30, 50.13 in his Cayman. And we're watching Tony Adams in his greeny gold, interesting colour, Cayman. More standard, the 3.4 litres, and now Peter Herbert's fairly elderly but glorious Porsche 3.6 litre Porsche, rather like the RS Carrera, which are now genuine ones, are stratospherically expensive. We've got a time for Tony Adams of 50.48 in his Cayman. What can Peter Herbert do? Well, he's been hill climbing this car for a long, long time, knows every inch of the track and every inch of the car, to record a time of 51.91. Second of our MX-5s, John Maycock, we've seen here frequently in this very nice MX-5 with its fixed hard top. Not sure if it's removable. I guess it is removable, but it looks good in the MX-5 to have a fixed head. Again, flip up headlights, but unlike the Lotus Elan, Mazda made them work. And John is quick in this Mazda, so under 50 seconds is great, 48.41. John Maycock has finished 48.41. Now David Meek in the rare car. You won't see many of these every day. The Vauxhall VX220, which could be had in non-turbocharged or in turbocharged form, and funnily enough, sold far more with the turbocharger. Based on the Lotus Elise tub, the riveted and glued tub of the Elise, all aluminium, slightly longer wheelbase, the VX220, and a G8 General Motors engine actually made a better or more comfortable cruising car than the Elise, which was a bit simple and primitive, but fabulous road holding. And David Meek is on his way to the finish. He's replaced by this interesting car, Xenos E10S of Chris McDaid. Xenos aiming for as little weight as possible, so the car very lightweight and fitted with a 2-litre engine. Time for John Maycock in the MX-5, that's a good time, again 48.41. What did Rodney Isles do? He did a 48.7, so the 48.41 of John Maycock is, I think, leading the class. But I haven't got this morning's times in front of me, so I can't be sure. But anyway, as far as this afternoon's runs go, John's in the lead. Chris McDaid, 49.57. Now we're into the shared Mini in the hands of Christopher Morgan and ex-Hill Climb champion Roger Moran, father of Scott Moran, who's really enjoying this new to him Toyota GR Yaris, which is a sensational, or been sensationally received hot hatch by Toyota, to the extent that I think the waiting list extends well beyond a year. So if you want a new one, you've got to be patient or be prepared to pay an existing owner much more than new price for a second-hand one, a used one. So we'll catch up on Roger's time when he gets to the top. In the meantime, we're looking at James Dockery in Subaru Impreza STI. Roger's time 51.77. James Dockery exploiting the power of the flat 4 engine, the grip of the 4-wheel drive of the Impreza, explaining why they were such successful rally cars. Particularly, of course, in the hands of the greatly missed Colin McRae. Time for James Dockery, 50.7. Another Yaris in the hands of another former single-seater hill climber, Ian Fido. Again, very new, 71 registration, means after March the 1st, 2021. I beg its pardon, after September, 21, yes, March. 71 indicates after the 1st of September, 2021. So Ian Fido nearing the semicircle, on his way, another Impreza. This is the WRX version of the Impreza. Again, getting really valuable nowadays, the ones that have survived, in the hands of Phil Fisher. Time for Ian Fido, 53.07. On the line, another one in the hands of Allan Mansfield. We'll see in a second, but in the meantime, we're focusing on Phil Fisher, weaving his Impreza WRX through and out of the S's into semicircle. But it's a time in the mid-50s, 55.65. What can Allan Mansfield do in his brand new GR Yaris, demonstrating that you don't have to have a white one, although I think any colour other than white commands quite a price on top of the standard price. But they look good in metallic red, I'd like that. That's great. Ray Law is the first of our caterums so far, and Ray has campaigned this one. It looks as if it's had a respray. It's looking very smart. He's showing at this meeting, certainly probably this year, with Joy Hoyle. Well-known caterum exponent. We all remember her pink caterum. And Ray, as I said this morning, teaches at Oxford University. And we'll pick up his time in a few seconds. Allan Mansfield recorded a 52.98. We're looking at the interesting AMS Mortaya of John Pick. He's sharing this car. Ray Law 49.61. John Pick. The Mortaya has got Subaru Impreza mechanicals, the engine, transmission, I think the suspension as well, in a much lighter fiberglass body, so it's potentially a very quick car. John Pick has finished in the Mortaya with a 50.18, and he's followed by Jonathan Flesher. And I've been ticked off by Jonathan because it actually has a Suzuki GSX-R engine, 1 litre engine. I think I probably accused it of having a after-fire blade. And parts of it were rebuilt from a donated Triumph Herald. Well, certainly the front suspension might have been. I'm not sure how much of the Triumph Herald is in that car. But Jonathan Flesher in the Suzuki-powered, I hasten to add, Caterham 48.33. Here's Peter Lethbridge in his 1700cc version, and on the screen Anthony Shearman. His is the 310R Caterham, which was a very expensive and very rapid version of Caterham. The great thing about Caterham is such a wide range of engine and equipment that everything's available from a little 3-cylinder one right up to like this one, the 310R, with which is really quick. Time for Peter Lethbridge, number 53. That's Peter Lethbridge in the his Caterham 7. His time was 51.12. As Anthony Shearman in the 310R, 51.08, so fractionally quicker. Joe Neary on his way in the Westfield that he's campaigned with its 2-litre Vauxhall engine for a long time, but we're focusing the screen anyway on Robbie Birrell in this glorious Exige with the Toyota V6. It's a Lotus Exige V6 Cup, which is the ultimate Elise-based Exige, and as we all know, Elise is no longer produced. Its place has been taken by the Emira, which was launched at Goodwood Festival Speed last June, July, and which is exquisitely made and beautifully shaped, and it's going to be a huge sales success. But Robbie competes in a good time of 48.17, followed by Steve Garner in his 2-litre Westfield SEI with its comprehensive roll cage, and Samantha Lester is sharing the GR Yaris with Roger Moran. In the meantime, Steve Garner has finished with a very good time of 47.72, and we got an exotic car on the line with traction control, pops and bangs. That's Eric Morris, much modified and incredibly rapid Hillman M. Watch with interest, particularly if you're here, listen with interest. Pops and bangs, it's probably the most extreme imp I've ever seen. But look at the road holding, look at the way it whizzed round Ettores. Time for Samantha Lester in the GR 50.86. Eric Murray could well be in the low-ish 40s, we'll see. Hurls it through the S's. Keeps it on the island just out of Tom Rope corner. I said low 40s, 48.41, great. Followed by the Vauxhall Nova of Phil Tucker. So we've moved on to Class C1, modified series production cars up to 1400cc. So these guys are allowed more modifications to their cars than the road-going specialist production cars. But this is a specialist car, not much produced. It was the G15 Ginetta, which we've seen before about 2,500 times. in the hands of Andrew Russell. Always beautifully prepared, always quick, and always well driven. Having said which, he slides it out of Tom Rote, but gathers it all together and will record a time of 50.85. He might be a bit upset to be in the 50s, would of course rather be in the 40s if he could. On the line, yeah, I said Joy Hoyle is sharing Ray Law's Caterham. Joy enjoys sharing the drive with a co-driver, whether it's her car or his or hers. She's being held on the line for a rather long period. I'm not sure why. I can't see it. There is no red flag, so I don't think there's sweeping going on. She's getting frustrated. Of course, what happens is, you can see on a tripod, there's a red light to her left, and we have got a red flag. Now why? Andrew Russell's done a perfectly good time. He finished okay, but possibly there's a bit of sweeping to be done somewhere. I'm not sure if Joy is being encouraged to switch the engine off. No, because the red flag has come in. So, we got a marshal walking around the semicircle. Maybe something fell off a car, needs recovering. But yeah, the red flag up again. So Joy has been encouraged to reverse away from the start line, which means that when she is summoned to the start line, she can do some burn-ups to put some heat into the rear tyres. It could be, although I doubt it, that Andrew has stopped after the finishing line. But I would be surprised if he had. That car is, the Ginetta is ultra reliable, and as is the driver. But we'll see. But on the pre-start line, we've got Joy in the Caterham, and we've got the AMS Montoya again. This time in the hands of Mark Lawrence, who's sharing the car with John Pigg. A replay of something. Comparison between Scott Moran and Alex Summers in the runoff. This will be interesting because they finished very closely matched. First and second in the runoff. Hardly cigarette paper between them. Who gets into Ettores first? I think Scotty's ahead just at Ettores. Slight oversteering moment, but the win went to Alex. Joy has got going and is navigating Ettores at the moment, as you can see in the dark green Caterham of Ray Law. So I apologise to the Flesher family, Jonathan, who's the dad, and Dylan, who's the son, for accusing them of having the wrong engine, but I'd love to know how they rebuilt this car. It's a Caterham 7 using donated bits from a Triumph Herald. It certainly wouldn't be the hood, but I suspect it might be the front suspension and the steering rack. I don't know. Maybe Jonathan will send Dylan to the commentary box to explain everything. We'll see. Meantime, here's the AMS Montoya again, driven by Mark Lawrence. Oh, Dylan won't be along to the box to explain, because here he is in the Caterham on the hill. We'll perhaps talk to him later. Here he comes. I can't see on my screen what time Jonathan did in this car, whether it's a father win or a son win. Ooh, wide entry to the exit to S's by Dylan. Is that the quickest way through the S's? Not sure. But it certainly opens it up for an early acceleration up to semicircle. On the screen, the lovely Aston Martin, shared by Andy Fraser, together with Tim Painter, of course. They've been working on this car, really developing it as light as possible for hill climbing. Now, Damien Bradley, 800 horsepower or so of Subaru Legacy. Time for Dylan Flesher, good time, 47.69. For Andy Fraser in the Aston, 53.02. What can Damien do? He can do quick. What will Damon do? It'll be in the low 40s. All that power up to the finish line, 42.75. The record in the class, well, that will be a record because it's listed as 43.84 to Stephen Moore in 2019 September. So I think we've had a new record in the modified series production cars. It'll be, we'll see, yeah, it's now come up on the screen as a class record, 42.75, brilliant. And we've got that car again, which will reappear in the hands of Stephen Darley when Damien brings the car back to the start, to the paddock. Porsche Cayman, 3.9 litres of Duncan Andrews, very, very powerful. Flat 6 engine, mid-engine, better road holding generally than a 911, and records a 45.97, which is a good time. Here's Peter Turnbull's Porsche 997 Cup, 3.6 litre, flat 6. I think the Cup was a predecessor to the GT3. There'll be a queue of competitors outside the commentary box, picking up all my mistakes. But Peter happily heading towards semicircle. Meantime, Duncan Andrews' time came in 45.97, 46.59 for Peter Turnbull. Now Paul Howells in the elderly but very rapid 911 RSR. Leading this class is Damien, of course, with the record 42.75. Can Paul Howells threaten that? Don't think so. But it'll be in the low 40s. 44.79. Here comes Hayden Spedding in this much modified 4.2 litre E-Type with its wide track, flared arches. The funny thing is, if you see a standard E-Type coming towards you, they look very narrow and narrow-tracked. Ettore Bugatti described, not Ettore, Enzo Ferrari described the E-Type as the most beautiful car in the world, and certainly it's featured in the New York Museum of Modern Art as a modern work of art, and it certainly was. Now, even this is the previous record holder, Stephen Moore, in the Evo 6. Now, can he grab back his record from Damien Bradley? He's got to beat 42.75. I guess his teeth are gritted, and he's doing whatever he can to grab it back. The previous record was 43.84, so it's quite an ask to get him down below 42.75. I don't think it'll happen. No, it won't. It'll be a 44.44, all the fours for Stephen Moore. Where are we? We've got Phil Goff on screen in the Caterham with a Hayabusa engine. He's not sharing the car. It did a good start at 2.46. Gets it nicely, using all the road at the S's. On screen, lots of banners. If you want to advertise your company, now that we've got live streaming, you'll get a much bigger audience than it was when Prescott was simply our audience here seeing the banners. Time for Phil Goff in the green Caterham, 48.26. We're watching Tim Higgins heading towards the finish in his Westfield with a 2-litre Vauxhall engine, and we're looking at Phil Cook in the very, very rapid and lightweight, super light Caterham, powered by Hayabusa. Oh, but something's happened. Now, has he been red flagged or has he got a problem? He stopped, and so red flags will be coming out, and Simon Jenks will be allowed to retreat from the start line. Now, what's happened to Philip Cook? It came to a relatively sudden halt, as if the engine had suddenly died. And if he hasn't got power, he's going to have to be turned round and coast back down to the paddock. That's bad luck on Phil, because it's a very quick car. Phil determined to reverse all the way back down Pardon, much to the consternation of our marshals, I think, who wanted to turn him round. Then, well, he hasn't collected any gravel, so he doesn't need to go down the grass. He will coast gently down, and we've got a side entrance, as I'm sure you've seen if you're here or if you've been watching on the screen, so he doesn't have to go right down past the start line, where Simon Jenks is waiting patiently in his Caterham Supersport. You might be able to see that on the way up to Ettores we used to have a crossover course, because there's a middle lane, and the cars used to sweep round Orchard and then go across the track and navigate Ettores anti-clockwise and then cross over the track again before. You can just see on the left of the screen where that bollard is. That's the crossover course where you cross back over to get up to Pardon. It never worked. It was a good idea at the time to try and have an alternative shaped hill, but as you can imagine, the cambers were all wrong. And to sweep into the crossover and suddenly find you're trying to get round Ettores with an adverse camber on the way in, and then again cross over again before before Pardon, it just didn't work and nobody liked it. So it was, after I think a couple of years, it was abandoned. I'm talking about the, what was it, the late 80s, early 90s, somewhere around there. I won't tell you when I started hill climbing, but I was in at the start of the 2-litre single-seater racing car class in 1988. And Billy Morris and I, in identical March 782s, had a monster battle all the way through the season, and I just managed to pip Billy to win the class. Now then, we've got Simon Jenks rushing his Supersport Caterham up to semicircle, engine 1667. Can't tell you what it is. Oh, hang on, is this a replay of? No, this is Andrew Griffiths. I was thinking we've got Phil Cook again, but not, sadly. Andrew Griffiths, is it Andrew or John? We don't know, but it's a Caterham. And on the line is Ash Mason. Now Ash My money could well be on him to win this class because he's developed this car himself, going quicker and quicker. He's a brilliant driver. But Andrew Griffiths finishes in 41.97. Ash holds the record in 41.18 in the car that's on screen. Leading the class so far, I think, is a 43.56 of Simon Jenks. Ash, neat and tidy as always, neat, tidy and quick. Absolutely on the limit out of the S's, touch of oversteer, but it's a 41.78, so 6/10 outside his own record, but I think takes the class win. Back to the Aston Martin, this time in the hands of Tim Painter. We saw Andy Fraser, I think he what did he record, a 53, I think, something like that. It's a big car to thread through the swerves of Prescott. On the line we got the Legacy again, this time in the hands of Steve Darley. Remember, new record for this car. Damien broke the record on his second run. Steve Darley, I don't think will be as quick as Damien Bradley. Nevertheless, it's a 42.37. So he's snatched the class record from Damien. Wow, so that car has broken the record twice today. How about that? Damien will be furious. Steve Darley, you won't be invited to share it anymore. No, I'm sure they're great friends. Here's Mike West in the Fisher Fury. He's not in the program, but I think he's included in Class D. And we've got number 91. We're into sports levers up to 2 litres. Graham Wynne, interestingly enough, holds the record with his 2-seater. Is it a 2-seater Force? 39.34. So some interesting cars here with this RCM. We've got Grant Sinclair's Maguire Space Frame Imp and Martin Watson the Silver Riot. Mark Puddle 45.92. Here's the Space Frame Imp, which is a racing car, single-seater racing car, space frame with a plastic imp-like body glued on top. And this happened to a lot of race cars 20 or so years ago when there was, I think, a silhouette class. Lots of people would have a Formula 5000 car and have a Skoda body on top. Fortunately, the great majority of them have been restored as proper Formula 2 or Formula 5000 single-seaters, but Grant is having lots of fun in his space frame Imp and probably has no plans at all to return this to single-seater form. Here's Martin Watson, the rear-engine Silver Riot. The Imp 51.87 is a good time. Let's see what Martin Watts can do in the Riot. On the line, this amazing Pilbeam MP92. We'll talk about that when we see it on the screen. But Bob Penrose and his son Robert are really having the baptism of fire in this amazing carbon fibre tubbed Pilbeam MP92 with its 7.3 litre Chevy American Racing V8, producing well over 700 horsepower. And of course it's based on the Pilbeam that raced at Le Mans, so it's designed much more as a circuit car than a hill climb car. Its body is very low on the ground. It tends to scrape its chassis on the bottom, which is okay. But they'll develop this car as suitable for hill climbing. 49.51. Mike Luck, long-time circuit racer in this TVR Chimera, has had lots of success with it, has decided to give hill climbing a go. Chimera, I think, was the best-selling of the V8 TVRs. I had a Griffith, but the Chimera was a bit more civilized than the Griffith, so sold better. In the days when Peter Wheeler ran the TVR company up in Blackpool, he had the sense to sell the business to a teenage Rush who had more money than sense, and Peter retired with a pocket full of cash and a smile on his face. But Mike Luck has finished with a good time of 47.1. Here's another racing car saloon, the Mini Evo. That's Evo bits, Mitsubishi Evo bits, underneath a mini body in the hands of Allan McDonald. Lots of fun, very quick, inexpensive hill climbing. 43.8. Last runner in this class is Graham Lokes. Is he the last one? I'm not sure. In the Lola T492, car built for the Sports 2000 class that didn't last very long, produced some interesting cars. Some funny ones, looked like flying saucers, but to the 492 is a nice Lola, but this one with its 3.2 litre flat six air-cooled Porsche engine behind Graham. Here's Richard Weaver, who those of us who've been to Shelsley a lot will remember the brilliant job that Richard did scooping up cars that had gone off course and hoisting them onto the back of his truck. Eventually got tired of that, sold the truck, sold the business, and took up hill climbing with his son Tom, and they both had great success and lots of fun in a Formula Ford for the last 2 years, but this year they've gone all out for a 1 litre OMS Hornet, and so again, great battle between Richard and Tom. This is Rob Clarke in an earlier Empire Evo, and again 1 litre. I'll probably be in trouble. I say Honda engine, but Jonathan Flesher will come and tell me it's not. It's a Suzuki, but it's a 1 litre bike engine anyway. Chain drive to a differential on the back axle, and a good time, 41.36. That's brilliant. I don't think it'll qualify for the runoff, but it's not far off. Gavin McLaren has an OMS 2000M. Again, we're into racing cars up to 1100cc. There was a class for 600cc racing cars, but it's died, although I think there still is a series on the circuits for cars powered by engines up to 600cc. This is Gavin McLaren, and it's a 46.66. Richard Walker in the OMS, another OMS, but this is the CF04. Carbon fibre tub, 1 litre engine, of course, up to 1100 we are allowed in this class. This is Class I, racing cars over 600cc and up to 1100. We're looking at Martin Turner in the Empire Evo 2. And excuse the pops and bangs, we've got a time for Richard Walker of 46.51, and off the line goes Martin Turner and then Richard Matosian in the Raptor. But Robert Kenrick was such a success and such a sensation in threatening the big cars. It's got a 1 litre BMW engine producing between 450 and 500 horsepower, so immensely powerful in a car that weighs less than a little feather. I believe under 300 kilos. Difficult to believe, but a good time. 41.41 for Richard. He's really getting the hang of this car. Most of his hill climbing, I think, is done up in Scotland. James Moore, in the meantime, in the Empire Evo. Look at the times. Quickest, Martin Turner on my screen, 41.12. Can James Moore threaten that? Richard Matossion did a 41.41, so he's popped it into third place. In second was Rob Clarke, I think, but what can James Moore do? A 41.32. It's very close. 41.12, 41.41, 41.32, 41.36. So it's a very close to fourth class. We're now into we're still in the 1100cc class. We've got 121, which is Clive Austin, of course, in the sophisticated aerodynamics of the Empire Wraith with its rebuilt engine. And Clive hurls it round Orchard. What was his speed? 81 at the bridge. No, 89 at the bridge. That's good for a 1600. Time for Nigel Pitt, 43.05. We missed watching him on the screen, but we're focusing on Clive, who straightens up the S's as much as he possibly can. Sweeps to the left to open up the entry to semicircle and records a 40.84. Grabs the lead in the class with a good time. The record, Robert Kenrick, 36.97. Just reminds us how quick Robert was in that car. Incredible. Here's Pete Tathan, who had a horrible experience yesterday when his own car caught fire on the way back into the paddock. It was quite a conflagration, took a bit of putting out, and hasn't done the car any good at all. But so he's been kindly offered a share drive in this car, which belongs to his brother. And Pete records a 42.38. Peter Tathan records 42.38. On the line, Richard Summers, patron of the team, sharing this car with Felix, his son, and his first grandson is here to admire what Granddad is doing. They're not in what the program says, which is their DJ Firehawk. They tried to get it started. It didn't want to. Said it's April, I'm not going out until at least May. So they dragged out their Formula Ford Van Diemen, but they're having a lot of fun in it, but they're not threatening the top runners. Top of whom is Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith. And we get another view of the Fisher Fury. Every time we turn around, there's this Fisher Fury rushing up the hill. But Richard, 48.22. Not sure how that compares with the Formula Fords in the Formula Ford class, or indeed whether he would be entered in the Formula Ford class, having dragged the Van Diemen out. Here's the Fisher Fury again, and on the line we've got the Pilbeam again, so you get another chance to see this amazing device, which will progressively get quicker and quicker through the year as the Penrose family gets used to it. But we're watching John McQuillan sharing the Fisher Fury. And now on the screen, the MP92, which I suspect is Mike Pilbeam's final effort. It's based on the Le Mans car, MP72, I think, which had a space frame chassis, but Mike the name. Mike, who ordered this car from Mike Pilbeam, said, no, I need a good strong carbon fibre tub, and Mike Pilbeam obliged, but Robert and Bob Penrose, Bob Dad, Robert's son, have taken over the car, and of course they're enjoying it. We saw Richard Weaver just now, and his son Tom. Tom won a medal at the Masters Championship meeting down at Braga in Portugal. Star of the show in his Formula Ford, much admired, as was Olivia Cooper, who got the ladies' prize. And Olivia is here, as you know, sharing her car with her husband Liam, as always. Watched proudly by her dad, Richard Brown. I don't know if brother Tom was watching proudly. Probably not. Tom, 43.15. Excellent. Mark Schlanker will be quick in the Force 1 litre Force HC. Now keep an eye on Richard Summers' time, 48.22, because we're coming towards the Formula Ford class. Meantime, let's just watch Mark Schlanker over the line in 43.69. On the line, Steve Morgan leads off our Formula Fords in the 1989 Van Diemen. So if Richard Summers has been transferred to the Formula Ford class, we need to remember his time of 48.22. And indeed, there's young Felix Summers still to come in the Van Diemen. So either of them, if they're in the Formula Ford class, could well win it. Steve Morgan in the S's, Caroline Ryder on the line in her similar Van Diemen. 3 years older than Steve's car. He does a 48.74, so not quite as quick as Richard Summers. What can Caroline do? She's well experienced. And remember, Matthew Ryder is sharing the 4 litre Gould this year with Will Hall and qualified for the runoff and finished up with a 36.05, sharing third place with Trevor Willis. So that was a great run by Matthew. Caroline heads for the finish. It's a 49.88. Here on the line is Sarah Bosworth. No, it isn't. Sarah Bosworth well on her way is Les Buck on the line in the Pringet Mistral, but let's focus on Sarah in her RF85 Van Diemen. So named for Van Diemen's Land, which was what Tasmania was called when it was first discovered. Sarah, 49.07. What can Les do? We've still got quite a few more runners in this Formula Ford class. But here's the Pringet Mistral, one of, I think, 14 made by Mr. Pringle. And we flick on to Chris Warden in the Swift. Rare car, not many Swifts still around. Les has finished with a 50.16 in the Mistral. And on the line and about to go is David Finlay in a Reynard. Reynard, one of the few Formula Ford constructors who went on to great things, and Reynard his car starred at Indianapolis, Indy 500, which was good for the pocket and good for the reputation. Oh dear, that's a shame. That's David into the gravel at Ettores. Severe understeer and straight on through the gravel into the rector cell. So red flag, rescue team will quickly make their way up the hill. I wasn't too much of an impact, so I think David will be okay, but the front of the car and the offside front suspension could well be pushed back a bit. Yesterday someone went straight into the rector cell barrier at Ettores, which resulted in a longish delay while the rector cell was repaired. So I don't think David's impact was, I hope, enough to tear the rector cell at all. It's rector cell was a brilliant invention and features not only here at Prescott but at Shelsley as well, stopping cars from slamming into a much harder tyre barrier or wooden barrier. Trying to remember the name of the hill climber who competed in Ferrari and Lancia and introduced rector cell to hill climbing. Oh, we're going to show you a replay of the record run by Steve Darley in the Legacy. So Damien Bradley will watch this with gritted teeth, but really fantastic. We started with the Aston Martin, but coming soon is Steve Darley in the Legacy. Here we go. Remember, this car's got a healthy 800 or so bhp, four-wheel drive of course, beefed up transmission to cope with the power and the torque. And both Steve and Damien recorded very similar times, but Steve just nudged ahead. So we've had two new records today at Prescott. And blow me down, here's the Fisher Fury again. Crikey, we never stop watching that. But what a brilliant pair of runs by this incredible Subaru Legacy. The good news, I think, is that the car looks pretty much undamaged, and as far as I can see, the front wheels are pointing in the right direction. And more good news, David Finley clearly okay, on his feet, ready to jump in the car and coast it back down to the paddock. We've got a quad bike rushing up the hill. I don't think there's a quad bike class here today. Maybe it's going to do a bit of towing. On the screen we've got a class record battle. That's probably the class record between the ambulance and the quad bike. But we did see the battle between the two legacy drivers. And maybe the Recticel has suffered a little bit. Simon Staveley and I think Dana Mepham is there sorting out the Recticel. Any car that's been into the gravel, we have to be very careful that on the way back down it doesn't spread much more gravel onto the track. So there'll be a lot of sweeping, but also David will be encouraged to coast the car back down on the grass so that if he does spill any gravel, it doesn't go on the track, it goes on the grass. So firm instructions, David, keep off the track, don't spread gravel. Shout out for our marshals who do a fantastic job. Yeah, well done, David, onto the grass. And marshalling is a great way of getting closely involved in hill climbing and motor racing. Get brilliant training, because marshals need to be well trained, particularly in removing a driver out of a damaged car, because lots of harm to drivers has been done in the past by over-enthusiastic marshals trying to hoik them out of a damaged car quickly, and now they're very much well trained to, as long as the thing isn't on fire, to wait for the doctor to turn up and then to extract the driver out of a damaged car with great care. And so they're always looking for new people to join, so if you've recently retired from a full-time job and want an enjoyable and exciting hobby, well, marshalling might well be for you. You get an orange suit to wear in all the weathers. And fortunately, I think David Finlay's car is returning to the paddock virtually undamaged, but he'll be annoyed because it's a waste of a run to go straight on at Ettores. Next car up will be Felix Summers, sharing with his dad in the family Formula Ford.
The old chap said, I bet the two fastest in the second and the third were all in the Dean, because there were 4 stages in the Dean and they were the end of the rally that year. Because my dad said he was in there, and he said that year in 1980 they went and finished off in the Forest of Dean, and said he was in Surrey. I was in Salaman. And he just said when it came through, it was the case that everybody just stood back. He was car 34. Yeah. But he was going to be fast. And you could just see. I think it was a Wednesday lunchtime. Went down for the day in Salaman. It was Bath to Bath, weren't it? It was, yeah. Went to start in Bath and went to Salaman.
I've had word from on high confirming that Richard and Felix Summers do compete today in the Formula Ford class, having changed their car. They were going to come in the DJ Firehawk, but that went on strike, and so they've come in the Formula Ford Van Diemen. But it means that we need to keep an eye on Richard Summers' time in his second class run, and on Felix's as well, because they've got a chance of winning that class. So if you're watching online, you get some. We've got some class results, because of course a lot of people have already had their 2 class runs, and remember that the 12 fastest runs by competitors who are entered for the British Hill Climb Championship qualify for the top 12 runoff at the end of the meeting. So it's a great theatre that we build up to the climax of the meeting at the last 12 runs of the day. I do hope if you're watching this on screen in other parts of the world that you're really enjoying it. If you're in Australia, you're probably staying up all night, but you might well have recorded it and can watch it in the morning instead of working. If you're in the States, well, it's getting on for lunchtime on the East Coast. Probably a late breakfast on the West Coast. Nice Sunday breakfast in the States. Maple syrup on everything. So do send us some messages. The more messages we get, the more fun it is, particularly if you're watching for the first time. Give us your first impressions of hill climbing in the UK. Up to the line, Felix Summers confirmed that he and his dad are competing in the Formula Ford class. And I think Richard's low 48 is probably leading the way. Steve Morgan did a 48.74, which I don't think beat Richard Summers' time. Now what can Felix do? Being cheered on by his little son. Last runner in the Formula Ford class, again Carole Nicholls. We'll see her fairly soon. Meantime, Felix threads the little Van Diemen. Early car, 83, 84 possibly. He's not going to beat his dad. It's a 50.32. I wonder if someone can remind me what time Richard Summers did. Perhaps Richard Damien can put it up on the screen again and see whether Richard Summers has won the class. But in the meantime, Carole Nicholls in the Nike. She bought as a tribute to her dad, who built these cars, built the Nikes down in Devon. Great guy, built frames for people who'd bent their Lotus or their Brabham, and but also built Nike chassis, which had all sorts of engines and bodies attached. Yes, look at that. Richard Summers wins the Formula Fords with a time in his second run of 48.22, and Felix is down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8th or so. So a great day, I hope, for the Summers family. Remember that Alex won the first run-off. Lindsay did a good run in the fearsome Firestorm. But we move on to racing cars. Before we do, we get David Tatham in the little Hornet. This is in the race cars up to 1100 cc's. David sharing this car with brother Pete, who had a very unfortunate experience yesterday when his car caught fire in the paddock. So the question is, no, the question isn't. We've got Richard Summers as the winner of the Formula Fords. Wow, David goes really wide to open up the S's, the exit to the S's, get on the power early. What does it do for his time? It does a lot. Wow, that's a brilliant time by David Tatham of 39.58. To get a little 1100 car up in the 30s is good, but of course Robert Kenrick puts it all into perspective with his time in the Raptor with the BMW engine of 36.97. One last Formula Ford. Ooh, hang on a minute. Can he beat Richard's time of 48.22? Oh, and we've got Alex Coles, of course, the two shared Formula Fords. Alex just left the line. Let's keep an eye on Tom Morgan in the 1989 Van Diemen. It's funny how many Van Diemens have survived. They certainly dominate our Formula Ford. 49.85 for Tom Morgan. Here's Alex in the 1986 version. On the line we've got Andy Greenen in the brand new Empire Evo 3, the first Mark III that Empire produced. Now, Alex Coles seems to me to be going really quickly in his Van Diemen, and the clock is ticking. This might threaten Richard's time, and it does. He takes the class with a 47.91. But here's Andy Greenen getting the hang of the Empire Evo 3. They were a bit cautious. He and his brother Adam were a bit cautious yesterday, feeling their way in this car, but they're both very quick drivers. 39.54 for Andrew. Now, will that qualify for the runoff? We shall see. In the meantime, here is Olivia Cooper, daughter of Richard Brown, sister of Tom Brown, wife of Leon Cooper, who shares this beautifully presented Force TA. Wonder who chose the colour. If Olivia did, it's a very nice dark egg blue, and she records a 40.85. She'll be pleased with that. That's a really good time for Olivia. Steve Marr in the GWR Raptor. Now, is this a new car? I don't think I've seen Steve Marr in this car before, but it's got a Hayabusa. Say again. Oh, this is. Oh yes, of course. This is the car that he's sharing with Richard Spedding, and Richard qualified, did a 37.1 in the first top 12 runoff. Time for Steve Marr, 40.1. Here's Leslie Much in Raptor number 1. Can he qualify for the runoff? Well, 39.58 marginal, I think. Allan Warburton. David did a 36.69 in this car in the first run-off. Here's Allan, who's very tall compared with his son David, squeezes himself into the GR59, probably isn't very comfortable, that's okay. And usually David is a little bit quicker than his dad. So safely round semicircle, and to record a 39.09, Allan Warburton might qualify. If we have a double-driven car in the runoff, one of the drivers is first up the hill, goes back to the paddock, and then second driver takes its rightful place according to its qualifying time. We're watching the Empire Wraith of Robert Capper. Third of our 3 Empire Wraiths here today. Going well and recording a 42.15. Now Jason Tunnicliffe is quick in this Empire Evo 2. And we're looking for the cars to qualify for the runoff. I think, judged by the first lot, you probably need to be in the 37s to qualify. Although Ben Stephenson qualified for the first runoff in a 38.15, but then had engine trouble and didn't score. We're watching Jason Tunnicliffe. This is racing cars up to 1600 Class J record. Joss Goodyear. Joss was a blazed like a shooting star for a year or two back in 2013 and set a record of 36.35 for the 1600 class in his Raptor. Time for Jason Tunnicliffe records a 39.32, John Stockley a 40.83, and we're watching Gary Hill on, I think, a pretty new OMS 2000. Nice and neat, the top of the hill. We'll watch him round the semicircle, through the middle of the road, and 41.11. Rob Anscombe in his newly acquired Empire Evo. So this for Rob, I think, is only his second competitive outing in this car. Probably competed at Lowton Park a couple of weeks ago. His former car is for sale, so if you want a nice, simple hill climber to have a lot of fun with, go and talk nicely to Rob. He's had quite a bit of interest in the car, but it hasn't sold yet, so you're in with a chance if you want it. Meantime, Rob is really getting a hang of this Evo from Empire Cars, and it's a 43.94. Darren Gumley is always quick in a Force TA. He's competed with this car for quite a while and quite a lot of success. Incredible road holding, and the turn in by these little racing cars, they turn in like a speedboat. It's incredible. Don't suffer from understeer. 38.99 could well qualify for the runoff. Now Zach Zammit was very unfortunate this morning to have the car engine stop on his runoff run. Let's hope it's all better now. It's certainly going fine, and I would expect Zach to qualify for the runoff. He probably in the 37s, maybe the 38s. Yeah, an early 38. 38.17 could well be a qualifying run for the British Hill Climb Championship round 2. Trish Davis sharing the Reynard 2-litre V8 with husband Terry. Trish for a long time was spares controller at the Bugatti Owners Club, helping people to find and to supply spare parts for their Bugattis. Not an easy thing to do, needs a lot of knowledge of Bugatti cars. Trisha has marshalled, she's competed all-rounder 43.65. Andrew Colbourne is in a Van Diemen RF02, which I think is a Van Diemen Super Ford, but with a 2-litre Vauxhall engine. So it's a fairly elderly car, but it's quick, and Andrew's a quick peddler. I don't mean he quickly sells things, but he pedals his cars quickly. 2.19 off the start's pretty good. And it's an unusual car, it's very much a circuit car. And Andrew's over the line for a time of 43.53. Tim Davis used to share this car, this Pilbeam 88 with Billy Morris, but now he's competing on his own. The car is for sale. Another nice hill climb car, pretty easy to manage with its Ford engine. Brilliant road holding, as all Pilbeams have. Tim was a great rally driver before he took up hill climbing. He's very quick and very competitive. 41.62 for Tim Davis. Jonathan Varley, do look at this car in the paddock if you have a chance. It's just a miracle of clever engineering to squeeze a 2-litre V8 engine into the back of this little Raptor. A Predator, I beg its pardon. This, I believe, is the car that Graham Wright started his own hill climb car with a Formula 1 Arrows engine in the back. It never worked properly. But Jonathan Varley, first of all, fitted a BDG, but now it's got the TKD engine, 3904. Interesting to see if that qualifies for the runoff. Could just about. But I think you probably need to be in the 37s, 38s. Lee Griffiths is always quick in the 1660cc OMS 28. Very popular OMS chassis. 3847 could qualify. On the line is Einon Price, highly experienced and very rapid. Einon has all last year often qualified in the runoff, and you can see that he finished the year in 10th place, so he was a top 10 runner in the British Hill Climb Championship last year in this car. Now, wouldn't he love to qualify today for round 2? Needs to get in the 37s, I would say. I don't think, I think it's a 39.27. 39.27. But Richard Spedding might well. He qualified for the last runoff in 37.23 and recorded a 37.1 in the runoff himself. 37.1, well, he'd love to qualify in 36s. And he would love to have a top 10 number on his car next year by being in the top 10 in the championship this year. Amazing little GWR Raptor, something like 450, 500 horsepower from this 1585 supercharged engine. 37.18 could well get him in. Good run by Richard, fantastic. Now Stuart Sugden in another Raptor, similar engine. Not sure if it's supercharged or turbocharged. Doesn't have an S or a T alongside it, but very quickly into the left-hander, almost overcooked it, but managed to skirt around the barrier. This will be in the mid-38s, 38.73. I'm not sure that that'll be in with a chance of qualifying. Here's Liam Cooper in this lovely Force TA. We saw Olivia in just now. Liam was quickly off the line, 2.24, was 95 miles an hour under the bridge, which is quick. And he's another of the brigade that opens up by taking a wide sweeping entry into the... Has he spun? Yes. He was just starting a spin on the way into semicircle, so red flag, I'm afraid. Let's hope that... that's okay. Let's hope that Liam's going to be rescued. The rescue unit hurries to the scene. Clarke's to the course. Up. We just catch a glimpse of under braking. Liam flicks it round clockwise. It is scary going off at the semicircle because it's quite a drop off, but it isn't a cliff. But and very often cars go off there and don't suffer any harm. So some results. Formula Fords eventually were won by Alex Coles, only one into the 47s. Richard Summers came second with his 48.22. Isn't it interesting how many of the Formula Fords were Van Diemen's? They obviously built in a long life when they built them. Up to 1600, Richard Spedding, not unnaturally, wins the class with his 37.18, and I would think that would get him into the runoff. David Warburton, oh yeah, hasn't taken his second run yet. So we think that Richard will have won the class, but David is still in a chance of. He's waiting before the pre-start line. So you're right, absolutely right. This class isn't finalised yet. Those of you who are here in person will know that we've got a record crowd here at Prescott, the biggest ever known, as far as I know. And I hope it's an encouragement of anyone watching this online who hasn't yet been to Prescott. If you live in the UK, encourage you to come. It's a most lovely part of the world, pretty countryside, lots of excitement on the hill. And if you're overseas and planning a holiday in the UK, do try and make it to coincide with a meeting at Prescott. We would love to see you and have a chat and get your impressions of British hill climbing. It's really interesting, the contrast between hill climbing on the continent of Europe and in the UK, because our continental hill climbs, oh, that's good news. That's Liam coming down the hill with an undamaged car and obviously in full health. So I think it confirms what I said, that often people do go off at semicircle. Usually they spin harmlessly on the grass, and thank goodness that's exactly what Liam did. Yeah. Where was I? Yes, if you're planning a holiday in this country. Well, in this part of the world, the West Midlands of England, we've got 3 famous hill climbs. We've got Prescott, owned and run by the Bugatti Owners Club. We've got Shelsley Walsh, which is the oldest motor racing track in the world that's been in continuous use. It's been in continuous use, apart from 2 world wars and a COVID year, since 1905. And Shelsley equally is in lovely countryside over near Worcester in the Team Valley. And then over near Shrewsbury, just beyond Shrewsbury, almost on the border of Wales, up near Llangollen, is Loughton Park. And that's a deer park. The deer don't really run across the course very often, but pheasants do. But Loughton Park, again, is a really interesting hill. It's, I think it's the longest hill in England, slightly longer than Prescott or Shelsley. And Clarke's the course back, Liam's back safely. Top 5 in the first runoff was separated by just 1/10 of a second. That is the closest ever top 5 results. Yeah, wow, that was amazing, wasn't it? Top 5 separated by 1/10 of a second. That's incredible. Coming to the line, David Warburton in the GR59 with its fore and aft motorcycle Hayabusa engine, really interesting transmission setup. And as I'm sure you know, David shares this car with Father Allan. 9th in last year's Hill Climb Championship. Beautifully controlled start in 2.09, very nearly 1G of acceleration. 103 through the trap, probably means 105, 106 total before sweeping into Orchard, down the hill and up the slope to Ettores, which is quite a steep slope, as you can see. David, neat and tidy at semicircle, but quick as well, and that's not easily achieved. It's a very challenging series of bends. 36, 37, good run, 37.4 for David Warburton. I shall be intrigued to see the list of runners for the runoff when our class runs are finished. Meantime, Richard Alexander sharing with Paul this Force PC. No dramas and a good 40.88. Terry Davis about to leave the line and does so in the Formula 3 Reynard based special with his own 2-litre V8 engine in the back. Terry and wife Tricia have been competing in this car for a long time, both highly experienced, and with the bonus that Terry is a brilliant engineer, keeps the car in great condition. I don't know how many more of his V8 engines are on the stocks, but I know they are in regular demand. And Terry finishes with a 41.84. On the line, Adam Greenen. We saw Andrew earlier. This is the brand new Evo 3 Empire. 95 through bridge, 2.3 off the line. Remember, this is pretty much their first outing in this car. I'm not sure if they went to Loughton Park a couple of weeks ago, but it's a new car. They've got to get used to it. But it's going to be very quick, and they're a very quick pair of brothers. Rounding circus, semicircle. This will be under 40 seconds it is, 39.58. 39.58. Kelvin Broad on the line. Lots of revs, but not too much wheel spin. A good start, 2.08 in the Force TA. And through the bridge speed trap at 95. Clips the apex at Ettores, and maybe a couple of gears between Ettores and Pardon. Kelvin really, after quite a few years of competing in a Lotus, really enjoys the precision of the Force TA, and it's a 39.18. He'll be pleased with that, to be in the 30s. Oh dear. Ooh. Ventures by Ben Stephenson, determined to get in the runoff. Avoids the dormant bollard that he killed. Didn't seem to slow him. It was a wild slide. It might have cost him a couple of tenths. And around semicircle. No, I'm afraid it did cost him time, 39.85. Whereas in the first runs he qualified with a 38.15, so that cost him a second or so. Yeah, he'll obviously have lifted off a lot to get control of the car again. And then dodging the bollards.
It's a question of which shot do you pick, because the sideways shot of him taking out the cones really good, and then the shot of him going past.
I don't know if that was things that he left behind as he slid over the grass. Didn't see anything flying off the car. We've got Ian Tucker on the line in another OMS 28. I must ask Steve Owen or Lynn how many 28s and 25s they built. I think quite a lot, and are still building them up in Yorkshire. So a little bit of a clean-up as Ben Stephenson comes back down the return road. He's had an adventurous day, qualified nicely, qualified 11th for the first runs, but sadly the engine started stuttering between the start and the bridge. Then it started firing on all four, but nevertheless it cost him 5 seconds or so. Ian Tucker starts up the OMS. Bike engine, but 1700cc nearly. Remember, we're in the forced induction, i.e. turbocharged or supercharged class K2 racing cars up to 2 litres with forced induction. Yeah, forced into the cylinder head by either a turbocharger or a supercharger. And Ian Tucker, it'll be in the 43s, I think it is, 43.45. Simon Moyes is usually quick. He's in this lovely good GR59, which he and his dad acquired 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, Simon went really, luckily he collected it nicely. Cars have been known to dive down to the left there, and it's uncomfortable with all those trees around, but Simon gathered it together really skillfully, but it'll have cost him maybe a second or more. 41.26, he'll be cross with himself. Now Paul Hames, 7th last year, qualified 37.17 in 7th place. He seems to love the number 7. Oh, a lot of traction control, popping and banging, but not quite enough revs. And it doesn't have an anti-stall like the Formula 1 cars have, but fortunately he managed to stop it before the back axle crossed the finishing line. So Paul qualified in 8th place, but in the runoff 36.76 was a good time. 106 miles an hour through the bridge trap, 2.21 at the start is okay. Hugs the inside at Tories. Turbocharged 1300cc high booster. Very clever electronics to avoid turbo lag. Now, can Paul get it in 36s? No, it'll be an early 37, I think. Yeah, 37.07 could well qualify. Lino in the pea green Kermit OMS 28 with its new last year RPE 2.7 V8 engine. And Lynn and Steve really enjoying the power of this engine compared with what they had in the car before. It's a 44-1 for Lynn. Gives way to Bernard and Kevill. Sharing the OMS 28 with its 2.8 litre TKD V8 engine, which was, I think, the first engine that Terry Davis built. And Terry and Bernard, I beg your pardon, and Simon Andrews having a lot of fun sharing this car, not expecting to qualify, but enjoying their hill climbing. Remember, hill climbing, really, you're battling against yourself very often to try and improve your best time. 42.12 for Bernard in the OMS. Now we've got the GR59. I think it's Will Hall, I think. Is that Matthew standing by the car? We shall soon see. Anthony Lane, son of the great Roy Lane, looking after the car. .708 means it's Matthew. Had a bit of trouble getting off the line first time, but this time no trouble at all. But it didn't sound happy. Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounded as if a rev limiter was cutting in. Hope I'm wrong. Yeah, only 66 at bridge. The engine was unhappy, but maybe it's cleared its throat now. But I have a horrible feeling it'll possibly prevent Matthew from qualifying. It's going very quickly now, but I think he's lost a couple of seconds or so. It's a 38.35. Yeah, I think that engine hesitation cost Matthew a couple of seconds. We'll see what the car does when Will Hall is driving it. We turn our focus to Graham Wynne in, again, 4-litre Judd-powered GR59 Gould, sharing, as you all know, I'm sure, with Scott Moran. I don't think Graham will mind if I tell folks that he was fitted with a pacemaker earlier this year, and that's certainly giving his heart a boost and maybe taking a few seconds off his time. Graham Wynne won the OBE, an honour for the work he did in traffic management, and records a 38.39. 38.39. Lindsay, Mrs. Summers, in her DJ Fast Storm, which of course she shares with her son Alex. You remember, maybe if you were at Goodwood Festival Speed last year, you'll know that Alex drove the amazing McMurtry electric fan car, which looks like a mini World Endurance Championship car, but has a powerful electric drive motor, but also two fans pulling it down onto the road, producing 500 kilos downforce with no aerodynamic penalty. And Alex told me yesterday that he's got the drive again on the Saturday of the Festival of Speed. Now, sorry, I missed. Graham Wynne did a 38.39, we knew that. Lindsay Summers, 44.08. Paul Crute is nearing the finish in the Jaguar 3-litre V6 powered OMS. Jack Cottrell came to the line. The engine was screaming its little head off, so I hope the throttle wasn't stuck. He switched off, and now he's switching on again. No, it sounds all right now. I think Jack's had a mixed success at this meeting this weekend. Let's hope he gets a good class run in this fascinating DJ with its Dallara-based tub and a 2.6-litre IndyCar engine. It's going fine, it's sounding fine. It's a very quick 95 at Bridge and a good start. I'd be really pleased if Jack is able to qualify this car for the runoff. Plenty of power available. American viewers might be interested. This is a car that the engine that Cosworth produced for Indianapolis, the Indy 500. Lots of teams used it, burning methanol and turbocharged. 38.61, no, I'm afraid I don't think that's quick enough to qualify for Jack, but a nice, neat run in the DJ. Paul Alexander sharing with his brother Force PC. This is back to the 2-litre forced induction class in their Force PC. Takes it over the line with a 42.81, and here comes Mr. OMS, Steve Owen. We've just seen Lynn in this car, warming it up, getting everything fettled, and then Steve jumps in. No dramas. I think it'll be in the 38s, 39s, probably. Might even be in the very low 40s. 39.99, just into the 30s, great. That's good. Here is Simon Andrews sharing, of course, this OMS 28 with Bernard Kevill. This car on screen and admire the line that Simon is taking. It's not the ultimately quick car driver combo, but he and Bernard have a great deal of fun. 41.44 for Simon Andrews. Now we've got a few more cars still to come in the unlimited racing car class, and I can see the GR59 with Will Hall on board emerging from the paddock and getting ready to come up to the start line. Enthusiastic helpers clean up. Is that Matthew cleaning up the front tyres, getting any gravel off them? Anthony Lane hanging on to the wing at the back. Will spin those rear wheels to clean them up and get a bit of heat into them. Now is he on? He's on Avon's. It's a big tyre battle for the last few years between Pirelli and Avon. Avon have supplied hill climb cars for many, many years. Pirelli came in 3 or so years ago. Remember, poor Matt Ryder had engine hesitating on the way up to bridge, and that really cost him a lot of time. Will 109 miles an hour and a very good start of 2.04. He qualified 12th with a 37.1 for the first runoff, but his runoff time was 36.83. Wouldn't he love to get into the low 36s, maybe even into the 35s? This car broke the record here. I think it was a 35.12 that Sean achieved in this car, but that was in the heat of summer. 37.37 for William. No, he'll be on the cusp, I think, of qualifying. Meanwhile, we watch David Uren, and David qualified with a 37.66 for the first run, but did a 36.69. Rushes along the top, through the swerves and into the S's. Nice line through the S's. Ooh, slight oversteery touch out of Tom Roquan. Might have cost him a couple of tenths. What, 37.24. Again, David should qualify, but it might be marginal. Now, Trevor Willis. Trevor did a brilliant run at 36.05 to get equal third with Matthew Ryder first run off. Remember, the first top 5 in the first run-off were within a tenth of a second of each other, which is the first time that's ever happened to be so close. Trevor qualified 37.34. Not as quick as his previous qualifying run, which was 36.85, and his actual Hill Climb Championship run in the run-off was 36.05. Remember, often these guys fit a not their best suite of tyres for the class runs, and then quickly swap them over for the best possible set, maybe even a new set for the run-off. Meanwhile, Scott Moran, 35.99, he won the first round and is qualified with the 36.69. Alex Summers qualified with a 35.96. He was the only person to qualify in the 35s, and then in the run itself, 36.01 got him into second place. Someone was commenting online the delicious sound of the XD engine in the Firestorm, and it is an incredible sound. It's almost a scream. Don't know how many revs Alex is using, but quite a lot. 36.4, he'll certainly qualify with that. Now Wallace did a fairly calm qualifying run in 37.15, and then his time in the runoff was 36.09, which put him, I think, in about 5th place. So it may be, I'm looking at the tyres, they don't look very new, and it may be that Wallace is handicapped by middle-aged tyres, but it's a good start, 2.03, 101, not nearly as quick as he was before, but remember, all he's got to do is qualify. He doesn't have to win the class necessarily. I put this run in the low 36s, but I could be mistaken. .36.31. He'll be in. That's okay. So that's the end of our class for unlimited capacity racing cars. Now we've got some classic cars. Kicked off by Richard George in the B19 Chevron. Chevron was a lovely story up in Lancashire, but why is Richard going so slowly? That's sad if the car is misbehaving, because it probably deprives Amanda, daughter Amanda, of a drive. Now Richard is usually much quicker than that. Gives us a chance to admire the lovely lines of this Chevron. I'm surprised that Chris Bentley Jones has been released off the start, but obviously our clerks of the course are confident that Richard George will get to the top before Chris Bentley Jones arrives in this little Brabham. 1600cc Formula 2 Brabham, of the type that launched Jochen Rindt's career at Crystal Palace all those years ago when he beat the likes of Graham Hill in the Formula 2 race at Crystal Palace, which isn't used for racing anymore, but is used, I think they have a sprint every year there. Richard has finished with a 71.5, so he got to the top, but there's something wrong with the Chevron. What a shame. And now Chris Bentley Jones records a 47.92. Here's Rupert Marks in the big McLaren M12 Can-Am car with its 5.7 litre Chevy engine. Rupert used to drive this car to Prescott all the way over from I think Suffolk, which is a long way away the other side of London, but in his relatively old age, Rupert's decided it's not a sensible thing to do with modern traffic, although the car did have electric fans too. If it was stuck in a traffic jam it didn't boil, but with the cost of petrol you probably wouldn't want to drive 120 miles in a Can-Am car. His time 46.12. We look at Andy Tippett in the really interesting Brabham BT30, built by Brabham for Grand Prix racing at a time when cars were sporting great high wings with on the ends of sticks, and they all broke and they caused awful accidents. I've got the runners for our second runoff, round 2 of the British Hill Climb Championship. I'll read them to you when it all goes quiet. But in the meantime, we've got Joe McCrell in the Tigger with its 1600 Peugeot engine, Super Ford car. No dramas, lots of fun, simple car to run and quick enough to be fun. 47.39. Here's Richard Brown in the Mark 17 Mallock and sharing today with Tom, who has brought his own car here and competed yesterday, but the car sprang an oil leak out of the back of the crankshaft. So sensibly they've retired it today, and Tom and Richard are sharing this car. And records a 44.96. We'll see Tom in a few minutes, and remember there's a $5 on it for who records the quickest time each run. Okay, runners for round 2 of the championship. Pencils and paper hovering. I'll give you a little bit of time to get the appropriate document. But here we go. First to run will be Graham Wynne. Good for Graham to qualify. And of course he's sharing with Scott Moran, so he will go first. And actually he did qualify 12th, but Graham's in the runoff, which is great for him. Then Matthew Ryder will have a run, and that's good because Matthew, if you remember, had a hesitant engine, but nevertheless he, with a 38.35, he's got in. Third to go will be Zachary Zammit in the with the 38.17 in the Empire Wraith, bright orange car. Fourth up will be David Warburton in the GR59 with a time of 37.4. Then Will Hall, who got the GR59 of Sean Gould into 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth to run, 37.37. Then Trevor Willis with a 37.34. Following Trevor will be David Uren, qualified with a 37.24. Good news is that Amanda George has just left the line in a healthy chevron, so I don't know what the trouble was. Meanwhile, we're watching Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and Amanda on the hill. After David Uren comes Richard Spedding. Brilliant qualifying round of 37.18. Then Paul Hames, qualified 4th fastest with 37.07. Third quickest in qualifying, Scott Moran with a 36.69. Then Alex Summers, second quickest, 36.4, will run 11th. And our final runner will be Wallace Mingus, who qualified with a 36.31. So we're looking forward to the runoff. We're watching our classic classes. We've seen Amanda George in the chevron recording a 49.03. Now we've got Martin Jones in the Elva Mark 7. And following Martin will be Peter Thurston in the first of our 2 Mallock U2s. Nicely polished, nicely prepared. Time for the Elva coming up, 51.45. Peter Thurston rounds Ed Torres. He's followed by Chris Wigdor in the U2, in very much in racing, single-seater configuration. Here he comes into Ed Torres. And we just caught a glimpse. On the line is Lee Carter in the little Fiat Abarth. Time for Peter Thurston, the first of the U2s, 46.45. Chris Wigdor enters the S's, straightens them up neat and tidy, not terribly quick through the S's. We'll see his time in a second, but in the meantime we're focusing on Lee Carter in this little Fiat 500 modified by Carlo Abarth into a Fiat 695 SS. Fun little car to hill climb. And then on the line we've got Robin Johnson in the Tigger we've seen so often in his hands. Watch the little Abarth. We go back to Robin Johnson in the Tigger. And Lee Carter in the Abarth finishes with a 65.05. Off the line, another Fiat Abarth, a slightly bigger one based on the 850 of Peter Hall. We'll see that in a second or two. Meanwhile, we're following Robin in the Tigger. heading to the finish, finishes with a 47.88. Back to the Fiat. Not an especially powerful car. 900cc Fiat engine. The 850, the engine used to, the standard one, used to rev like crazy. Driven in the Italian style. Only 2 positions in the throttle, on or off. And Martin Saunders follows in this very attractive Escort Mark I. It's become an iconic shape, hasn't it? The shape of the original Ford Escort. Such a popular car, real market success. And we've got Tom Brown in the Mallock Mark 17. I've forgotten to make a note of the time that his dad did. And does Tom win the fiver this time? Wins back all the fivers that he lost yesterday, possibly. It's a 43.55. I think Richard's time was very similar. Now Ian Stringer in the Alfa Giulia Sprint that he acquired, I think, a couple of years ago. They are super little cars. If they don't succumb to rust, the ravages of rust, those that have survived are now very much desirable classics. And Ian is a very good, calm driver. He's a partner in a big property company in Birmingham. 55.45, lifting the front wheel as imps tend to do, is Mark Maynard in his much modified Hillman imp, locking brakes into a Taurus, but luckily doesn't, well, skillfully doesn't plough on into the gravel at a Taurus, heaves it round, but you can see the front suspension tied right down to avoid the perils of understeer with that swing axle front suspension. And outside-ish of semicircle, and it's a 52.08. I think this is our last Fiat with the engine cover open. It being John Barber in the 850 TC Nürburgring, so maybe in a saloon car race or touring car race at the Nürburgring in Germany, these cars featured. Probably there was a class of 20 of them or more buzzing around Nürburgring like a swarm of hornets. Andy Clarke follows in the big-engined Austin Mini. My mum had one of the first Minis, and we drove it down to all the way down through France to Barcelona, and it was sensational. All the 2CV Citroëns and the Renault 4s tried to chase us, but they couldn't. And everyone was intrigued by this dinky little car. Andy Clarke, 55.87 in the Mini. Simon Braithwaite, we got on the screen in his Escort RS 1600. And we're focusing on Andrew Cairney in the much modified again Hillman M, not as modified as the white one. Time for Simon Braithwaite, 50.99. Here's Andrew in the imp. Nice to have a small car. It means it doesn't take up so much room on the road. You can choose your line. Even more applies to the very narrow little A35. It was really interesting when there was the A30, A35 race at Goodwood. For some reason, the A30s seemed to be a little bit quicker than the A35s, and I wondered whether they had a slightly stiffer body shell because of the small size of the rear window. A35, of course, had a bit more power when it came out, and a bigger rear window. Here's Jeremy Rivers Fletcher again on the Triumph Special, bit smoky on the overrun into Tories. The A35 has finished with a 55.64. Jeremy into the S's, yet another Fiat Abarth in the hands of David Fripp off the line. Let's watch Jeremy at semicircle, and we're watching the little David Fripp driven Fiat 695 SS. Oi mate, your bonnet's open. No, that's the boot, that's where we keep the luggage. We've got a time for Jeremy in the Triumph Special of 54.24. Focusing on David Fripp in the little Fiat. We've got Ben Cross on his way in the midget. And the great thing about hill climbing is that it's based on classes, and so you can have a lot of fun competing in your class and competing against yourself. So you can have just as much fun in an A35 as you do in a big unlimited racing car, except one is much cheaper to run. We've got a time for David Fripp in the Fiat 63.54. We're focusing on Ben Cross in the little midget, and we have a glimpse of Charles Boulton. Charles has hill climbed MGBs for a long time. He's got this one now with the famous 3.5 litre V8 engine in the back. You could bore and stroke this engine as TVR did, out to 5 litres, and in fact I think you can go even further. 5.7 is probably the biggest Rover V8 that I've seen, but I think that involves a new crankshaft as well as opening up the bores as much as you can. Ben Cross time 57.21. We're watching Ted Elwes in this lovely MGA, tonneau cover, up, windows up, trying to keep the cold breeze off. Ted does a lovely job maintaining this MGA in beautiful condition. It's almost standard, but it has got an MGB engine. So the original MGA would have a 1600cc engine, but the MGB engine is pretty much 2 litres. Although I think the standard MGB had a 1.8 litre engine. You may correct me if I'm wrong. Meanwhile, we normally have lots of Elans, but now we've only got a couple today. But this is a very pretty one with its fixed headlights in the hands of Stephen Akers. Fixed head and a roll cage inside. Such nice cars to drive. Beautiful road holding, soft suspension, revolutionary. 55.97. Last classic runner before we come to the 2 Bugattis is Douglas Chipperfield in the MG Midget, but I think we need to switch the camera to the Bugattis because they're so lovely. Colin Bullock off the line in his road-equipped version, straight 8 engine with roller bearings, making the classic Bugatti sound. These were very quick cars. One journal did a comparison road test between a Type 35 Bugatti and a Porsche, the current Porsche 911 at the time, and over a standing, I think, half mile or even a standing kilometre, the Bugatti was as quick as the Porsche. Collins is very much in touring trim with those silencers, wings and headlights, because he takes it on long journeys. So Ed Burgess, who's left the line in his Type 51, much more of a racing machine. I'm not sure whether Ed's is running on methanol. I think not. It hasn't got the orange blob. Yes, it has. The yellow blob above the number indicates that it's running on methanol. The reason for that is if methanol catches fire, it's an invisible flame. You can't see it, nor can you put it out with ordinary foam fire extinguisher. You need to pour lots of water on it. That puts it out. That's why the IndyCars, which run on methanol, as they leave the pits, one of the mechanics pours a bucket of water over the back of the car just in case it's on fire. Time for Colin Bullock was a 59.77. Ed will be quicker with a 54.23 in the car that had a winter rebuild. Pretty soon we'll have our runoff. I'm going to go off air for a few minutes. I'll be back very soon.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
Tim, you're championship coordinator for the British Hill Climb Championship, which is a hell of a responsibility, but we're celebrating the 75th year of the championship, started in 47.
Yeah, that's right. We've been running the championship now for BARC for about 10 years, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, and it's good to see it going from strength to strength. We've 126 competitors registered this year, which is the best we've ever had, and that's encouraging, and it's good to see that right through the class structure. So we've a lot of new people joining in the BHC Cup, which is what used to be the leaders.
Yes.
So a lot of strength right through the range of classes, really.
I think a lot of people watching this online won't really know what the British Hill Climb Championship is all about. 30 rounds this year. What does a round consist of?
A round consists at every event. Take this weekend, we're practicing today. Tomorrow every competitor will have a chance of a timed run, and the fastest 12 at the end of that time run will go for a runoff. And the championship points are based on that. So the winner of that first championship round tomorrow will get maximum points.
And maximum is 10, so 2 of them walk away without points.
That's right, and we have 2 runoffs at each event.
Yes. So, in a way, before lunch, runoff is the first climax of the day, and then the final event of the weekend is the second round.
That's right. I mean, historically, the championship runoffs used to both be at the end of the day, but now we have it. We have 2 runoffs, and they've got to be fought for individually. And I think that adds a bit more drama. It spreads the drama throughout the day. There are 2 point scoring opportunities at every event. In addition to that, a couple of events last year we trialled doing a double header, and that worked really well. So we actually have competition and the championship runoffs on Saturday, and then we do it all again on Sunday. So the pressure on competitors there is quite intense.
Yeah. And last year it was a closely fought thing. Some terrific meetings. I remember at Chelsea we had 3 records broken in 3 minutes.
That's right. The strength of competition at the top of the championship is very good. I mean, there are 6, 7 or 8 people who could win a round. And serious championship contenders. There were 3 who stood out really, with Wallace Menzies, Alex Summers and Sean Gould.
Yes.
And I mean, you've got to be scoring in the top 3 at every meeting to win a championship, and that is how it's been historically. So somebody like Wallace, who started the year off with a well-prepared car and started scoring from the first round, he was always going to be a favourite. But say under a lot of pressure from Alex Summers, from Sean Gould, and a number of others who could win, people like Trevor Willis, Will Hall, etc., throughout the class.
And Wallace, of course, a great run. His final run here at Prescott to beat the record by nearly half a second was incredible.
It was, because a lot of these records have stood for some time, and they usually, if they are broken, they're broken by a few hundredths or a few tenths. But to break it by such a margin was quite dramatic, really.
And sadly, Sean Gould hurt his shoulder, had a nasty accident in the Masters out in Portugal. But what it means is that two drivers new to the car are sharing it this year. Young Matthew Ryder, who looks about 15, but I think he's slightly more than that, and Will Hall. It's going to be a battle royal between those two in Sean's car.
It is. It's a shame that Sean couldn't be here, but as you say, it's great to see Matthew here, who's in his 20s, I can show you, and has driven really well. And I think it'd be great to see him in a top flight single seater. Will has a lot of experience of driving big cars, and I think the two of them really will work together. I'm sure we'll be seeing some championship wins going to that car.
I think so. So Tim, it's going to be a fantastic season, and I know it's very hard work for you, so many thanks for all what you do.
You're very, very welcome. We enjoy doing it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Here we go with round 2 of the British Hill Climb Championship. First to the line comes Graham Wynne. I'm so pleased to see Graham qualify for the runoff. It's something that doesn't happen very often. He's sharing the car, of course, with Scott Moran, who will be running in 10th, being having qualified third quickest. Graham Wynne qualified with a 38.39. Remember, it's the GR59 Gould with a 4-litre Judd engine, producing, I don't know, getting on for 700 horsepower, but it's producing reliability as well, because the engine was built for long distance racing, for Le Mans and places like that. Graham Wynne, a good start, and I'm looking for speed through the bridge trap, but I can't see it. Yes, I can. 102 miles an hour. Slight twitch as the accelerator, as the throttle forces the car out of its Tories. So take notice of the red numbers, because Graham's the first to run. Those are the numbers that'll show the comparison between who's running and the previous best time. But a good run, a 38.38, almost exactly the same as his qualifying time. Second up, Matthew Ryder. Glad to see Matthew got into the runoff. His class run was handicapped a bit by a hesitant engine, but then it cleared its throat, and luckily Matthew just was able to qualify with a 38.35. But as long as the engine's behaving itself, and it should do, it's just getting used to running the 4-litre Judd engine. Needs working hard, I think, to keep it on song. And I think this is only Matthew's second competitive event with this car. Remember, he's sharing with Will Hall. He's quick, and he's again 102, same as Graham, through the bridge trap, slightly quicker off the line with a 2.21. So he's quite a lot quicker at Pardon, and whizzes it through the S's. This will be a nice quickish run. Matthew getting really comfortable in this car and records a 36.76. Good run. We'll see where that ends up, but I think it'll be midfield. Another unfortunate Zach Zammit qualified for the first runoff, and then the engine in the Empire Wraith decided to go on strike about after 20 meters or so after the start, and so that scuppered Zach's first runoff run. But since then he ran in the classes and qualified with a 38.17. He would love to get it into the 36s, running on Avon tyres. Mac, as I keep saying, flies over especially from his home in Malta for this competition. 94 miles an hour at Bridge on the good start, 2.09, quicker than the two previous runners. Zach, of course, he's got a much less powerful engine. It's the Hayabusa engine in the back of the Empire Wraith. He's got the terrific downforce of the Wraith body shape and wings. And heads for the finish, it'll be a 38.63. 38.63. So puts him between Graham Wynne and Matthew Ryder. No, it doesn't. Beg your pardon. It puts him slightly slower than Graham Wynne. Now then, David Warburton in this very sophisticated little GR59 featherweight car, 1600cc Hayabusa engine in the back. Not sideways across the chassis, but fore and aft, and then a shaft drive to, I think, a Quaife differential at the back. David, of course, shares this car with his dad, Allan. Storms off the line in 2.13, that's pretty good. And his speed is 102 at Bridge. Late braking, nicely controlled braking, no wheels locking on the way into Ettores. He's a little bit behind Matthew Ryder at the moment, but now he's ahead by 0.6. This is a great run. Did he get a bit of an oversteery twitch into S's? Doesn't seem to have slowed him at all. Lift a wheel a little bit in the middle of the S's. There's a bump there. Now he's over a second quicker and takes top spot with a brilliant run of 37.34. Well done, David. That's quicker than his qualifying time of 37.40. Who's next? It's Will Hall. So, of course, Matthew Ryder has had to hop out of the Gould. Will has had to hop in. They're pretty much the same height. Maybe Will is a bit taller than Matthew, so there might be a bit of a cushion change as well. So it'll be a small pause while we wait for Will Hall to emerge from the paddock. Big change for Will, because he's abandoned for this season the car that he's developed for many years, the very complex Force WH with its four-cylinder engine, turbocharged engine of the type that the MG brand used to race at Indy, not at Indy, what am I talking about, at Le Mans, with a marked lack of success, produced prodigious amounts of power, but was not an easy engine transmission combo to drive, and Will got so frustrated with the difficulty of getting the car off the start line, particularly. The electronics controlling engine and gearbox wouldn't agree with each other. But last season, 2020, then poor old Will had a monumental accident in the car at Gurston Down. Cartwheeling into a field at 157 miles an hour is not a funny thing to do, and so the car was comprehensively bent. Luckily, the engine didn't inhale a whole lot of Salisbury plain mud, but it took a year to rebuild the engine. It came out last year, 2021, looking lovely, going well, and resulted in Will getting 8th place in the championship. But Sean Gould had a nasty accident in this car at the competition in Portugal, hurt his shoulder quite badly. It still hasn't recovered, so Sean sensibly decided not to compete in the championship this year and generously has lent it to Matthew, Ryder and Will Hall to share this season. They've got to get used to the car. None of these cars are easy to run, particularly getting the revs right to get the ideal start off the line without stalling the engine, which it's just done, or with getting excessive wheel spin, so the car just sits there not really going anywhere. Racing, I keep saying this because people think, crikey, these are meant to be skillful drivers, they keep stalling. Well, it's very difficult you've got to get the revs just right and the throttle position just right to get the perfect start. So let's see how Will gets on. He qualified with the 37.37. He was 8th in the championship in his own car last year. Let's watch his start. Excellent. 2.13, that's pretty good. So he's quick already, and his speed was 104 at Bridge. Perfect line, late apex at Torres. Touch of downhill, then uphill and into Pardon. 3/4 of a second quicker. So Will charging into the lead. It's dropped a little bit. Let's see where it is now. At 36.82. 36.82. Did that say first place? Because Matthew did a 36.76. Check that. Maybe I read it wrong on the screen. 36.82 and Matthew 36.76. So Will is actually in second place. Now, Trevor, what can you do? What did Trevor do last time? He had a great run in 36.05 to share third place with Matthew Ryder. Keep repeating this, but Trevor, 3 times hill climb champion in this car, which he's had for many years, and which doesn't produce the 700 or so horses of the Judd 4 litre. Maybe the RPD engine in this car is producing 450, nearing 500. So he's dropped a little bit behind Matthew's time. Grabbed it back again at the S's, grabbed a little bit more at semi. Can he slot it into the lead with the 36.44? He does. Well done, Trevor. That's a good run. Neat and tidy and quick. So 36.44 is bogey time now. And it's bogey time for David Uren, qualified with a 37.24 in the Gould GR55, famous car. Holds the ladies' record at Chelsea Walsh, not driven by David, of course, but driven by Nicola Minges, who usually shares this car with David, but this weekend she stayed up in Scotland looking after the family. Quite right too. So in a way, it's older technology. It's not, you know, a featherweight car like the GR59. Probably weighs, what would it weigh? 550, 600 kilos. 3.5 litre V8 engine. But a typical storming start by David, getting just the right amount of wheel spin. Not quite the quickest 64-foot time, but 111, that's the quickest we've seen so far in this runoff through the bridge speed trap. I think, was it Scott? He did a 114 on the first runs. He's heading the field at the moment by 300ths, but dropped 1.5 tenths behind. Only 200ths in it at S's, 1/100th at semi, and 36.81. 36.81. Did it go slightly wide at semicircle? But a good run nevertheless. 36.81 for David Duran. Now Richard Spedding fighting the big boys with this little 1300cc blown engine in the tiny GWR Raptor, pride of Scotland, built by Graham White, who was hill climb champion 20 or so years ago, in a Gould GR55 with the V6 engine. Richard, not quite as quick, over 64 feet, 105 miles an hour. Not easy to match the speed of the bigger cars. Hasn't got, well, it's got lots of power when you look at the size of the engine, 450, 500 horsepower. But he's 4/10ths down at midway, 3/10ths down at the S's. Maybe we'll pop him into third or fourth spot with a 36.93. Yes, puts him in fourth place, Richard Spedding. 36.93, a bit quicker than his qualifying time of 37.18. Now Paul Hames on the line. 7th, as you could tell by the number on the car, in last year's Hill Climb Championship. Hayabusa engine, turbocharged, shaft drive to the rear diff, traction control, get it right, and he does. So off the line, 2.15 is pretty good, and 107 through the bridge is very good. Up to Torres, heavy braking but no wheel locking, and round Torres, down the hill, couple of gear changes possibly, and then swoops around Pardon. He's 4/10ths down off the pace at the moment. 5/10ths might pop Paul into 6th or 7th place. We shall see. At the moment it's a 37.06 into 5th place. So I think Paul might end up 8th or 9th. We'll see. Scott Moran. Scott won the first runoff with a 35.99, qualified for this runoff with a 36.69. It was such a close run thing between the top 5 last time. What can Scotty do? He's got the skill and the courage to win the Hill Climb Championship 6 times in his own car. This one he's sharing with Graham Wynne, of course. Lovely to see Graham in the runoff. 200ths down at the moment. Now he's ahead by 6/10ths. Through the leafy run at the top and into a brilliantly through the S's, lifting a front wheel slightly. Nearly a second ahead at semicircle. Great run, 35.63. Puts Scott Moran in top place for the moment. But remember, we've got Alex Summers and Wallace Ming is still to come. Here comes Alex on a nice set of Pirelli P0s in the amazing DJ Firestorm with its Cosworth XD unturbocharged IndyCar engine. Gives him just enough power. He could always do with more. 1.98, the quickest of our 64-foot starts so far. 400ths in the lead at the moment. Into it, Tories will pick up his time at the S's. 200ths behind at the moment, but a tenth up now at Midway. Even more at the S's with a quarter of a second up. Dropped a little bit at the semicircle, but takes top spot for the moment with a brilliant run of 35.43. 35.43, 2/10 quicker up the hill than Scott Moran. Now then, Wallace is capable of bringing this car up Prescott in 34.65, which is his current record, but that would be quite an achievement under today's rather cooler conditions than prevailed in September last year. Again, excellent start, 2.01, that's good. And 102, he's not as wildly fast into Orchard as some others, but he makes it up, being very skillful on the brakes and through the corners. So to Torres, he's 3/10 down at the moment. 4/10 now. Maybe Wallace hasn't got. Oh, you see, bit of a slide at S's. He'll have had to lift the throttle for that. Maybe he's not on his best tyres, and it's third place with a 36.14. 36.14. So, another highly competitive runoff, won by Alex Summers with a 35.43, 2/10 behind Scott Moran, 35.63. Then Wallace Ming is third in 36.14. Trevor Willis fourth, good run at 36.44 considering the age of the car. Fifth, Matthew Ryder, new to the car, but a good run at 36.76, fifth place. Sixth, David Uren, 36.81. Seventh, Will Hall, still getting to grips with the GR59, 36.82. Eighth, Richard Spedding in the little GWR Raptor, 36.93. Ninth, Paul Hames with a 37.06. 10th, David Warburton with a 37.34. 11th, Graham Wynne, slightly out of the points, but great to have a run in the runoff. Graham Wynne with a 38.38. And in 12th place, but into the Hill Climb Championship runoff, which he'll be pleased with, Zach Zammit can be quite proud to go back to Malta after scoring 12th place in the runoff with a 38.63. So it's been a great day of excellent hill climbing, minimum number of excursions. I can't remember a bent car, which is great news, and the weather has been kind to us. It's not terribly warm, but it's dry, and the sun has shone on us all, apart from me stuck in the commentary box. But thank you very much for watching here in person. Watch Alex Summers. Do give him a cheer and a wave on his climb d'honneur, celebrating a fantastic run in 35.43. So it's going to be a brilliant season of British Hill Climb Championship meetings. I can tell you, can I tell you where the next meeting is? There's a meeting at Shelsley Walsh on the 7th and 8th of May, but I don't think it's a championship meeting. But we've got 30 rounds throughout the season. Where is it, Richard? Oh wow, so next weekend these guys are up in Craigantlid, so it's a long way to go, but that'll be rounds 3 and 4 of the championship. It's a busy season for them with lots of mileage between meetings. Thank you for watching, whether you're watching on screen or here in person. It's been the biggest Prescott crowd, I think, ever. But nevertheless, I'm sure you've had a great time. And the great thing about hill climbing is wherever you are on the hill, you get a great view of the competition. If you're watching online, wherever you are, thanks for watching, and keep the comments coming. And we look forward to our next live stream. I'm not sure if Crigantlet next weekend is being live streamed, but we've got lots of live streams throughout the season of hill climbing. Thank you for our organising team in the office, for Gemma and her gang, for our timing squad and our course control people, David and Graham, and their ilk being the right word. And particularly to our marshals. Well done, marshals, all our great orange-suited gentlemen, keeping everything under control on the track and putting things right when they go wrong. So have a good journey home, and possibly see you in a couple of weeks' time at Chelsea Walsh. But in the meantime, this is Chris Druitt saying good night and enjoy the season of hill climbing. Good night.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options